Go ahead. You're on the spot here. Why do you like Summer Revolution or Suburban?
Go.
I'd like a summer bourbon right now.
I would love a summer bourbon right now. Like the
My real friend sent me a nice bottle of, actually it's Scotch, I think, for my birthday.
What does that mean?
My real friend. I'm just pointing it out. You pick me up wherever I dropped off of the train. You're my real friend. I know.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, and our feature today is the Sir Cat, and we'll see that horse Chimney Rock, who was second in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. He won his first 2020 start last time out, and right behind him in that last race was this beautiful gray Jack and Noah. He won the 2019 Atlantic Beach Stakes for trainer Mark Casse. But the big story of the day is we are on the eve of the 152nd Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets. There's Sole Volante, the 9-2 morning line, second choice in the first leg of the Triple Crown. America's Day at the Races is brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. So glad to have you with us. I am your host, Acacia Courtney, pleased to be joined by former champion jockey Richard Migliori. 1 day away from the Belmont Stakes. It's a year unlike any other, Richie, in that we kick off the Triple Crown here, but it's still just as special.
Oh, it's still as special. The weather is absolutely glorious. We're so blessed with that great card of racing, not just the Belmont Stakes. And, you know, I think I'm appreciating seeing some of this history, the fact that the Belmont Stakes is a 1.8 miles this year. It is the first leg of the Triple Crown for the first time ever. And, well, not the first time ever. It's the oldest of the 3 Triple Crown races. True. So there was a time it was the only game in town. But it should be good kicking off Triple Crown season, albeit a 15-week season this year.
Yeah, pretty spectacular, special circumstances this year with the Kentucky Derby now being the first week of September, and October 3rd will be at the Preakness Stakes. So a little bit out of order this afternoon, but 152nd running. There's a lot of history there for sure. As we check out the field for our feature today, race 9, the Sir Cat, 6 furlongs on the inner turf. Sir Cat, he was a multiple graded stakes winner, won first out at Saratoga, Belmont, Jerry Bailey. You know, if you've heard of them, right?
Oh, just a couple of Hall of Famers, and you know, it's interesting. We've been on the Bill Mott watch for 5,000. It's interesting the stakes named for one of his charges.
We're looking at now at the win last out for Chimney Rock, though 3 horses coming out of that race at Churchill Downs, the top 3 finishers as well. The gray inside is Jack and Noah, who we mentioned, and closing up along the hedge, I thought with a sneaky, very good performance for Brendan Walsh was Guildsman.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a horse that's been having trouble getting out of the gate. If he can never break with the field and not put himself at a disadvantage, he's going to help his cause. Not that he needs to show speed, just don't give them a head start.
That's the field of 7 with the scratch of Mr. Short and Simple, the main track only, coming up a little bit later on. We'll give you a look at what we're bringing you today. Today's races are presented by Claiborne Farm. The Sir Cat, of course, is the feature at Belmont Park, but we're fast and firm, and we've got races 1 through 10 to bring you. We're also bringing you races 1 through 9 at Churchill Downs, fast and firm there as well in Louisville, Kentucky. Always fun to have a couple of different tracks in play, Richie, on America's Day at the Races, and especially this time of year when there's just so much going on pretty much everywhere.
Well, it keeps the shows moving right along. We've always got action, a post-raid or a race, and it's just fun to keep up with everything.
We want to remind everybody, Naira Bets has a Belmont Stakes offer where new members get a $25 free play right after sign-up. Plus, you can take advantage of up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit using promo code Belmont25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at NairaBets.com and get your account ready for the Belmont Stakes. Use promo code Belmont25. That's tomorrow, the Belmont Stakes. Don't forget about that. We're all very excited here, and that horse, Tis the Law for Barclay Tagg and Sakatoga Stable, your morning line favorite for the Belmont, as we'll kick off the Triple Crown starting here at Belmont Park. A lot more coming up after this quick timeout.
bid of $775,000 was not high enough to buy this uber-fast son of Run Happy at the OBS 2-year-old sale June 10th. I can't wait to write the owner a check for $100,000 when he graduates with a maiden special weight win at Belmont, Saratoga, Delmar, or Kentucky Downs Summer Meet. Run Happy, standing in legendary Stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
This is Edgar.
Hey.
Edgar loves betting on sports, but horse racing? That's a no. But these days, Edgar's found himself looking for a few more ways to win.
I do like more.
So he downloaded FanDuel Racing, the only app built specifically for fans who are new to betting horses. And with FanDuel Racing, Edgar can stream every race right from the comfort of his couch. And with a race starting every few minutes, it sure beats. Bet and watch the Belmont Stakes on FanDuel Racing. New users get 20-to-1 odds on any horse to win.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. And remember, with Naira Bets, you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And it's the official betting partner of the Belmont Stakes, which is tomorrow on Saturday, June 20th. And for the first time, the Belmont Stakes will start the Triple Crown. There are new traditions this year being made with the having to postpone all of the Triple Crown races due to coronavirus. We will start history here at Belmont Park. It's a new tradition, but racing adapting with the times, and history will be made.
American sports fans love their traditions. None are richer than the Triple Crown. But the havoc coronavirus has placed on everyday life turned the sports world upside down, creating a new normal for much of the 2020 sports calendar. The Masters will be played in November. The NBA will crown a champion in the autumn, and in its 152nd running, the Belmont Stakes will lead off the Triple Crown for the first time in history.
Well, my first thought was, it's really weird. My second thought was, hey, this kind of works. You know, I like it. First of all, at least we're still going to have all three races.
Well, I would call it the best of a bad situation. I'm not sure yet if you would call it a Triple Crown season, or if this year's Classic season, because it seems so disjointed. So it all depends on how each person perceives it. But it is crazy for sure.
The Triple Crown hasn't always been locked into the schedule we know today. In 1930, Gallant Fox won the Triple Crown. His path started at Pimlico before Churchill and Belmont. In 1917 and 1922, the Derby and Preakness were run on the same day. The 2020 Triple Crown will run over a 75-day span compared to the usual 35-day grind.
I like the spacing between the races, where now you've got plenty of time for horses to theoretically be rested and ready to run in all three of the Triple Crown races.
You can't start a Triple Crown at a mile and a half. That's not the way it works. It's hard to start it at 1 1/8 miles too, especially when you're running around one turn. And at Belmont Park around one turn, it certainly puts the come from behind horses at a disadvantage. It's not easy for these trainers because of the fact that they haven't been able to train their horses and they haven't been able to race their horses the way they normally would.
What if a horse were to pull off the Triple Crown in all the craziness of 2020? How would history remember it?
I mean, it's still, you got to win all three. You can certainly note that they're different timetable, different schedule, different order, different distances. But if you win all three of those races, to me, you're still Triple Crown winner.
I don't believe that a horse who wins all three races should be included with the list of past Triple Crown winners because it's apples and oranges.
Given what's happened in our country that is not traditional and not normal this year, I'm fine with any horse that can win all three of those races being recognized as a Triple Crown winner.
The Triple Crown, a unique Triple Crown this year, starting with the Belmont Stakes. But Richie, as always, there are challenges in the Triple Crown series. This year presents a new, untold challenges that horses and connections are going to have to face.
Well, so much has been made of the 3 races in 5 weeks, cramming those races in and some horses not being able to take the strain. But I also think if you get a horse that gets good at the right time, he will handle that. The challenge this year is keeping a horse good over a 15-week span as opposed to a 5-week span. And so many things can happen. A horse can develop a little cough, have a little bit of hiccup in his training, have a minor injury, or just go over the top. Horses get good for certain periods of the year, and then sometimes their enthusiasm wanes for training and racing. So I think if a horse wins a Triple Crown this year, we should take our hats off. No asterisk, yes, different distances because of unprecedented times in our country. But it'll be, I think, a Herculean feat.
To keep sound, to keep at the top of your game over that period of time, but not to mention the races individually. Being a rider, an owner, a trainer, it's a thrill to win a Belmont Stakes or any of the Triple Crown races.
Well, and of course, in the modern era, we haven't seen the Belmont run at any distance but 1.5 miles, but there were times when it was run at different distances, at 1.8 miles like it is this year, at different racetracks. In the 60s, it was run at Aqueduct. So, things are always changing. We've had to kind of evolve and change with the circumstances everybody was dealt this year. I'm just thrilled that we have a Belmont Stakes.
Absolutely. Belmont Stakes originally 1.5 miles. Traditionally, as Richie was mentioning, this year will be 1.1 miles. This is the traditional distance. Belmont Park is a massive racetrack, massive grandstand. It's basically one lap around this track. Now going 1.1 miles, it takes it to a one-turn race.
And to me, it's a very demanding distance, one turn. And we're the only track in North America that can run a one-turn 1.1 miles. What tends to happen, Acacia, is they break out of the gate, and because you have over 1/2 mile to the far turn, they start building up momentum, and the pace really heats up in the middle of the race. And in some ways, it becomes a test of stamina, even though it's not as long as the 1.5 miles.
The distance may be a little bit different, but it has, as Richie mentioned, been run at 1.1 miles in the past. In fact, here is the 1894 Belmont Stakes. Henry of Navarre won going 1.1 miles that day on June 19th, this day in history.
I love the old charts too. Reports range from 2 to 4 lengths as the margin of victory, termed as easy. And you can see horses didn't carry set weights then. The winner carried 117, the second race 119, 115. So again, the game is constantly evolving and changing.
Constantly evolving, as is every sport right now, as you saw it in that package. We all are trying to adapt as best as possible, but sports are back in the state of New York. Racing is back as we get an overhead shot of absolutely beautiful Belmont Park indeed. We'll see if we have a new set of colors added to that list of 13 Triple Crown winners, and there's where the race will start, pretty much on the training track.
Yeah, and actually the first few strides are on the training track, so they have a run up to the 1.1 miles pole, and it's a long run to the far turn. When you're back up the chute looking at it, you really get the idea.
Here's the field for the Belmont Stakes. Your morning line favorite at 6-5, the number 8, Tis the Law, who won the Florida Derby going 1.1 miles, but a much different makeup of a race. down at Gulfstream Park versus the mile and an eighth he'll run here at Belmont. But Barkley Tag and Saratoga Stable had Funny Side. And as we check out our post parade, the number 1, Tap It to Win, he'll be breaking from the inside the Belmont Stakes.
And I think that really kind of just simplifies things for them. He showed such high speed, 22-3, 45-3 last time, and continued on. It's not how fast you're going, it's how you're going fast. Well, this guy was very comfortable going fast, and he continued very impressive performance that day.
He's now 2 for 2 in 2020, and a horse that just started recently as well is the 2 Sole Volante. He's your second choice.
And this is a true closer, a horse that I think is going to get pace to run at. He wants things to heat up on the front end. He'd love to see that 45 and change fraction go up, and he will be coming on late.
Here's the 3 Max Player, won the Grade 3 Withers for trainer Linda Rice, who's looking to be the first female trainer to win a Triple Crown race.
Lightly raced son of Honor Code was very impressive winning the Withers, and he's taken a step forward in every one of his races. He'll need to take another step forward, but he's training like he could take that step forward.
Bill Mott, we've been talking about his search for 5,000. Wouldn't it be fitting if it happened in the Belmont Stakes? He's got Modernist.
You know, this horse, I think, in some ways is almost forgotten. You look at some of his races, and I think there's a lot of improvement in him. Watching him train, I think he could be the sleeper in this year's Belmont.
Trainer Todd Pletcher has 2 entered in this year's Belmont Stakes. He's got the number 5 Farmington Road coming out of the Arkansas Derby.
Another horse that would like to see things get very hot on the front end. He's kind of lost his speed. He comes from way back. He's going to need some help up front, but he could get it.
We always see some long shots and some Triple Crown races, horses taking a shot, but the number 6 FORE Left, he won the Grade 3 UAE 2000 Guineas.
You know, this is an interesting horse, and he holds the key to the race to me because he possesses speed. And he's the horse that could keep Tap It to Win honest on the front end. And I'm sure that's what the connections of Tiz the Law and some of the closers are hoping, that he's the one who does some of the dirty work early.
Here's another long shot, the number 7 Jungle Runner. Steve Asmussen, he knows how to win the Belmont.
He sure does know how to win the Belmont, a Hall of Fame trainer. This horse would have to improve from a buyer speed figure standpoint, but he certainly has the right connections.
And your favorite Tiz the Law, Barkley Tag, and Saratoga Stables looking for that Belmont win.
Well, it's really hard to find any chink in his armor. He's a horse that can lay up close. He possesses speed, but he waits for the rider's cues. He's basically a nice horse to ride in that respect. Manny Franco has confidence in him, knows him. Barkley Tag, Robin Smolens's team have this horse doing so well right now. It's been fun watching him train up to the Belmont.
We've been treated to having him here in New York for a little while as well. As here's the other one from Todd Pletcher, Dr. Post, who won the Unbridled.
Big, long striding horse. I think he'll appreciate the 1-turn mile and an eighth. It's a little bit like a bicycle. If you're not pedaling, he's not running. He's a horse that kind of keeps having to be reminded to stay on task.
Steve Asmussen also has 2 in the race. He has the outside runner, the number 10 Pneumatic, as well.
I like this horse a lot. He's improved with every start as well. That photo just speaks volumes to me. That's the look of Eagles. When they talk about a horse look of Eagles, he could not look any better.
Smart eye there. The 152nd running of the Belmont Stakes, June 20th, 2020. Tomorrow, we'll get a chance to see the first jewel of the Triple Crown. And though we have such a heavy favorite in here, Richie, with Tiz the Law, who's gotten a lot of conversation about him, there were some defections leading up to the race.
Sure.
And that always does, I think, kind of open it up a little bit more for some of the other runners.
Well, I think it encourages people maybe to take a chance, enter, see if they, horse is doing good. Maybe they can get lucky. I still think there's a lot of intrigue in this race because you have to respect Tap It to Win, who possesses speed, if you're Manny Franco and Tiz the Law. Now, you're hoping FORE Left kind of keeps him honest the first part of it, but if FORE Left falls away, do you give Johnny Velasquez a chance to give Tap It to Win a breather, or do you attack then and never allow him to kind of take that breath? It's going to be intriguing from a tactic standpoint.
Mark Casse, trainer of Tap It to Win, won last year's Belmont with Sir Winston in an upset, and he's got a horse who won right here at Belmont last time out, having a win over this track recently. A little bit of extra incentive, I'm sure, too.
And, coming back, people will say, well, he's coming back in quick turnaround. Well, we saw him do it with Got Stormy last year in a week turnaround. Years ago, a horse named Conquistador Cielo came back in 5 days after winning the Met Mile to win the Belmont. So when horses are good, that's the time to run them.
We have races from Churchill Downs coming up as well. We'll talk a lot more Belmont Stakes. Don't worry about that. Here's the first at Churchill. It's a starter optional claiming going 6 furlongs on the main track. The number 5 Irritator, your current favorite for our colleague Tom Amos. We have a lot more coming up, including races from Belmont and Churchill on America's Day at the races after this.
It only takes 20 cents to take down an Empire. The Empire 6 is the jackpot 20-cent pick 6 bet that's offered every day at Belmont Park. One unique winning ticket earns the entire net pool, plus the jackpot carryover. Without a unique ticket, 75% is distributed to winners with 25% added to the jackpot. Win big with the Empire 6. Next mandatory payout date Sunday, June 21st. Visit nyra.com/Empire6 for complete details.
A reputation of excellence isn't built overnight. Day by day, year by year, decade after decade. For over 100 years, Claiborne's commitment to quality has led to unrivaled success. 10 Kentucky Derby winners, 6 Triple Crown winners, 17 Horses of the Year, 23 Hall of Famers, and over 300 champions. Building on the past, building for the future. Claiborne Farm. The tradition continues.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Adrenaline pumping, hearts racing, the thrill of winning. And it all happens right here. Twin Spires, from the team behind the Kentucky Derby and the destination for horse racing wagering from around the globe. From beginner to expert, Twin Spires is betting made fun and easy. And for new players, once you place your first $25 worth of bets, we'll match that in bonus bets. Twin Spires, racing into your home. Download the app now. See site for details. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always in part by champion sprinter Run Happy, who raced medication-free and stands for $25,000 in legendary Stall 1 at Claiborne Farm. We're looking forward to seeing his 2-year-olds in action. He's had a couple of runners so far, but quite an incentive for an offspring of Run Happy here in New York. And his 2-year-olds have gotten a lot of good attention at the sales, Richies.
They really have, and I've been impressed with them. Just really big, solid, strong horses, good bone on them, big swinging walks to them. They give you the impression that they're going to be precocious.
Looking forward to seeing that, of course. Run Happy, one of the fastest sprinters maybe that we saw of his time. Hopefully we'll get a chance to see some fast performances from his babies as well, as we have the first at Churchill coming up next. Number 5, Irritator, your current favorite for Tom Amos and Maggie Moss. You have No Parole looking ahead to tomorrow as well. No Parole, very fast horse. Got an inside draw and a short but quality-laden field in the Woody Stevens. Looking forward to that for sure. Currently 8-5 here in this race at Churchill. Rematching with a couple of others, though. Interesting, this one's taking all the money. Well, it just seems to me like Tom Amos always wins when we're, on the show, America's Day at the Races. I think he's just showing off, but Tom's very, very good at spotting his horses, putting him in positions to succeed. That's one of the key components to being a successful horse trainer. Irritator hopped at the start last time. We'll see if he can get a cleaner break today. Scratch the 1 in here as well. Here's Carlos. That leaves us with a field of 8 as they start to head out. We'll begin our post-parade in just a couple of moments. And Churchill Downs, of course, will be the home of the Kentucky Derby, first week of September. So you have the first Saturday in September instead of the first Saturday in May. So at least you still have the first part to be the same. Make us look forward to Labor Day. Absolutely. We're starting with the 1A here, Park Ridge Benny in our post parade. The horse had real good effort last time with Corey Lannery. He sticks, and he certainly gets speed figures that puts him squarely in the mix. Here's the 2, Dark Arden, won off the claim last time out. A tough guy to win off the claim, too, from Steve Asmussen. Got it done. Gets a tough inside draw. Is going to have to work out a trip. Number 3, Strong Yen, will be up next. Has some speed.
looks like he does his best work when he's able to clear off. I see some other speed in here. He looks on his toes and sharp. He needs to be free, I think, to do his best running.
The number 4, a little bit of a price, but had a win last time out, is Homeview.
Yeah, and in easier company. He's going to have to take a step forward, but sometimes horses win, and their confidence level starts to, move up, and they actually can take that step.
The proverbial light bulb clicks on. We'll check out next the number 5, 8-5 currently on Irritator for Tom Amos, looking to get another win on this show.
Well, I think he makes a lot of sense. That hop at the break, he kind of had a rush to make sure he can get his forward position. He gets away clean. He's going to be very tough. Looks really on his toes in the post parade.
The number 6 up next is Barry Lee, dropping a little bit in class. At one time, one of the more talked about 2-year-olds a few years back.
And the horse has been showing high speed. I think he adds to the pace in here and keeps things definitely lively on the front end.
Next, we'll have the number 7, Most Mischief. Had a 3rd last time out behind Homeview, who's also in this field.
Yeah, he ran well. I think this is a bit of a tougher field. He's going to have to improve, but he could get the right kind of trip from the outside.
And finally, we wrap up the post parade with the biggest price on the board, the number 8, All Hansons on Deck, a gelding by Hansen, fittingly.
Yeah, and gets John Court, jockey change there from Sebastian Leon. But this horse just looks like he's a little bit light on the speed figures. You'd have to improve.
That's the field here for the first at Churchill Downs. We have a pretty heavy favorite right now in the number 5, Irritator. We'll bring you the first at Churchill in a few moments, but back at Belmont Park, we have 2-year-olds coming up. 2-year-old, the boys, in fact, as number 7, Competitive Hero, your current favorite for Brad Cox, who has 2 in here. I think it's kind of fun. You have some new stallions represented with FNX, this favorite by Competitive Edge, who had a pretty good start as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like the Competitive Edges have been showing some good speed. He was pretty precocious himself, where FNX was more of a distance horse. And usually the board is a pretty good indicator of, what they've been doing in the morning. So we got to pay attention to that.
8-5 right now on your favorite. We did have a couple of scratches, but we want to give you enough information about this 2-year-old race. We're bringing our paddock analyst, Maggie Wolfendale. And Maggie, 8-5 currently on a Brad Cox runner. He's had a sensational Belmont Park meet so far.
I mean, hitting at 60% as we are heading into and well into the 3rd week of racing here. He's won with 6 of his 10 runners, and as the board would indicate, as you guys said, he looks to win another one here. As he'll send out 2, and the one taking the most money is, of course, the son of Competitive Edge. And in Competitive Edge, he is hitting at about 20% with his debut 2-year-old runners. And as far as on the bottom side, this guy does come from a sprinting family, which is always good. So that adds that kind of more precocity of a horse to be quick. Talking with connections, it sounded like they did prefer the 10 a little bit more, but I don't know. Looking at him here in the paddock, number 7, Competitive Hero, he is one that looks well muscled. Maybe he needs to tuck up a little bit, but still, we're only going 5/8 of a mile here. And in addition to that pedigree, there was also one 2-year-old winner. So definitely a pedigree to say that he can fire early, and he is well prepared. He's acting like he's done this before so far as they're putting the tack on him. Now, number 10, Affinity, as you guys were saying, he and the 3 are the actually first 2 runners for Stallion FNX, and what a cool New York bred he was. He took a time to shoot to stardom, though, more so when Jimmy Jerkins took over training him later on in his 4-year-old campaign, and he got better as time went on. So you'd have to think that he's not necessarily going to be the most successful 2-year-old sire. This guy, though, there's some size to him. He's a little bit more elongated. It still looks like he needs to grow up a little bit more, which he will eventually do. But again, another horse that is well schooled, well prepared, kind of the same as a stablemate. Maybe he needs to tuck up slightly, but at least he has a lot of substance and conditioning to him to work with there. It looks as though these guys will definitely move forward from their debuts, but looks as though either one of them could win, Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. 2-year-olds coming up next. We'll talk more about that in just a few moments. We do want to bring you, though, the first race at Churchill Downs, as Twin Spires has a new player bonus today, and that will get you $25 in bonus bets. Sign up with the code GET25 at twinspires.com. We're using the Twin Spires app, and play $25 to get your $25 of bonus bets right now. 7-5 still on your favorite. Did you see any scenario in here in the opener at Churchill, Richie, where you felt the favorite might be a touch vulnerable at that price?
Well, you know, I'm a little surprised he's that short a
Right.
price, but I do think he had some excuse last time. I do think there's enough speed, and he's a horse that can sit right in behind the pace. So I'm looking for him to work out the right kind of trip. I think he's well spotted, and our friend and colleague, Tom Amos, like I said, always seems to win when we're on the desk. So hopefully he continues that streak.
On the 1A in here, Park Ridge Benny is Corey Lannery, who finished second by just ahead with this horse last time out. And our jockey standings presented by Claiborne Farm here at Churchill Downs. Corey Lannery having a good meet, tied for second behind Tyler Gaffleone, both he and Ricardo Santana Jr. with 15 wins at the meet.
Yeah, Corey always up among the leaders at Churchill Downs. Tyler Gaffleone has been really riding well, riding a lot of live horses, credit to his agent. Ricardo Santana, he needs no introduction. He rides hard no matter where he is. And how many times have we seen Florent Giroux win big races this year just by being aggressive?
Being very smart about taking advantage of the speed that he has. We've seen him on the lead, even thinking about Ete Indiana and the Fountain of Youth that I saw a couple months ago from the outside post, hard riding, almost felt like he was on a quarter horse, so sharp out of the gate.
You know, to be able to come out and know you have a plan, but to execute it and to get over to the fence by the first turn with that short run, as you know, at Gulfstream, and then having confidence that you can get your horse to come back to you, because sometimes once you turn them on, you can't turn them back off. So obviously he had a lot of confidence there. Interested, you know, looking at Corey Lannery warm up, what kind of visor he has on, face shield.
Yeah, I know that I've seen some people wear it. Safi Joseph Jr., trainer down in Florida, was a big fan of it because he said wearing the mask with the coronavirus restrictions, his glasses fog up a lot.
Right.
So I've never seen a rider wearing the face shield, but it is an alternative to wearing the mask as well.
Yeah, like a Darth Vader thing going
on there.
He does,
yeah. Maybe it's an intimidation tactic that he's using as well.
Oh, that's funny. But, you know, I would find it hard, I think, to ride with the mask actually on. I didn't like to wear a mask in the dead of winter at Aqueduct. Just felt like claustrophobic and inhibited my peripheral vision. So, you know, hats off to these guys. It's warm, and I just think I would struggle with it.
And now jockeys can pull a mask down during the race. Is that correct? Or do they have to keep it on?
I think they're allowed to do that then, although I've seen some guys just keep
it on.
I know I would be very uncomfortable with it.
Yeah, tough. And you're using a lot of energy when you're aboard a 1,000-pound animal.
A lot more than most people realize. You're not just a passenger. You actually are a pilot.
Certainly not. There's a shot of your favorite at Churchill. Irritator has a good stalking ability, too. You mentioned when we were doing the post parade, Dark Arden has an inside post, and that's a disadvantage. Talk a little bit more about that going the 6 furlongs here at Churchill.
Well, last time this horse actually was up on the pace, but he did have an outside draw, and it was 7 furlongs, and they went 23 flat, 46. They are going to go a sub 22 first quarter of this race. Now, part of that's for the long run-up, meaning they don't start timing the race until they actually run by the 6 furlong pole. So it's not a standstill start. They actually have several strides before the race actually begins to get timed. And at Churchill Downs, it's a very long run-up. That lends to faster first quarters. That being said, it's still quite a bit faster than a 23 first quarter that you would get going 7/8. And if he gets outrun, it's like a wave kind of folds over you. They're going to drop over to save ground. They're not going to stay out in their lanes once they're clear of you. So now you're going to have traffic around you. Horses get hit with kickback, the dirt thrown up from the other horse's hooves. And it's just difficult. Some horses don't battle through it as well. Now, this is an older horse that's raced quite a bit, so you wouldn't expect that to be an issue. He's still going to have to work out a trip, though, with traffic around him.
That's the 2, Dark Arden from that inside post. Slight turn back, but it's significant, especially given the post from the 7 furlongs to the 6. As I mentioned, Irritator has some versatility. That's always got to be nice, too, to give you a little bit of a confidence boost when you go into the starting gate, knowing that your horse doesn't necessarily need to be in any one position.
No, exactly. You know, in these races, especially lower level type horses, 6 furlongs, you still always want to come out forward. You want to get your position going forward. But just like you said, it frees your mind. If they're going way too fast, you know, you drop your hands, you could be laying 3rd, 4th, 5th. If nobody goes or a few of the other horses have hampered starts and your horse broke clean and you're on the lead, you don't have to worry about that either. So it really frees a rider up a lot.
versatile, even money shot with James Graham aboard, who's also been having himself a fine Churchill Downs meet as well, been riding in good form and teaming up often with Tom Amos, as they've got your favorite in the opener starting to load here, and we'll send it up to track announcer Travis Stone for the call of Churchill Downs here on America's Day at the races.
And all hands on deck. They're in the gate. And they're off. Strong end toward the inside. Irritator racing for the lead. Quickly comes on through to take over. Barry Lee comes away second. Most Mischief on the outside is out racing in third. Strong end toward the inside is now fourth. Homeview comes away fifth. Oh, Hansen's on deck in sixth and already 5 lengths off the lead. Then it's Park Ridge Benny and Dark Arden is at the back as Irritator shows the way with 4 furlongs to go and whip through that opening quarter in 21 and 2/5 seconds. The pace is hot. Irritator in front by half a length. Right there on the outside is Most Mischief. Right in between is Barry Lee. Those 3 still across the track. Farther back in the field, Park Ridge Benny's making good progress while saving ground down inside. They come for the top of the stretch. Irritator, fast fractions and all the half and 44. They're off the turn. Irritator's in front a length and a half. Barry Lee trying to hold on to second. Park Ridge Benny's closing down inside. Third and now second with 3 lengths to make up on Irritator, who keeps on going. Irritator, 4-length lead and 100 yards to go. Park Ridge Benny's up into second, but Irritator was sharp in victory. 3 lengths in the end. Park Ridge Benny second, Most Mischief third, tight fourth, Strong Yen or Barry Lee.
Number 5, Irritator, your favorite, got it done, much like you'd like to see a favorite do it, and they did go fast early.
They went fast early. He had no problems at the break today, broke running, was well primed, and all that money that showed up on him was justified. I like the fact that even though he was under pressure and they were going fast, you could tell Jimmy Graham had some horse underneath him, and when he shook him up, threw some reins at him, got after him a little bit with his crop underhanded there. He kicked on again. Nice run from the runner-up. Got a good ride, the 1A. Park Ridge Benny and the Corey Lannery saving every inch of ground, just second best.
Second today, and there's the head-on of the break, and not the easiest start for Park Ridge Benny either. You see sandwiched a little bit at the break, but 5-1A 7 unofficially in a photo for 4th in the first at Churchill Downs as Irritator for our colleague Tom Amos, getting ready for No Parole in the Woody Stevens tomorrow, gets the win. We'll bring 2-year-olds back at Belmont Park up next after this quick break.
As the world faces unprecedented challenges, our faith and resolve have been challenged like never before. But tough times never last, tough people do. Thanks to all the fans, the backstretch workers, trainers, owners, breeders, veterinarians, and countless others behind the scenes. We are inspired daily by your commitment, and we applaud your passion for this great sport. Together we'll rise above this, and soon we will all run happy again.
Start winning at the races with Daily Racing Form's new mobile pass performances. Access the most trusted information in horse racing, including exclusive buyer speed figures and DRF analysis and selections. Experience the new mobile optimized DRF pass performances on your phone from anywhere at any time. Go to drf.com/Fox. Use coupon code FOX to get a free single card and get the power of DRF in the palm of your hand.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Sign up now for a $25 free play and up to a $200 deposit match with promo code Belmont25.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. And don't forget, with Naira Bets, you can bet any track, bet anywhere, anytime. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of the Belmont Stakes. Tomorrow, we'll kick off the Triple Crown with the 152nd running of the Belmont Stakes. You may hear the call to post behind me. They're getting ready. They're rehearsing for sure. We have 2-year-olds, though, coming up in the first at Belmont Park. Foeing 5 furlongs on the main track. Number 7, Competitive Hero for Brad Cox. Currently 3-2 as your favorite.
And usually it's because these horses have tipped their hand in the morning just a little bit more precocious than some of their stablemates.
One of 2 in here for Brad Cox, who also has the 10 Affinity. We did learn there is one other FNX runner who debuted on the 17th down at Gulfstream Park in a maiden claiming, but these are the first 2 here in New York as we start with the number 1, Tom's Choice, called by Lauban.
I've heard a lot of good things about the Laubans. People have been saying that they've just got a good look to them. This horse is named Tom's Choice, trained by Tom Morley. Was this one of Tom's picks, one of his draft picks?
Maybe. We'll have to maybe get the story from Maggie as we take a look at the 2. Take Care, Y'all Chicken.
Okay, I'm sure there's a story behind that name. He's not taking a tremendous amount of money. Gets an apprentice, Romero Mirage, who's been making a nice impression here.
Here's the other one for Tom Morley. This one of 2 by FNX, Ocala Dream.
Another FNX. Be interesting to find out from Maggie. It looks like they've trained on a similar schedule, maybe not necessarily together. He looked good on the racetrack.
Number 5 is Thin White Duke, a first-time starter for Phil Gleaves, who can get a firster ready to roll.
Phil Gleaves is very proficient with first-time starters. This horse looks very racy, and I think 8-1 is a square price.
The number 6 is a first-time starter for James Ryerson, Market Alert.
Good steady works. I like that one work on the training track, 47. After the post-parade, let's talk about training track gate works.
More than happy to do that for sure. Here's your favorite, the number 7, Competitive Hero.
Another one with a good gate work on the training track. Has definitely been on the same schedule with his stablemate on the outside, his uncoupled stablemate, Affinity. But this guy must be showing just a bit more in the mornings.
Here's the 9, Data Deal by Data Link.
Yeah, this horse has some turf pedigree. He's trained by Mike Maselli, who's been doing a great job. Him and Dylan Davis are a good combination. 5/8 might be a little short, but we'll see in a few minutes.
And we wrap up. You mentioned Affinity. Here's that other one for Brad Cox. Louis Sai is up.
Yeah, and FNX was a horse that definitely got better with age in racing. It's going to be interesting to see how his young horses do going 5 furlongs. Unfortunately, FNX passed away young, so we're not going to see a lot of them, but this is his first crop.
Looking forward to that for sure. Of course, winner of the Grade 1 Clark, among other races, as we're checking out the 6 Market Alert. You mentioned the work on the training track at this point in time, and we've talked about it. 2-year-olds breaking from the gate, and especially on the training track. Those are important works in the morning.
They're very important works, but also I think you take the times of those works with a grain of salt. We showed the chute before the 1 1/8 start. Well, it actually is just to the left of that on the outside fence of the training track, and they'll break when there's not a lot of traffic. It's not a true half a mile. It's a little bit short of a half a mile. So you'll see a 47 and think, wow, that's quick for 2-year-olds. And it's probably more like a 48, true half a mile. So just something that I think people get a little caught up with times and works. There's a lot of different little nuances that really make a work good or bad.
And visually, sometimes you can get so much more from how the work is going. A lot of works available on XBTV, great resource to be able to see how those horses are doing it in the morning before they race.
Yeah, I actually think the visual component of watching works is more important than the time. But now if you have a horse that works fast and he doesn't look like he's working fast, well, that's the best of both worlds.
We'll check in once again with Maggie, who's standing by trackside. Still 6-5 on your favorite, Maggie.
Yeah, Keisha, before when I was talking about the 2 Brad Cox horses, it was before they had completely finished being tacked up. And number 7, Competitive Hero, he's the one who's wearing blinkers. Now, I'm not as well versed with Brad Cox and his 2-year-olds as I am with, let's say, Wesley Ward, Todd Pletcher, Chad Brown. Now, if Chad Brown or Todd Pletcher send a horse over first time out in blinkers, it's usually a negative sign. Wesley Ward, it's like just a part of their bridle. I mean, all of them wear it, and I don't put any stock into it. So I'm wondering what it means with the Brad Cox first time starter wearing blinkers. Does it mean that he is that fast, that they want him just to clear off and go? Or is it that he's a little disingenuine, and that's oftentimes why you see those horses from Todd or Chad wearing blinkers first time out, because they haven't really put forth their best foot in the mornings. Next, we'll check in with number 1. Yes, my husband Tom did pick this horse at the Saratoga Fasig-Tipton for sale for New York breds. Bought him out of the back ring for $5,000 just because he watched him go through the ring, saw that he didn't get a bid, and really, as a physical, fell in love with him. He's by a freshman sire in Lauban. He is physically, he's actually bigger and more mature looking than the rest of these in here. If he wasn't such a fizzy, nervous character, I'd be a lot more confident with him, but he's going to have to go into the stalls first. He's going to have to wait the longest, and he was quite rambunctious with the pony out there. So and you still see him now. He's like that in the mornings. I wish he would just kind of take a deep breath and chill out, and he just has not done that. As we'll take a look at number 5, Thin White Duke for Phil Gleaves. As you guys were saying, never count out a Phil Gleaves first-time starter. This guy, he looks fit, he looks lean, he looks a little unfurnished as well, and that he will need to strengthen up a little bit, but he is a half to Yes and Yes, Miami Cat. With that being said, those are turf horses. So Dominus more of a dirt influence, but we'll see if that dam side pulls through a little bit more, because he might be one that wants the green stuff instead of the brown. And then number 6, Market Alert for Jimmy Ryerson. Very fit, also one that seemed a little bit nervous in the paddock, but once he got out on track, he's actually kind of chilled out a bit, has taken a little bit of a chill pill. He's a gelding, so he's not going to be that big, bulky, strong type of character. So with that being said, he's fit. We'll see what he does here as they're approaching the gate. Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. And number 6 at 9-2 right now, Market Alert. And I wanted to circle back to something Maggie had mentioned about the 5, Richie, Thin White Duke, because this is a horse you're interested. I'm really intrigued by him as well. I can't lie. But she mentioned maybe needing to strengthen up a little bit.
Well, it just, you know, they can only do so much in training. Some horses need a race or two to really kind of come together, all the parts tighten up and fit the right way. You know, I'm going mostly on just Phil Gleaves had a first-time starter here recently, showed very high speed. We've seen him do this in the past, and he's always done well when he's based out of Saratoga. He wasn't able to get to Saratoga till later. This horse actually has a good work in Saratoga. I'm kind of going on some past history, letting that be my guide. And at 10-1, I'm willing to take that stab.
A good race to potentially take a shot in. As Maggie heading towards the starting gate, you mentioned a post position being important for a 2-year-old, having to wait in the gate a little bit longer. These are horses, they don't know what to expect in this scenario.
Well, Acacia, a lot of these horses work, while they do work from the gate, most of their work, most of their morning exercise is done from a run. So they're working from the pole. They're already galloping from the pole. When they set off galloping, they're trotting that. They're not standing still. So the longer they have to stand still, the more unnatural it comes for them just to fire out of there. It comes with racing. So yes, I think it's a detriment more, not from necessarily being on the inside, but the fact that they have to stand the longest and they have to kind of wait in there, and there's a lot of time for error.
And you feel your horse getting nervous under you a little bit, Richie, when you're in the gate, don't you?
Well, you know, when one is nervous, they'll almost start to puff up, and you'll feel their heartbeat against your leg. And when it starts building, you just want the gates to open and kind of release that pressure.
2-year-olds coming up a little bit nervous behind the gate. The number 9 Data Deal heading in. We'll send it up to the voice of New York racing, John Embrial, for the call of the first at Belmont. 2-year-olds, always a fun time of year seeing these 2-year-olds take center stage.
They're in the gate. Riders off number 1, Tom's Choice. We'll have a slight delay.
Junior Alvarado off number 1, Tom's Choice. Maggie mentioned this horse having to stand in the gate, getting a little bit nervous. And that can happen being backed out of the gate as a rider. Does your head start going a little bit at a time like this?
Well, just when the way he got flipped up in the gate, that'll sometimes make you take a little pause. And again, we talked about it in there a long time, that pressure building up, the horse kind of blew. Sometimes backing them out, though, makes the horse take a breath, and they'll go in and act better about it the second time. Let's keep our fingers crossed that's the case.
Heading back in, here's John Embriel.
He's in, we're set. And they're off. And Tom's Choice breaks on top. Competitive Hero now is moving up, and the favorite takes over the lead. Competitive Hero is the leader with Affinity. On the outside, moving into second, Tom's Choice is third. Data Deal is next in fourth. Market Alert runs in fifth. Then it's Thin White Duke in sixth, followed by Take Care Y'all Chicken and Ocala Dream. Up front, it's Competitive Hero on the inside and Affinity on the outside. The two of them are heads apart after a quarter in 22 and 3/5 seconds. Now Data Deal advances into third. Market Alert is down towards the rail in fourth. Tom's Choice has dropped back. They are at the top of the stretch, and it is Affinity on the outside to take over the lead from Competitive Hero. It's Affinity in front. Here comes Market Alert now up to challenge. Market Alert right alongside of Affinity. Market Alert and Affinity. And Market Alert has taken over and is drawing away here. Market Alert wins his debut by 3.5 lengths. Affinity was second. Thin White Duke came on for third. And Competitive Hero faded to fourth.
Number 6, Market Alert. He took attention at the windows. Had a nice trip today under Jose Lezcano.
Yeah, and nice to see a first-time starter win from off the pace. You know, in these 5-furlong 2-year-old races, a lot of times it's the horses that don't get the kickback, the dirt thrown in their face, that have the best of it. Brad Cox's horses, the 10, Affinity, who was second, Competitive Hero, kind of chewed on each other a little bit from the same barn and set it up nicely. But this horse was very professional under Jose Lezcano. Great job by Jimmy Ryerson having him ready. And you're going to see he's going to get over his right lead right there. And that's when he kind of panned out and went on about his business. Decent late run from the 5, Thin White Duke for third, who was green early from that kickback. I like when I see a 2-year-old win like this, though. It speaks more than just about their ability. It speaks about their character. And horses that win like that first time usually go forward.
Having the tenacity to win from off the pace first time out, Maggie. Market Alert. Impressive to win like that as a 2-year-old first-time starter.
Yeah, I totally agree, Acacia. And Jimmy Ryerson, if he has the right goods in his hands, he can get one ready to fire well first time out. I've seen it before. And, you know, thinking about the two from the Brad Cox barn, it just felt as though, yeah, they looked as though they were going to be quick, but a start is what they needed. They just looked as though they kind of had that baby fat to them. So maybe with that start under their belt, they will definitely take a step forward. And two, I think I'm learning that maybe blinkers are something to look for with Brad Cox first-time 2-year-olds as possibly a red flag.
A good point there for sure, Maggie. Thank you. As we see some trainers do that. Personally, I don't have entire stats, but I don't love to see a Todd Pletcher first-time starter with blinkers on at all.
Well, it makes you feel like they're trying to get them to focus, and they just haven't, the light bulb hasn't gone on yet.
Blinkers were not on the 6, Market Alert. He was very impressive today to win first out. We've got a lot more coming up on America's Day at the Races after this.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity. Out of a full sister to champions yesterday and Quarter Moon, his picture-perfect pedigree includes 8 Grade 1 winners under the first 3 dams. A winner in his 2-year-old debut at Aqueduct, he was named a TDN Rising Star. He captured a decisive victory at Keeneland and won the Grade 3 Pennine Ridge Stakes at Belmont. The only son of top sire Dubois standing in Kentucky. DeMarchelier, new for 2020 at Claiborne Farm.
Don't miss Saturday's Belmont Stakes Day. Swale and Gotham Stakes winner Mischievous Alex has been toying with the competition.
Mischievous Alex has a 3-length lead, and he's going to win the Grade 3 Gotham.
Can Mischievous Alex win a 4th straight? The Woody Stevens kicks off an all-star card, the first of 6 stakes races on the program. Watch the 36th running of the Woody Stevens, presented by Claiborne Farm.
We're still up at the break of dawn, committed more than ever to the health and safety of all our athletes. with many of our other favorite sports on hold. We're still offering the most thrilling, heart-pounding action in all the land. And that, America, is something you can bet on.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. There's a shot of the Belmont Stakes paddock, and here's, if you missed it, a replay of the first race at Belmont Park, where we saw an impressive first-time starter in the 2-year-olds. Market Alert, a gelding by DeFunnybone, winning off the pace first time out, Richie.
Yeah, saved all the ground into the stretch, took the kickback, dirt thrown back in his face, moved up gamely behind horses, was angled out by jockey Jose Lascano. I almost said Junior Alvarado, my apologies. And finished resolutely. Very professional debut and showed a lot of ability.
Nice performance over the number 10, Affinity, 1 of 2 for Brad Cox, who, as we heard from Maggie, may improve after having this race. Market Alert, a $12.20 winner in the opener. Well, on this racetrack tomorrow will be the scene of the 152nd running of the Belmont Stakes, brought to you by Naira Bets. We have Tis the Law as your morning line favorite, but trainer Bill Mott, as we've been mentioning many times, still searching for that 5,000th victory. What a group he is among, even to be at the number of wins that he is, Richie. An incredible achievement.
He'll become only the 7th trainer in North American racing history to reach the 5,000 win mark. Bill Mott, youngest trainer ever, honored with the selection into the Racing Hall of Fame. And he's got a Belmont starter that I think is a bit of a sleeper.
He has Modernist, a horse that was a little bit on the fence as to whether he might run him. We're checking out the second division of the Risen Star, where he's down on the inside. He ended up getting the win this day, finishing 3rd in the Louisiana Derby last time out.
And a strong handling here by Junior Alvarado. And that's the thing that leads me to believe that this horse has still got improvement in him. He's almost a horse that's like running with the emergency brake on, a little bit in stops and starts. Like he just hasn't put it all together. There's not a tremendous amount of continuity. Watching him work, he might have taken that step he needs to.
He worked in company with Tacitus, who was a Belmont contender last year for Belmont. He's the gray right there. Tap it out of close hatches. We heard a lot about him for sure, but it is kind of fun to see him teaming up with Tacitus in the mornings, but he seems to be coming in good order.
He really does. Now you got to think Tacitus is 4, he's 3. Now it's just a workout, and they're passing a horse that happened to join in in the work, and that happens in the morning. Sometimes there's just a lot of traffic out there. But this would be, let's say, like Mike Tyson sparring with Larry Holmes before he got to that level. You're talking about a horse that's a year behind, and it's a big year behind at this stage of their development. So this is like maybe a college athlete working out with a professional athlete.
I love that comparison as well. And watching the last couple of races for Modernist, he seemed kind of keen early on in his races to me. He showed speed when he broke his maiden at Aqueduct back at the end of January, and he looks like he's one that really hasn't still kind of found his feet underneath of him yet in the early stages of the race.
Well, I think the 1 1/8, that elongated 1 1/8 with over a half-a-mile run to the far turn is going to help a horse like him. He's got a big, efficient stride, and if he can get into that rhythm, like you're saying, get his feet on him, get into the right rhythm, I think he's a sleeper. Off of that work, I really elevated him.
Junior Alvarado going to be in the saddle, going from post 4, 15 to 1 on the morning line. Could be a little bit of a sleeper. And in the Louisiana Derby last time out from post 14, never had the easiest of trips either.
No, not at all.
We're bringing you Churchill Downs as well. We have race number 2 coming up next. We'll talk more Belmont Stakes in a little bit. Number 5, Cristo, your current 9-5 favorite, as we're going a mile and a 16th on the main track in this lower level claiming race, and they're heading out onto the track. Cristo coming out of a couple of in-the-money finishes at a comparable level. Tyler Bay's aboard. We'll start our post-parade momentarily, Richie, beginning with the number 1, Wild About You.
A horse that ran at Oaklawn in that mile and three-quarter kind of good get-out race, goodbye race for the Oaklawn meet. Obviously much too far. The horse does have some back races that would make him competitive.
Taking that drop in class as well, as we see him there on his toes on track, breaking from post 1, as we have a long shot coming up next. Quite a few long shots in this race for sure. The number 2, New Year's Luck, will be next.
Yeah, this horse has just been off form. I haven't seen anything in recency that would make me think this horse was a contender.
There he is on the track right now with John Court aboard. So we have up next the number 3, Off Sixes, off of a little bit of a layoff since mid-February.
Off of a layoff when just really was a poor run for 5,000 at Mountaineer. I'm sorry, was that, yeah, Mountaineer. I thought I thought I got the initials wrong. I think I put my contacts in the wrong eyes today. This horse would have to improve vastly.
I won't ask any specific questions today. The number 4, gray on the screen right now, is Laddie Boy.
That takes, I think, a substantial drop in class, 16,000 down to 5. And some of the races until the last race would certainly put this horse squarely in the picture.
And at this level, you want to see some consistency as well, as there's your favorite, the number 5, Cristo.
And this horse has some speed, taking a slight drop in class. Very logical, makes sense. I actually like the 4 a little better, but I understand this horse taking the money he's taken.
Here's another one getting some attention. Race seems to be centered around these 3. Number 6 is County Court.
And this horse possesses the least amount of speed of those 3 that are taking the most attention. But we saw Corey Lannery deliver a really nice ground-saving kind of trip the last time this horse won. Who was on board? Corey Lannery.
There's the number 7, Carmelo, up next.
Another horse that's staying at the same level, ran credibly last time, possesses some speed.
We'll check out now the number 8, Gold Hawk, off of a big layoff. Hasn't raced since November of 2018.
Really long layoff, and usually these kind need to have a start or 2 if they're going to come back to their form to shake the ring rust off.
A 9-year-old now for Larry Ravelli, as we check out the 9, Senor Friday.
And this horse, you know, it's really, last race was just terrible. He was basically eased, but he showed more speed. They take the blinkers off. Maybe they think they need to get him to relax. I'm not seeing it. It would surprise me.
And we wrap things up with the number 10, Star Dog, on the outside at a big price.
Yeah, a horse that would have to work out some kind of a trip from out there in no man's land, and just seems up against it.
That's the field here for the 2nd at Churchill Downs, and it's time for the Twin Spires Market Mover, where we identify the horse that's attracting the most support in money late in betting, and that is not surprising. The number 5, Cristo, who's currently up there at 2-1, taking all the attention on the board. And just remember, Twin Spires is offering you $25 in bonus bets. So sign up with the code GET25 at twinspires.com or with the Twin Spires app and play $25 to get your $25 of bonus bets right now. That's your favorite on the screen right now, the number 5, Cristo. As you mentioned, though, Richie, had a little bit more intrigue with the number 4, Laddie Boy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to throw out the one bad race, and maybe that's the wrong thing to do. I just think that race was too bad to be true. If you look at his previous starts to that, they're all good runs. The one issue I have, 12 wins, 21 seconds. I start questioning a horse's desire. When it gets close, if they really want it, I try to be kind and say they're polite horses. They allow, no, after you can go ahead. But Laddie Boy, from a speed figure standpoint, the drop in class, and if he can go back to his better races, I think makes him very competitive.
Now, he's a 9-year-old now. We talked about this a little bit the other day. When you have some older horses, and they can still be very competitive at this age, and it's more about their desire. It's more about them feeling good on the racetrack at this stage.
Well, absolutely. They, if they're in a good frame of mind, if physically they feel good, then they want to perform. And, it's just like people. You work your whole life. There's going to be days you get up and say, I'm really not into this today.
Yep.
You just hope, because horses can't talk to us the way we can communicate, but they do talk to us if we pay close enough attention and read body language. I like what I'm seeing from him in the post parade. Obviously, we're a long ways away, and I'm watching it on TV, but I do like that he had a good bounce in his step and got a nice warm-up.
Gray by Warpass, a 9-year-old, making start number 84 this afternoon. And Andy and I talk about it a lot, too, that some of these older horses, they really are just, I think, kind of the unsung heroes of our game. I mean, these are horses, they show up every time. The claiming race is the backbone of our sport as well.
Absolutely. These horses are the heart and soul of the game. You know, not every day can be Belmont Stakes Day. And these guys show up, and I call them lunch pail horses. They bring their lunch pail, and they go to work.
Getting ready to go to work here in race 2 at Churchill Downs. We'll send it up to Travis Stone for the call of the second.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Even start toward the outside. Gold Hawk is there. Carmelo, Laddie Boy mid-pack off 6s toward the rail. Racing for the clubhouse turn, Laddie Boy goes on with it now. Laddie Boy opens up to lead by a length and a half. Gold Hawk comes on to be second, while outside off 6s settles in toward the rail third, right alongside of Carmelo, who is in tight briefly there, back in fourth. Then it's Cristo who comes away fifth, just ahead of Senior Friday 6th. New Year's Luck is down inside 7th. County Court follows that one 8th by 4. And the back two are Wild About You and Stardog. They're about 10 lengths off the lead. And the opening quarter in 24 and 2 fifth second. So it is Laddie Boy in front. Reserved while doing so. Firm hold leads by a length. Gold Hawk is tracking second on the outside. Half length back to Carmelo, who's in the clear racing third. Off 6s covered up inside, given more rain from fourth. Cristo's fifth and a little bit wide past a half-mile pole. Then it's Senior Friday over toward the inside. County Court starting to make some progress in between. New Year's Luck's drawing to within 6 or 7 lengths of the lead. Stardog with a lot to do. And Wild About You's at the back. And up top, it's Laddie Boy. Laddie Boy rounding the far turn in control, leads a length and a half still. Gold Hawk in a full-out drive. Carmelo comes up outside. Senior Friday's there. County Court cuts the corner nicely. Top of the stretch. Laddie Boy in front. In front by 2 with 1 furlong to go. County Court has closed in to be second. Senior Friday center the track and Carmelo in between. But Laddie Boy, with plenty left for this final 8th, has opened back up by 4. And Laddie Boy and Mitchell Murrow will go coast to coast. Streaking onto the wire, the 3-length winner. County Court was second. Senior Friday third, and Carmelo was fourth.
Number 4, Laddie Boy. He was in the zone today, broke well, and that was all she wrote, Richie.
Yeah, you know, the last race was too bad to be true, and at an advanced stage, when he bounced out of the gate with enthusiasm, you knew at least he was going to run. He got very comfortable on the lead under Mitchell Murrow, and sometimes with horses that have a tendency to run second more than to win, the best place to be is on the lead because they don't have to pass anybody.
Yeah. No questions about him today as he pulled away 4, 6, 9, 7 unofficially in the second race at Churchill Downs. He's easy to spot out there, being the gray in the field as well. No dirt on him. He was out front the whole time.
Clean the entire time, and looked like he enjoyed himself today. So he's still got a little, he hasn't lost a step yet. Or he might have lost a step, but not all the way.
Not all the way. 9-year-old gets the win. Coming up, we'll talk about a Florida shipper looking for a classic win. Soleil Volante came in from Gulfstream Park. He's your second morning line choice in the Belmont Stakes.
Celebrate Belmont Stakes Day with America's Day at the Races. Watch a stellar undercard of heart-pounding racing action. The 3 of them hit the wire together. Our team of experts give out their picks and report on up-to-the-minute information as the day builds for the 152nd running of the Belmont Stakes. Don't miss Belmont Stakes Day on America's Day at the Races Saturday. Check your local listing.
Adrenaline pumping. Hearts racing, the thrill of winning. And it all happens right here. Twin Spires, from the team behind the Kentucky Derby and the destination for horse racing wagering from around the globe. From beginner to expert, Twin Spires is betting made fun and easy. And for new players, once you place your first $25 worth of bets, we'll match that in bonus bets. Twin Spires, racing into your home. Download the app now. See site for details. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, and don't forget, with Naira Bets, you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And Naira Bets is the official betting partner of the Belmont Stakes. We'll have the 152nd running of the Belmont Stakes tomorrow on June 20th. But of immediate concern, we have race 2 at Belmont coming up. We're going on the inner turf, 1.25 miles for this maiden special weight for the fillies. Not often you see a 1.25 mile maiden special weight race on the turf, Richie.
No, but I like it, especially here at Belmont Park. You know, we have a good run to the first turn. It's always an intriguing race. And to me, a lot of times it comes down to being a rider's race. Like this race, we're not seeing a tremendous amount of early speed here.
Manny Franco on your favorite. All others follow as they start to head out. Manny Franco will also be on your Belmont favorite tomorrow on Tis the Law as we kick off our post parade with the number 1, Astoundment.
From a trainer, Jimmy Toner, that excels with turf runners, and especially turf runners going long. Good inside post, and this horse would have to improve a little bit, but maybe the 1.25 miles will be the answer.
On her toes right now is your favorite. All others follow. Second-time starter for Chet Brown.
Beautifully bred filly by See the Stars, one of the most exciting horses that I've ever seen, and closed well at Tampa. 1.25 miles should suit.
Couple of next out winners from that race as we check out one of 2 in here for Christophe Clement, Colleen Bond.
And Christophe just having a terrific Belmont spring meeting. Everything he puts on the track is run well. This horse had a lot of chances, but has run well at the 1.25 miles.
Trying the turf for the first time is the number 5, Tonal Verse, filly by Belmont winner Tonalist.
Has run some decent races on the dirt, stretches out to 1.25 miles, being by a Belmont Stakes winner at 1.5 miles, and Trevor McCarthy ships in.
The regular rider, as he's based more in the mid-Atlantic, as we check out the number 6, Curly Whirly, the other one for Christophe Clement.
Another horse that debuted at Tampa, should improve, and certainly Christophe excels with these type of runners.
Here's the number 7 in front for Shug McGahee, off of a bit of a layoff since her last race in January.
And I think this is the horse that possesses the most natural speed and could have a pace advantage. If Jose Ortiz allows her to just gallop freely on the lead, she could lead them a long way.
Maybe use some of that speed that we saw the last time she raced at Belmont back in October as we wrap up the post parade with the 8, Fortuna.
Fortuna would have to improve from her first 2 races, but those were as 2-year-olds. A lot of these horses change, develop, and as 3-year-olds, their form turns around. So I can't count her out because of that.
Graham motion. He does have 2 in here as we check out your current favorite. All others follow. As you mentioned, she closed well in her debut at Tampa by a stallion that maybe some of our viewers not familiar with European pedigrees may not see much of See the Stars, but what a racehorse.
What a racehorse. Finished his career winning the Arc de Triomphe with that, and actually finished his rider's career at the same time. Mick Kinane decided it couldn't get better than that. I'm stepping out on top. Fairy tale kind of ending there. This is an absolutely beautiful filly, owned by Peter Brandt, who was such a force in racing in the late 70s into the 80s, campaigning great race mares on the turf like Weya and Just a Game, and obviously some very good dirt horses like Gulch, and I'll probably leave some names out, but nice to see him back in full force in the game, and very lovely, pretty See the Stars filly there.
One of the more exciting European stallions. Fun to get to see one of his offspring here stateside as we're looking at the 7 in front. We'll talk more about this race in a moment, but first let's bring in Maggie downstairs trackside, getting a look at the warm-ups. Maggie?
And the horse that is your favorite, as you guys were discussing, the filly by See the Stars. And, well, it seems appropriate that it's Ascot week, and we see one of his progeny running here in the States. And it almost feels as though maybe they wrote this race with Chad Brown runner in mind, as we do see him bringing forth a lot of these European pedigrees. I was really underwhelmed in the paddock, but as soon as the rider, Manny Franco, got aboard her, she did a 180. I mean, she came alive underneath of him. She puffed up. Her hindquarters looked kind of weak and peaked, and then once he got on her back, she came up underneath of herself and really just impressed me. And I do think she will be one that likes going longer, obviously with that pedigree as well. And going back to that first race at Tampa, she was very wide throughout, and that race kind of more so dominated on the front end. She had more work to do, and it seemed as though it was more of a learning experience for her than one in which she was going to win first time out. You know, the rider he wasn't all out on her. It was more kind of teaching her the ropes. So she should move forward from that. But there's some others in here that intrigue me, including the one for Jimmy Toner, Astoundment. Now, while in front, number 7, who I'll get to in a second, is more the confirmed speed on paper, Astoundment has never gone this far before. And I'm wondering, with the stretch out, coupled with the fact that she was by far the sharpest and most kind of bubbly in a good way on her toes in the paddock, leads me to believe that, or at least I'm hoping, Eric Cancel is aggressive enough with her from the onslaught, because she's a big, strong, good-looking filly by Kitten's Joy. Really liked what I'd seen from her. She's going to be my pick in here. I'm trying to take a little bit of a shot here against some of the shorter-priced horses, just because she really impressed me with her physicality and the fact that she just feels like a happy horse coming into this effort. As we'll move on to number 4, Colin Bond for Christophe Camont, and this is probably one of the best times I've seen her. Granted, she's had her chances, and her chances are adding up, but where a lot of these don't have the experience going this kind of distance, she does. I mean, she's run races at 1 mile and 5/16 and 2 at this distance of 1 mile and a quarter. Well, 1 on the turf, I should say. But I really like what I'm seeing from her coming back. I don't love her resume, because she's still in the maiden ranks after 8 tries, but I think she's a filly that should be a force to be reckoned with. Now, number 7 in front, you would have to think Jose will be aggressive with her, as she was on the front end going 1 mile and an 1/8, 3 starts ago, but she comes off of a layoff, and while she looks very fit, I just wish she looked better overall, from the sense that her coat's just a bit dry, a bit wispy looking, and that's not what you typically see from horses in the middle of summer, as we are here in June. And she just kind of seemed a little dull acting as well. So we'll see. Yeah, she might have a pace advantage if things play out as they look to be on paper, but like I said, I'm a little bit dubious of her chances based upon what I saw physically from her, Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. In front, the number 7 right now. I know that's something you talk about often too, Richie. When it is a little bit warmer, it's summer this time of year, you want to see a horse react to that a little bit. It's the body's natural mechanism, sweating, keeping a horse where it needs to be.
Yeah, horses need to sweat, especially when it's warm and a little bit of humidity. Now, it's not terribly humid today or anything, but it tells you that their coolant system's working properly and that the horse is in good health. I almost went with the 7 as my selection, because I do think that she could be galloping freely on the lead, and we've seen that angle play out before, and it works. But I was just so taken with the appearance of the 2 on the racetrack, the All Others Follow, the See the Stars filly, that I wound up going with the chalk. Maggie made me feel a little more comfortable with my selection.
Good notes from Maggie as well. And Maggie, 1.25 miles on this turf course. From where they break in the gate, this is not a distance that we see too much of for maidens.
No, we do, honestly, they do tend to run them here at Belmont because you can. It's so easy. I mean, you're only going one full circuit of the inner turf course here. So they're fun races to run. They're fun races to watch because, as Richie said, sometimes it turns into a chess match in which you'll only see them sprinting home the last half mile of 3/8.
Breaking just a little bit in front of where the finish line is, going pretty much a little bit more than a full lap, around 1.25 miles, your current favorite. All others follow, getting that stretch out. Affiliated by See the Stars. Fox Sports is the home of Belmont Park and Churchill Downs, and we have the second at Belmont coming up next. Here's the voice of New York racing, John Embrial, with the call.
Front and Fortuna. There in the gate. And the rough. Colin Bawn is sent out for the early lead. From the outside in front now moves up. In between those two, it's Tonal Verse and Fortuna. And then Curly Whirly. Down on the inside is Astoundment. And all others follow is the early trailer in 7th as the field races for the clubhouse turn. And it is in front with the lead here over Fortuna. Colin Bawn is now back running in 3rd, and Tonal Verse is in 4th. On the outside is Curly Whirly in 5th, followed by the big favorite, All Others Follow, and Astoundment. The opening quarter, 24-1. In front, takes the field now to the backstretch. It's in front by 2.5 lengths. Fortuna continues to race in 2nd. Colin Bawn, bit tough to handle there. Next and 3rd, there's room on the inside, and Astoundment now comes on through. Astoundment takes 3rd. Colin Bawn is now back running in 4th. Then it's the trio of All Others Follow, along with Curly Whirly and Tonal Verse. Half mile, 50-1. In front by 1.5 lengths. Fortuna, the long shot, remains in 2nd. Astoundment down at the rail in 3rd. And Colin Bawn is 4th, 4 lengths off the lead. Then it's All Others Follow and Curly Whirly. Those two are together. Tonal Verse is at the back of the pack as they begin the run into the far turn. It's in front, continuing to lead here by 3/4 length. Fortuna continues to chase in 2nd as they race midway on the turn. It's in front by 1/2 length. Fortuna in 2nd. Then Colin Bawn and Astoundment. They're right together, 3rd and 4th. All Others Follow is asked for more. On her outside is Curly Whirly as the field comes into the stretch. It is in front and Fortuna, and on the outside, Colin Bawn is coming on. Fortuna, Colin Bawn. Those two are now heads apart for the lead. In front is back running in 3rd. It's Colin Bawn on the outside, and Fortuna and Colin Bawn will break her maiden, going 1.25 miles here at Belmont. Fortuna was 2nd. In front was 3rd.
Colin Bawn in start number 9, but off of a bit of a layoff, she really seemed to relish this distance under a well-timed ride.
Very well-timed ride, and she kind of signaled that she was doing well when she broke as sharply as she did. Got her position going forward on Joel Rosario, and when Joel is on and riding well, that's what you see. Then the horses don't have as much to do. He kind of galloped her into the stretch, no pace on whatsoever. They went 1/2 and 50, 3/4 and 1:15, and then they picked it up from there. Came home the last 3/8 and 36. That's running for this distance, and a big strong finish from him. Very improved effort from the 8 Fortuna. We talked about horses at 2, how they developed. 3, she developed well. No excuses at all for the 7 in front, who got to set that slow pace. All the horses that had position were there at the finish. A lot of horses lost position going into the first turn or just never were in position to win the race off a slow pace.
It's so important to get position early, regardless of the distance, Maggie. And as you had mentioned, lots of improvement today from Colin Bawn.
Yeah, she finally broke through. Career start number 9, coming back now here to New York as a 4-year-old. And congratulations to Christophe Clement and Waterville Lake Stables, who persevered with this filly who seems to relish these distances. And this is a case in which a filly that had experience at these distances won. And I think that's a key factor in handicapping these races a lot of times. And 2, as Richie said, these were the horses who had position going forward. Number 2, your favorite, All Others Follow, did not. She was last going into the first turn. Yes, maybe you make an excuse for her here. And 2, it was only her second start. But the rare off the board Chad Brown runner, and yes, I agree. In front should have seen this one through with the fractions that she got to set. But like I said, congratulations to the winner, because she also got a little rank down the backside with those slow fractions in front of her. But good old Joelle with those soft like butter hands that nursed her away to the front.
That's right, Maggie. Thanks. And yeah, I was going to point it out. There were looked to be a couple of moments, as we might get a chance to see the replays in just a moment, but there were a couple of moments where Colleen Bond did not seem completely settled, but having patience in a position like that, that's something we know Joelle Rosario can do.
Well, and again, soft hands, getting a horse to come into your hands. Now, I misspoke. They actually came on the last quarter in 22 and 2, basically. Yeah. That's flying. That's sprinting home. Horses with position have a huge advantage.
Your unofficial winner there, 4-8-7-1 unofficially at Belmont. Colleen Bond breaks through to get to the winner's circle for trainer Christophe Clement. We're bringing you a lot more on America's Day at the races after this quick timeout.
If your run-happy 2-year-old wins a maiden special weight at Belmont, Summer Meet, Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs, you shall receive $100,000 bonus. Remember, win an extra $100,000 in 2020 when your run-happy 2-year-old wins a maiden special weight at Belmont, Summer Meet, Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs. Be happy and run happy.
This is Edgar. Hey. Edgar loves betting on sports, but horse racing? That's a no. But these days, Edgar's found himself looking for a few more ways to win. I do like more. So he downloaded FanDuel Racing, the only app built specifically for fans who are new to betting horses. And with FanDuel Racing, Edgar can stream every race right from the comfort of his couch. And with a race starting every few minutes, it sure beats. Bet and watch the Belmont Stakes on FanDuel Racing. New users get 20-to-1 odds on any horse to win.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires, with Grade 1 winners on dirt and turf, and star performers both at home and abroad. Warfront's success as an international super sire is unmatched. Recent Grade 1 winners include Omaha Beach and Preakness Stakes hero War of Will. In the auction ring, Warfront was the #1 sire by highest average at Keeneland September, with yearlings commanding prices up to $2.9 million. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Back on America's Day at the races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. We just had the second race at Belmont Park where Colleen Bond managed to break through out there in the pink cap, the #4 with Joelle Rosario, doing his best, as he always does, down to the wire.
I love watching him ride and how he builds a horse incrementally into their stride, even into a drive. Turns for home, starts picking them up, keeping them going forward, building into that crescendo, asking only for as much as he needs. It's fun to watch him finish on a horse.
Very artistic, almost kind of rider. I think you could almost
Absolutely.
explain it down to the wire. $7.20 winner. Long Shot Fortuna, much improved for Grand Motion, finishing second there. And Belmont, we're talking about the races at Belmont today. Of course, the big story tomorrow, the 152nd running of the Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets. It's the first leg of the Triple Crown. And we've talked a lot about 'Tis the Law, but there's a good-sized field that he's going to have to take on as well. And one of those horses, Volante, a nice win just about 10 days ago.
Nice win. Another horse coming back. We talk about a quick turnaround, short rest, but a horse that obviously is doing well. I thought this race was impressive. Well, this is back at the Sam Davis. You know, he's a closer. I think he's a horse that does his best running when he's out in the clear. I think the 1-turn mile and 1/8 will give him an opportunity to get to that position at some stage. And a race that seems to have enough speed to help set up his late run. He's just going to need some help on the front end.
Certainly will. A true closer for sure. And there he is with assistant trainer and co-owner Andy Biancone, her father Patrick Biancone, the trainer. And an exciting time for her, certainly, as well, having a piece of this horse, too. And she's out there on him in the mornings. And Connections even saying they wouldn't have minded if this race had stayed at the 1.5 miles for this horse.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, he does look like a horse that will get the distance. I can't imagine how much fun it is to gallop your own horse that you own a piece of, and for, you know, especially in a big race like this.
Yeah. Big race for sure. Of course, as you mentioned, won the Sam F. Davis, second in the Tampa Bay Derby. He will go from post 2 for Reeves Racing and Andy Biancone. And great to see Luca Panici with the mount, too. I mentioned this a couple of days ago. Luca out with multiple injuries this summer. He had a broken collarbone. Then when he came back shortly thereafter, had another injury which sidelined him.
And it's so hard on riders because just when you're starting to rebuild your business, you get hurt again and you got to start from ground zero. Absolutely. And a guy that has shown a lot of ability. And Luca Panici, he's Italian. How can I not like him?
Maybe doesn't get some of those big blockbuster mounts, but happy to see him keeping the mount aboard Soleil Volante. Up next, though, we have race 3 here at Churchill Downs. 2-year-olds. And as we mentioned, unfortunately, we don't have the help of Maggie for this race, but we will start our post-parade, Richie, with the number 1, Pico d'Oro.
Well, I always look in these 2-year-old races when you have a lot of first-time starters, who's acting properly, who looks well-schooled, means the trainer hasn't left any checkbox unmarked. You see the one horse act just a little bit studdish.
Debuting with blinkers on, acting up a little bit with the pony, as is the 2, Jackie's Warrior. Doesn't look entirely comfortable right now at 2-1.
Well, I know from Steve Asmussen's barn, he's very well-schooled. I think he was reacting to the 3 horse who was really acting up and kind of spooked him.
That looks like the 5 is going to be next in our post-parade. The number 5, Petit Verdot, second-time starter, has experience.
Yeah, the only horse that actually has a race under his belt, and will have to improve, but we've seen that happen a lot. Horse has a race, and they step forward in their second start.
There's the 3 next. We're a little bit out of order, but the ride of a lifetime for Nacho Correas.
Horse taking a little bit of money for a trainer that can get a horse ready to win first time. Looks like kind of on the small side, doesn't he?
Does look a little bit smaller. We have some big ponies there at Churchill Downs, though, too. There's the 6 next in our post-parade, Private Island for Ian Wilkes.
Ian Wilkes, a trainer that tends to let horses race in the competition and learn that way. I'll look for him down the line.
7, Frosted Prayer, the other one for Steve Asmussen up next.
Another horse that you know is going to be well-schooled by Frosted. Curious to see how these guys do. Gets Tyler Bass.
We did just get a note that the 4 All I Know is a late scratch. That's why you didn't see him here in the post-parade. But next in our post-parade will be your current favorite at 8-5, Cousteau.
The cleverly named son of Into Mischief out of Paris Bikini. Todd Pletcher knows how to get horses ready to win first time out. Gets an outside post, so hopefully he leaves there straight and true.
That's our field. As we mentioned, late scratch there. But do want to remind everybody that Twin Spires has a new player bonus, and that earns you $25 in bonus bets. Sign up with the code GET25 at twinspires.com or using the Twin Spires app and play $25 to get your $25 of bonus bets right now. Looking at the number 5, Petit Verdot, second-time starter. You mentioned that experience edge. We talked about this a little bit earlier with the 2-year-old race at Belmont. Horses have not experienced the atmosphere of race day. It's much different than what they're going through in the mornings.
Yeah, no matter how much you train a horse, it's very hard to simulate race conditions in the mornings. What I look for when you're looking at a second-time starter is you just don't want to see them very shook up, overly nervous, where it makes you think they had a bad experience in their first start. This guy looks like he's a cool customer, and hopefully he learns some things out of his first race. It helps him step forward.
The only one with experience in here is, as we mentioned, the 4 All I Know, a late scratch. Did get word that he unseated his rider, Corey Lannery, and got loose prior to the race. We'll keep you updated on that situation as we do get some more information. Looking well now on the track is the 2 Jackie's Warrior. As we said, 2 in here for Steve Asmussen. What was arguably his go-to rider, Ricardo Santana, lands here.
Yeah, I don't even think we can argue that point. That's his
Sure.
go-to guy. They spend the winter together at Oaklawn. Ricardo and he seem to understand each other. This horse got a great look by McLean's Music. Absolutely brilliant runner who's thrown some very fast horses. And I like this horse. Out of the first-time starters, I will take the 2 Jackie's Warrior. He was acting up a bit, but we kind of find out it was probably because the FORE was creating havoc behind him and spooked him a little bit, but he settled in nicely. He's got a great way of moving about him.
And horses do react to each other. They're herd animals at the end of the day.
Well, they see one reacting or panicking. They go, well, there must be a reason to panic.
Right.
What's wrong?
That fight or flight instinct does kick in there. Steve Asmussen has a nice 1-2 punch in this race. We've been tracking his status as the Churchill Downs all-time leading trainer. He, though, was then subsequently surpassed once again by Dale Romans, who has 740 wins. Steve with 739, both remarkable records.
I think we'll see these guys swapping this lead several times over this season. You know, both terrifically accomplished horsemen. One thing we should talk about with Steve Asmussen and his 2-year-olds, and I don't know for certain that these particular 2-year-olds, but the majority of the 2-year-olds are started at his mother and father's place in Laredo, Texas. Keith Asmussen, his dad, does a great job schooling the horses. His brother Cash works down there with him, you know, one of the greatest riders of all time and certainly a top-class horseman. So having the advantage of knowing these horses and how they've developed from babies to this current place, I think is a huge advantage. And they do a remarkable job there because you see how well behaved the vast majority of their horses are.
So true. And the family, deeply ingrained in racing, as you mentioned, his son, Keith Asmussen, debuted on Monday with his first start as a rider, finishing second.
Very, very cool for me to watch. I you know, happened to see these boys grow up, excuse me, I'm looking at a warm-up, grow up, coming to Saratoga with their dad every summer, and it very much is a family affair. And I was very proud of the way his son Keith rode his first race. Encountered some traffic, but it's not easy. People don't understand that when you ride your first race, it's a lot of activity and speed and action, and your mind's got to learn to slow things down and process. And I thought he did a really good job of seeing the race. Of course, he's got the pedigree to be successful at whatever he does with horses. So this is something he's trying to do until college starts again. I think that's really, you know, to be commended. Someone getting an opportunity to live their dream.
Yeah, he said it was a bucket list item due to coronavirus. He was not attending school physically, doing school online, so he was able to be working horses regularly in the mornings. And his dad, Steve, rode before he became a trainer. And Keith, about 5'10", so I did see that Steve said he put him on the biggest horse in the barn. But it is great to see him get to do that.
Well, he's got the right trainer to pick out the right kind of horses for him. And I was, you know, fortunate enough to ride with Cash before Cash left to be a champion rider in France and revolutionized the way guys actually rode in France. And then ride with Steve. He had the bug here in New York for a while. You know, had to kill himself making weight. If you look at Steve now, it's hard to believe he ever rode races, but he did and did it well. Not nearly as well as he trains them, though.
Hall of Fame trainer, inducted into the Hall of Fame a couple of years ago. There's one of his runners, Frosted Prayer. Bigger price, certainly, than the number 2 Jackie's Warrior. But as you said, first-time starters coming in so strong and ready to roll. And that's one of the biggest challenges, just having them mentally being where they need to be as 2-year-olds.
Yeah, again, a trainer's job is obviously to get them physically fit enough to compete, prepare them for what they're going to have to deal with. But the mental aspect of this plays such a huge role, being smart enough to, you know, stay calm in a post-parade. Having been schooled with the pony, you don't want to throw something new at them on race day because they're dealing with a bunch of new things. And then being good in the gate and quick away from there. You don't want to give anybody a head start.
The 7 Frosted Prayer, a colt by Frosted. Intriguing getting to see his early runners on the track. A tremendous racehorse he was for Kieran McLaughlin.
Every time I hear the name Frosted, I think back to that Met Mile that he ran here on Belmont Day. That was one of the most devastating performances you'll ever see. I mean, you can compare that with any great performance.
Jaw-dropping, I think, is a good way to describe it for sure. As there goes Jackie's Warrior by McLean's Music. Cousteau, still your favorite. Colt by Into Mischief. And Into Mischief, very popular stallion right now for sure.
And rightfully so. He throws runners, and they seem to be able to do anything, perform on pretty much any surface at any distance.
Couple more to load. 2-year-olds coming up at Churchill Downs, and we'll send it up to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Petit Verdot racing for the lead. Jackie's Warrior flashing speed toward the inside. They're 1-2 heading up the back stretch. 3 lengths back. Picodoro comes away third. The Ride of a Lifetime is fourth. Cousteau up to be fifth. Frosted Prayers back in sixth. And it's 5 back to Private Island. So round the far turn, Petit Verdot kicks away to lead by 3. Jackie's Warrior backed off, came outside, and is now coming with another bid. And Cousteau's coming as well. Third on the outside. The Ride of a Lifetime is down inside, racing fourth. Picodoro, very green and extremely wide, in fifth off the turn. Petit Verdot trying to see it out. Jackie's Warrior comes up alongside, and now he's in front. Jackie's Warrior taking over, Furlong out. Petit Verdot's back into second. The Ride of a Lifetime is third. Cousteau has flattened out in fourth, 16th pole, and Jackie's Warrior has kicked clear by 4. Jackie's Warrior rambles home. The final margin about 2.5 in the end as the Ride of a Lifetime came on just a bit for second. Petit Verdot was third. Then it was either Private Island or Cousteau.
Jackie's Warrior as Steve Asmussen moves back up to 740 Churchill Downs wins. Jackie's Warrior schooled and ready to go today.
He was. He broke well. The horse that had experience, though, Petit Verdot, broke best of all. Ricardo Santana wisely eased back off of him, got him in the clear. He let him get in a big stride. He's a long stride and colt, and finished the deal. Once again, showing that Asmussen horsemanship, how well prepared their 2-year-olds are. And you could see around the turn, one of the favorites, co-favorite Cousteau, was in deep water.
Did not look comfortable, didn't break the sharpest, didn't look comfortable with that kickback, as you mentioned earlier, getting dirt in his face. Maybe one to watch next time out now with some experience. We'll bring you the prices from Churchill Downs, but we'll also bring you the next at Belmont Park. Speaking of Steve Asmussen, he has other things equal coming up next at Belmont after this break.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
Adrenaline pumping, hearts racing, the thrill of winning. And it all happens right here. Twin Spires, from the team behind the Kentucky Derby and the destination for horse racing wagering from around the globe. From beginner to expert, Twin Spires is betting made fun and easy. And for new players, once you place your first $25 worth of bets, we'll match that in bonus bets. Twin Spires, racing into your home. Download the app now. See site for details. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. And remember, Naira Bets. With Naira Bets, you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And Naira Bets is the official betting partner of the Belmont Stakes, which is tomorrow, June 20th. Belmont Park Race 3 is coming up next. Trainer Steve Asmussen has the current favorite, Other Things Equal. He just won a 2-year-old race at Churchill Downs with Ricardo Santana aboard, and we just found out that was Ricardo's last mount of the day as he's hopping on a plane to come to New York.
Yeah, Walter Johnson, who does a lot of travel for the riders, informed me that he had to take off his mount so he can make sure he gets here in time for the second race tomorrow, the Woody Stevens.
Looking forward to seeing Ricardo back here. He won with She's a Julie in the Ogden Phipps last weekend as we start our post parade here at Belmont Park. We had the one Booby Trap on camera. There's the 1A Talent Scout.
Talent Scout, probably the better of the two entry from the Cantermarci barn. They do a good job. Both of them, I think, would have to improve a little bit.
Next will be the 2 Fleet Warrior. Hasn't won in a while. Does attract Luis Saez today.
Gets Luis Saez. You know he's aggressive. He possesses some speed. And the inside, like I say, that simplifies things for me.
There's the 3, 5-1 on Jack Bow, who does also have some natural early speed.
Yeah, some natural early speed. Ruben Silvera, another aggressive rider. He's taking some money, too.
Number 4, Call the Cat. Here's a gray by Creative Cause, trying to get back to the winner's circle.
Yeah, he's got to find his way back there. He has at least some recency, a race that maybe would help him in the fitness department.
Number 6, Ari's Naughty Luca is up next. Showed speed last time.
Showed speed last time back in March. Gets Louis Cardenas, a rider that we've talked a great deal about, young kid who horses seem to run for him.
And there's your favorite, Other Things Equal.
Raylu Gutierrez aboard for Steve Asmussen, rides the Belmont for him tomorrow. And Steve knows how to win. Claimed this horse for 25, ran him for 50. Now he's in for 14. Should be very tough.
Taking that drop in class as we check out a long shot, the 8 Blue Skies Forever.
Yeah, we've got Blue Skies Forever today out there. I just don't know if we're going to see Blue Skies Forever in the winner's circle.
There's another horse trying to find his way back. The number 9, Bears Mafia.
You know, this horse is okay, and I think the drop in class is telling. He ran for 20 last time. I think 14's where he wants to be, and I like him drawn a bit to the outside.
Co-favorite right now at 3-1 as we wrap up our post parade with the 10, R Honor.
Another horse taking a slight drop in class. Hasn't been seen since February, but horses, some of them do better with the freshening, and he certainly looks good on the racetrack. I'm not sure about him on paper, but he looks good on the racetrack.
He's a long shot right now as we get a shot of the 7 Other Things Equal. You mentioned Raylu Gutierrez riding Jungle Runner in the Belmont tomorrow, his first Belmont Stakes mount.
Yeah, and you know, it's a big thing for a kid. Raylu grew up at Finger Lakes. Dad was a trainer, uncle was a jockey, so he's growing up in the game. And when you're at Finger Lakes looking at races like the Belmont Stakes on TV, just the thought that one day you would get there and be able to participate, it's a big thing, and I'm very happy for him. I know he's very excited. And just to have your foot in the door of a stable like Steve Asmussen's creates confidence in other trainers because, well, if Steve's riding him, there must be something there. So it's certainly a positive thing for him to just even be in the barn. The 9-horse Bears Mafia is very interesting to me here. I think I like him a little bit at 7-2.
7-2 right now with Dylan Davis aboard. We're going to check out the race 2 starts back, though, for the 7 Other Things Equal, who's your current 5-2 favorite. He won for $25,000 2 starts back to get that non-winners of 2 in life condition. So he did have to then step up to the next level, and he was claimed away from Chad Brown.
He was claimed away. This was a hard-fought victory. It looked like he was just going to roll on by, and the horse inside of him really fought back, and he had to slug it out here. Came back for a much more difficult race for $50,000. Now he's had this time off. Toby Sheets is one of Steve's main assistant trainers. He's assistant here in New York. He's part owner of this horse. I think they're just spotting this horse where they think he needs to be to win.
Sometimes it's just about being realistic, putting them in the right spot. And as we bring in Maggie, 5-2 on your favorite right now, Maggie. What do you think about this?
I'll take it, Acacia. By lack of any other interest in anybody else, I was going to take the horse I'll start things off with here on my end, and that's number 6, Ari's Naughty Luca, because he felt as though he was probably the sharpest of any of the speed horses, and plus he is one that can have that early speed, but he definitely needs it. And with the presence of number 3 in here, Jack Bowe, I'm a little concerned he might not have it, but he does look better than the last time I had seen him. He's carrying better weight, which obviously comes with a bit of break in racing, and his coat looks resplendent in that it was pretty dry and dull looking heading into the winter last year. And like I said, he was really on the muscle, really on his toes. And I was going to take him, but I wasn't in love with the way he kind of warmed up and moved away from me. He still is a major player, but it just pushed me more on number 7, Other Things Equal, who's moving great out there, looks super healthy for Steve Asmussen and Toby Sheets. Maybe got a little warm, but we want to see horses get a little warm here. It's not hot, but it's definitely hotter than it has been all week. So I'm just going to honestly default to your current 2-to-1 favorite here. Sorry for being uncreative, but number 10 might be my long shot just based upon appearances. I can't recommend him much on recent form other than, well, now he has a break at least, and he's put some weight on. He's moving really nicely out on the racetrack, just kind of floating, and has that buoyancy to his stride. And he is a big, good-looking son of Union Rags. I mean, he's kind of naturally one that's going to be appealing to the eye. But like I said, I think the break may have done him well and got him feeling fresh and good again, as we'll take a look at the lettered part of the entry for Mert Cancantermasi, and that's Talent Scout. He comes back here and he looks really fit. He looks really ready to go. We'll see what he does. His recent form has been a bit disappointing, though. I mean, yeah, he does come off the back of a win at this similar level. Now he's going to have to face this non-3 condition, but sometimes maybe they get on a roll. We'll see. I like the way he's moving out on the track as well, Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. 12-1 on the entry right now with Talent Scout along with the number 1 Booby Trap. As Maggie mentioned, some of these horses, we did have to have that break due to the coronavirus pandemic with things being shut down, but some horses really seem to have benefited from it.
Yeah, I think you get horses that have had a lot of racing. They have so much foundation. They're not going to lose that muscle memory. They're not going to lose a lot of condition. If anything, it just gives them more energy, gives them that spark back. I've seen it. We saw it yesterday with a horse named Mills. I thought he looked worn out over the winter the last time I saw him, and he looked like a different horse yesterday. So sometimes I think it's more important with younger horses that have less foundation, where those breaks maybe it'll be a little more difficult for them to overcome, but not with some of these older warriors.
The number 10, Our Honor, 5-year-old gelding that we heard Maggie making some comments about, seems to have really benefited from that layoff. Solid type by Union Rags. Union Rags tends to have a very specific look to them.
Yeah, usually pretty good, solid, strong horses. I thought this horse really stood out as well on the racetrack. It's interesting Maggie said that. And then I looked down at his form, and it kind of backed me off a little bit. And I think, that's something that I'd like, Maggie, for you to kind of expound on. Sometimes I think when you're looking at horses just purely from their physical perspective, you have to suspend the form a little bit.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. And sometimes you just have to go with your gut instinct. Look, last race, Colin Bond, I thought she looked better than ever, but I was a little bit deterred by the fact that it had taken her so long to get to the winner's circle. But going with your gut instinct, but judging horses upon their physicality, usually is the word here, works out well.
13-1 right now on the number 10, Our Honor, making some nice impressions. The number 9, Bears Mafia. For you, Richie, slight drop in class, second off the claim as well. Just ran on June 4th as well.
I actually think this horse, though, looked a bit stuffy in his first race back, where the race would help him. Takes that slight drop in class. I think he's well posted where he has enough speed to get position, but he's not forced in anything. I thought Bears Mafia made sense. And at a little better price, because to me the 7's definitely the horse to beat. I was just trying to pick around and try to get a little better price.
How about, he's the type of horse, and he had turned back in distance last time too, but he's one that was typically more forwardly placed. You think maybe he might have been taken out of his comfort zone a little bit last time?
Well, and they went quick. I mean, 22, 45. I don't think they're going to go that kind of pace today, although the track is on the fast side. I do think he'll get an opportunity to be a little bit more involved, and I think he gets gamer when he is.
He's a nice price right now as the number 7. Other Things Equal continues to be your favorite. There he is for Steve Asmussen and Raylu Gutierrez, who will team up with long shot Jungle Runner in tomorrow's Belmont Stakes. But for now, we'll head up to John Embriel, the voice of New York racing, for race 3 at Belmont Park.
And Talent Scout. They're all in line. And they're off. Fleet Warrior from the rail. Ari's Naughty Luker is there. Jack Bo's in between and moving up. Then on the outside, it's Bears Mafia, who is running in 4th. And on the outside is Talent Scout next in 5th. Almost 4 lengths back to Other Things Equal, who's racing in 6th. Then Our Honor in 7th. Alongside is Booby Trap in 8th. At the back, it's Call the Cat and Blue Skies Forever. The quarter went in 22 and 3. Fleet Warrior down at the rail. Jack Bo is in between horses. Ari's Naughty Luker on the outside. 3 of them across the track for the lead. They've got a length and a half on Bears Mafia and Talon Scout. Those two are heads apart, 4th and 5th, as Our Honor begins to gain ground on the extreme outside. In behind the wall of horses is Other Things Equal. The half mile went in 46 seconds, and now they're at the top of the stretch. It is Jack Bo, Fleet Warrior, Bears Mafia, Our Honor. Other Things Equal is looking for a way through now as they pass the 8th pole. Here comes Our Honor. In tight there is Bears Mafia, Fleet Warrior. Down at the rail, it's Other Things Equal. Call the Cat with a late run. Our Honor is gonna win it. Other Things Equal in a photo with Call the Cat for the place.
Number 10, Our Honor. He certainly did benefit from a little bit of time off. He's back to the winner's circle today.
Back to the winner's circle. Got dead left at the post. It started the field 2 or 3 lengths.
Yep.
Circled up extremely wide and just kept running. And this was a perfect example of when you look up and you see a horse that really catches your eye. You've got to take the racing form and put it aside and go, you know what, at 18-1, who's ultimately going to offer it, I'm going to take a shot here and be rewarded. You're not going to be right all the time, but when you are, if they can pay that kind of price, you don't have to be right that often.
18-1, the number 7, Other Things Equal, your favorite, managed to get in 2nd up the rail. Raylu Gutierrez is doing the right thing, staying in that stalking spot, but unfortunately he was met with a wall of horses. As we'll just check out the break, though, keep an eye on the number 10. Yep.
Far outside, spotted the field easily 3 lengths. Very impressive performance here by this horse. And listen, you know, some people will pan Raylu and say, well, why did he stay inside? When you've got a phalanx of horses in front of you, entire wall, you're going to win more races staying inside, doing what he did, than looking for the outside path. Horses have to be much the best to come around all these horses, which the 10 horse was today.
The number 10, Our Honor, Maggie. Not the easiest of ways to do it, but he did it very nicely today.
How much the best was he? I mean, when they broke, I said, oh, crap, my 10, who I should have picked as we were making a fuss about going with your instinct about how horses looked. I said, well, there goes the 10. He isn't going to run any good today blowing the brake like that, because oftentimes when horses are doing well, they tend to break sharp. And he didn't do that at all. And he circled the field, going 6 wide, turning for home. And yeah, I mean, Raylu, he was on the inside to begin with. It wasn't like he really had that much of an opportunity to get out at any point beforehand. And saving ground on this turn, especially here at Belmont, is a premium. So I'm not going to blame Raylu for that, but what an effort by Our Honor today. Congratulations to Daniel Laxmeter, owner and trainer, and Hector Diaz in the irons.
First win of the meet for Hector Diaz. Maggie, thank you. Big price for this one. And it is fun to see a horse like this kind of refine their form and do it well today.
Oh, absolutely. And obviously the freshening, he looked good and he raced well.
More to come on America's Day at the Races after this. Stay with us.
Don't miss Saturday's Belmont Stakes Day. Swale and Gotham Stakes winner Mischievous Alex has been toying with the competition.
Mischievous Alex has a 3-length lead, and he's going to win the Grade 3 Gotham.
Can Mischievous Alex win a 4th straight? The Woody Stevens kicks off an all-star card, the first of 6 stakes races on the program. Watch the 36th running of the Woody Stevens, presented by Claiborne Farm.
Orb, winner of the Kentucky Derby and Florida Derby. His runners have scored on both dirt and turf. His recent stakes success includes Mrs. Orb, winner of the Bay Ridge Stakes at Aqueduct, Pippin Stakes victorious Whoa Nelly, and Derlou, a determined runner-up in the Grade 3 La Cañada Stakes at Santa Anita. Classic winner, classic pedigree, or standing at Claiborne Farm.
A live bid of $775,000 was not high enough to buy this uber-fast son of Run Happy at the OBS 2-year-old sale June 10th. I can't wait to write the owner a check for $100,000 when he graduates with a maiden special weight win at Belmont, Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs Summer Meet. Run Happy, standing in legendary Stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
Sign up now for a $25 free play and up to a $200 deposit match with promo code Belmont25.
Back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. We just saw race number 4 at Belmont Park, race 3 that is, as number 10, Our Honor. We found out this was the first win for trainer and owner Daniel Laxmeter since 2000.
2000, his 3rd career victory, his first victory in New York, and he had Our Honor ready to fire big off the bench. That freshening did him well. Much the best. Got left, circled, got it done under Hector Diaz.
A $38.80 winner is your favorite. Other things equal. Checks in second without the easiest of trips. 10-7-4 in the 3rd at Belmont Park. Race 4 at Churchill is coming up next. We have 5.5 furlongs on the turf in this allowance race. We have a couple of horses taking some money, but none more so than the number 6, Morticia. Great to see this 6-year-old mare still at the top.
She tries hard every time, and at 6 years old, still throwing it down.
We'll talk about this race and a lot more after this break. Stay with us. Morticia coming up next.
Whether you like it hearty, hot and spicy, smooth and creamy, or loaded with veggie flavor, the Petaluma Creamery offers the highest quality 100% organic, non-GMO cheese money can buy. Made with the utmost respect for our happy cows and the land they roam free. Visit SpringHillCheese.com and shop our extensive line of delicious cheeses and dairy products. Pick your favorites and we'll ship them right to your front door. Petaluma Creamery, the best dairy products come from the happiest cows.
If your Run Happy 2-year-old wins a maiden special weight at Belmont, Summer Meet, Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs, you shall receive a $100,000 bonus. Remember, win an extra $100,000 in 2020 when your Run Happy 2-year-old wins a maiden special weight at Belmont Summer Meet, Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs. Be happy and run happy.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. We're heading right into race 4 at Churchill Downs, starting off our post-parade, Richie, with the number 1, Mount Brave.
Mount Brave. Actually, this must be Ricardo Santana's last mount of the day for Steve Asmussen before he's got to catch a plane here in New York. Some speed from the inside.
Steve Asmussen now trying to surpass Dale Romans with all-time wins at Churchill Downs as we look at the number 2, Winning Envelope.
Turning way back in distance, so you'd expect she'd be coming, but will it be too late?
Coming out of the Grade 3 Mint Julep as we check out the 3, Midnight Fantasy.
Finished well last time, turf sprinting, and actually is in with a chance here.
Number 4, On Probation, away from the pony here.
Yeah, On Probation, just her form's kind of gone a little bit south the last few starts.
Next, we'll have the number 5, Miss Gossip. Irish bred finished 3rd in that race we were talking about with Midnight Fantasy.
Yeah, closing as well. Pace got pretty hot that day up front there. I wonder if it's going to be as quick today.
And here's the 6 up next, your heavy favorite now, Morticia. She's been running very well now as a 6-year-old mare.
Yeah, a credit to Rusty Arnold, her trainer. She's earned over $1 million as a turf sprinter. I like that she gets off the rail. Much better draw for her today.
Stuck with post 1 last time in that comeback race as we check out the 7, Jojo Air for Wesley Ward.
Has a lot of speed, a rider that wins at a high percentage. Wesley Ward's horses usually leave the gate running. I would expect her to be a major part of the pace.
The number 8, Change of Control, is up next. Had a win last out.
And this is the one that took advantage of that pace, was close enough without being too involved. Probably gets a similar trip from the outside today.
She was a big price that day, but it's time for the Twin Spires Market Mover, where we identify the horse that's attracting the most support in money late in betting. And here in this race, that is the number 2, Winning Envelope, who's up there right now at 5-1. Turning back in distance, coming out of a graded stakes race behind Secret Message. And don't forget, Twin Spires is offering you $25 in bonus bets. Sign up with the code GET25 at twinspires.com or with the Twin Spires app and play $25 to get your $25 of bonus bets right now. Taking some attention there, and Richie, the number 7, Jojo Air, you mentioned, probably going to be a big part of the pace. We see a lot of fast horses for Wesley Ward. His Golden Pal today in the Norfolk over at Royal Ascot showed that speed, just run down late by the Learjet to finish 2nd.
Yeah, Wesley usually has his horses so well prepared, the young horses, so they leave the gate faster than everybody else. This filly's obviously fast, Jojo Air. Morticia's the horse to beat. She has the race off the layoff. That should put her where she needs to be. Gets off the rail. I mean, she's a short price, but What about the one-horse Mount Brave? First-time turf, possesses speed. Steve Asmussen putting her on the grass.
You can never discredit a horse from this barn. We said that last week with She's a Julie in the Ogden Phipps. Almost looked like, why are they sending here? And then she wins and upsets everybody in a big race.
Question them at your own peril,
That's
right?
right.
But winning envelope, taking so much money, she's kind of a deep closer going longer. How far back is she going to be here?
Curious to see how she does sprinting, as she's not run at this distance before. We'll soon find out. Here's Travis Stone with a call of the 4th at Churchill.
They're in the gate and the rough. Even start. Mount Brave for that inside post hustled out for the lead. Morticia's also there, Midnight Fantasy, and JoJo Air on the outside. Down the backstretch. Mount Brave toward the rail, half-length lead. Morticia right there, second. JoJo Air is third. Midnight Fantasy's back into fourth. Change of Control comes on to be fifth. Miss Gossip Racing 6 on probation is now seventh. And winning envelope is at the back in eighth. Around the far turn, Morticia's looking for the lead. Morticia comes up on the outside of Mount Brave and grabs it with 2.5 furlongs to go. JoJo Air chasing them in earnest from third. Midnight Fantasy is going to try and cut the corner. Fourth off the turn. Change of Control is fifth. Winning envelope switches to the far outside. Sixth. Miss Gossip seventh. Top of the stretch. Morticia's in deep water. Here's JoJo Air coloring. Mount Brave re-rallying. Change of Control. Winning envelope down the crown of the course. Coming boldly 2 furlong to go. JoJo Air. Change of Control. Winning envelope. Miss Gossip late on the scene. These four to the wire together. Change of Control grabs the lead and wins. Change of Control. Half length on the wire. Winning envelope was second. Then it's tight. Miss Gossip or JoJo Air.
Change of Control. She took advantage of a hot pace last time out to beat several in this field. She got that scenario once again today, Richie.
Absolutely. Again, the perfect kind of ride trip. Last time she got to come up the rail. This time with the outside draw, she came down the middle of the course. But it shows that last race was no fluke. And the fact that she's got that versatility where she can follow a fast pace. Morticia, she was very keyed up, very keen, and really let go. That was a very uncharacteristic run from her. Usually at least she fights down in there. Maybe at 6 years old, her enthusiasm for the game starting to wane a bit.
Certainly could be. I remember speaking to Rusty Arnold about her a couple of years ago, saying she's a very tricky horse. She's a bit headstrong. We might have seen that from her today. As Change of Control, 18-1 last time, 8-1 today. She probably won't be such a price next time out.
No, I think they're going to learn to respect her a bit more. And the 2-horse winning envelope, I would thought would have been in a different area code. Ran huge, turning back in distance.
Turning back, coming out of that graded stakes. We'll see if she stays sprinting, but it was all about the number 8, Change of Control, making it 2 in a row. Next at Belmont Park will be the number 3, Laytone, making his first start for Rob Atras after this quick timeout.
Celebrate Belmont Stakes Day with America's Day at the Races. Watch a stellar undercard of heart-pounding racing action.
The three of them hit the wire together.
Our team of experts give out their picks and report on up-to-the-minute information as the day builds toward the 152nd running of the Belmont Stakes. Don't miss Belmont Stakes Day on America's Day at the Races Saturday.
Check your local listing.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 4 millionaires, including Claiborne Farm stallion Lee. Recent top runners include Cutting Humor, winner of the Grade 3 Sunland Park Derby, Grade 2 winner Sharp Samurai, International star Shamal Nibras, graded stakes performers Uncapped and Sweet Sammy D, and Bal Harbor, runner-up in the Grade 1 Woodward Stakes. His 2-year-olds have brought prices up to $310,000. First, Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the races, and don't forget Naira Bets can help you bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And Naira Bets is the official betting partner of the Belmont Stakes. Tomorrow, June 20th, the 152nd running of the Belmont Stakes. But first, we have race 4 at Belmont coming up, mile and a 16th in the main track. The number 3, Latoni, making his first start as a 6-year-old Richie for Rob Atras.
And taking all the money. There are questions here, though. Rob Atras does a tremendous job. His horses look great. They perform great. He wins at a high percentage. But this horse is coming out of a barn that had a great deal of success, and I think that raises some questions.
Absolutely does. As we've been mentioning, these horses will have to wait a certain amount of time, work for a track vet, and be okayed. But 4 to 5 right now, Maggie on Latoni. What are you seeing from this guy in his first start for Rob?
And, well, they're kind of playing the claiming game a little bit down here, if you will. Rob usually keeps his horses where, you know, everybody can see them with the group. This one, he kept in the stall and kept walking around behind, so, behind the stalls. So that's either they want him to get claimed or they don't want him to get claimed. But they're playing the claiming game, as there were several other trainers looking at him here as he drops in for a tag for the first time in a while. And, I mean, physically overall, he looks fine. He looks much the same as what he did before. I really have no problems with them. The front bandages do go back on here, which is something to take heed of. But physically, I can't fault him. But I'd be willing to maybe take a stand against him with a horse that's a better price. And one that actually, when I was galloping here a couple weeks ago, and I galloped up next to Gustavo Rodriguez, who is Rudy's brother, his son, Blake. And I said, "Who's that?" And he said, "Oh, you know him. It's Shadow Rider." I said, "Wow, he looks tremendous." And he really did. And again, here in the paddock, he looks fantastic. He's probably not as good as some of these, at least as of late. But maybe, as we keep saying, that this unplanned break for these horses, forced break outside of their individual agendas, has done a lot of them well. So I wouldn't be surprised if Shadow Rider can outrun his odds. Now, number 6, Hoffenheim. Some of these Midnight Lutes can be the most polarizing horses because they can be, as physical specimens, they can be nearly perfect. A lot of them are that dark bay, almost black color. They're so well balanced, they're big, they're strong, and that's exactly what Hoffenheim is. But a lot of them can be fairly disingenuous. They can do things in the morning that will think you have the best horse on your hands, and then you put them in a race and their heart shrinks. Sometimes I think that's the case with Hoffenheim here, but I will say I like him getting back out to this one-turn mile and a 16th. Big horse, he'll appreciate the big sweeping turns here at Belmont, and he looks fantastic. A horse that sometimes coming in off of layoffs, guys, he looks as though he needs one, but that's not the case today for Jeremiah Engelhardt. Looks as though he's ready, Acacia.
Maggie, thanks. 9 to 2 on Hoffenheim. Some good notes from him. And as she mentioned, he's a big horse. He's got a lot of room to work with here, Richie, at Belmont Park.
He does. And I think he'll probably be a part of the pace, particularly stretching out, being fresh, stretching out from shorter distances. Laytone's probably your pace setter, but I think this horse holds the key to how fast they go early.
Laytone dropping in class for the first time in a while today. He has been in claiming races before, but that will be the question. Will we get to see the same horse that we did? His last win came in back in December in the claiming Crown Jewel. Couple of questionable races from him since then, but he was running against some good company. And I guess that this race is kind of the litmus test. Where does he really stand now?
Well, exactly. I mean, there's a lot of things, too, though, to like. I mean, we have our questions, no doubt.
Of course.
2 for 2 at Belmont, 3 for 2 at the distance for the second. Possesses speed. The only other horse in the race that has any kind of speed is the 6. Yeah.
We'll see what we get as we start our post parade with the one Shadow Rider and those familiar Michael Dubbs silks. Maybe takes a step forward today.
Well, maybe that freshening did him good. Maggie likes the way he looks. I always take that into consideration for sure.
Big price on the number 2 Holiday Bonus for Dave Canizzo, 4th last time out.
Yeah, and a horse that I think would have to find more in the tank to be competitive here. Makes a nice impression.
Next in our post parade, stick with us here, is the number 6 Hoffenheim. We're going a little bit more towards the outside now.
Yeah, a horse that has some speed, especially coming out of sprints, you would think he's going to be very close to the pace.
Now we go back to the 3, Latone, Chilean bred, making his first start for Rob Atras.
Yeah, he looks fantastic. I wouldn't expect less. Rob Atras does a great job, and this horse is very logical. I just don't know that I want him at a short price.
He's always been a cool, calm, and collected customer, and seems to be that once again as we check out the 4, American Lincoln.
I would have to find some of his better races to be competitive here.
Next, I believe, will be the number 5, Creative Style, who's stretching out in distance, second off the bench.
I like this horse a lot. He was much too short a distance last time off that freshening because of the interruption in racing. Was in another area code, was extremely wide, and closed good ground.
And we wrap things up with the other one for Rudy Rodriguez. He's got bookends in here, Autostrad.
A good outside draw, Junior Alvarado riding well. He's going to have to find a better race.
I remember when that horse debuted at Gulfstream. Ron Nicoletti, also Italian, and made sure I said Autostrad correctly.
I like it.
We're looking at the number 3 right now, Latone. Manny Franco aboard. He's got the favorite. He'll have his Belmont runner, Tiz the Law. Manny been the rider all along for Tiz the Law, and he's really had quite a bit more success over the last couple of years.
Yeah, and Manny's a guy that's always been talented under the tutelage of Hall of Famer, great rider Angel Cordero, who is his agent, and has just made steady progress. And the only thing that separates the top 10 to 20 guys in a riding colony is the mounts they get and the confidence level they have. Well, Manny's confidence level seems to be strong, particularly since he started riding Tiz the Law. I just think riding a horse like that makes you kind of look at it different. You know,
he got his first Breeders' Cup last year with Sharing, who will also try Royal Ascot as well for Grand Motion. And Manny Franco, you mentioned this earlier, just sometimes somebody that maybe doesn't get as much fanfare as some of the other guys in the jocks room here, was such a deep jockey colony, but a rider that he really gets the most out of his mounts, I feel.
He's a hard worker. He's serious about his craft. He doesn't do it maybe with the flash or the panache of some of these guys. He just shows up and goes to work. And those are the kind of guys I admire. I like guys that just show up quietly, do what they have to do, and get it done.
And as well, good to see him with a mount like Tiz the Law, who he's been with since the beginning. But here he will have Latone, Maggie, now even money as your favorite. And we'll check in trackside once again.
Yeah, and watching the warm-up beneath Manny led me to believe that this horse is a likely winner and a deserved favorite in here. Just warming up really nicely away from the pony, all about his business, nicely on the bridle there, really strutting his stuff and moving well out there. So I really can't say anything to deter anybody from taking the favorite in here. I'm just going to try and beat him, but it might be a futile type of scenario, as I want to talk about a horse that is a price in here, and that's number 4, American Lincoln. American Lincoln, you know, hasn't at least been in higher profile connected barns in quite a while, and I'm unfortunately not familiar with this trainer, Jesus Romero, but this horse always makes a great impression. I mean, he's dappled head to toe. He's very energetic out there, slightly rambunctious with the pony, but looks fit coming back here from that layoff dating back to late February, has run on his mind, and he's just one that I feel is just that poster child for being an overachiever despite having those lower profile connections. Acacia?
Maggie, thank you. 12-1 on American Lincoln right now. And we talked about this in the last race. We saw a big price upset in there. And sometimes you just have to take note of horses that are catching your eye. You're going to try to beat the favorite, as is Maggie Ritchie. You're taking Creative Style.
Well, I think Maggie and I both agree that the 3 Latone is probably the most likely winner. And he did look fabulous warming up on the racetrack. I really like the way the 5 Creative Style ran last time at a distance that was too short for him, and I think he'll get enough pace that maybe he could turn it around. Luis Saez, a good rider, aggressive rider, gets aboard.
And Maggie, Creative Style stretching back out today. A lot of these horses we've seen have come off of that freshening. He has the advantage of having a recent race.
Yeah, but it's not as, I mean, yes, we have seen some of these horses that got a race into them and then come back off short layoff run well. I mean, we saw it with a Rudy Rodriguez horse and Go Rudy Go. He didn't run he ran okay on the dirt, and then the next week he came back and won a turf race. So yeah, Creative Style goes from the 6.5 to the mile and a 16th. I always felt this horse had this sweet spot of 7/8 to a mile, and sometimes anything a little less, anything a little over than that, more than that, he kind of gets lost out there. So I respect Richie. I know he liked this horse last time, and he's probably at a better distance. I just worry maybe at Mount of 16th it becomes a little bit too far for him.
16th. It is always a challenge, Richie, finding that spot where horses fit. And some can go a variety of distances. Well, some are maybe a little bit more limited.
Well, I think Maggie makes a great point. I think this horse probably does top out at a mile, might be his best. Again, I think the 3 horses, the obvious horse. Right. And if he runs anywhere close to his good race, he's going to lead everybody wire to wire. My hope is that everybody gets a little caught up chasing him, and this is the horse that benefits, even if he's a little bit out of his comfort zone. And it's a point well taken.
Second off the bench, 3-1, a little bit of a nicer alternative versus your favorite, who is still 3-5. Does look very good out there on the racetrack. Hoffenheim, Maggie, your pick quickly as they head towards the gate. Seen anything more from him as they start to get a little bit closer to race time?
I seriously have trouble trusting these horses, but he does get some class relief here. I mean, he's the one that is kind of dropping overall. I mean, he hasn't really run at this level before, and he was running consistent numbers before that. And again, Acacia, he's one that historically, he sometimes looks like he needs a start, but he looks ready to go today.
Hoffenheim and Autostrada.
On the 6, Richie on the 5. Here's John Embriel with race 4 at Belmont coming up.
They're in the gate. And they're off. From the outside, it's Autostrada and Hoffenheim. Creative Style is there. Now Leitone is moving up to join the front runners. But the pace setter will be Autostrada in front here by a length. Leitone runs in second. Hoffenheim, Creative Style right together, third and fourth. It's 2 lengths to American Lincoln in fifth. Another 4.5. Back to a Holiday Bonus and 2.5 more to Shadow Rider, who trails the field in seventh. The opening quarter, 22 and 4/5 seconds. Autostrada now challenged by the odds-on favorite Leitone, who comes on through down at the rail. Leitone on the inside, Autostrada on the outside. Then it's the duo of Creative Style and American Lincoln. They're right together. Hoffenheim is in the clear on the outside in fifth, 3.5 lengths. Back to Holiday Bonus, and the trailer is Shadow Rider. Half-mile sharp, 45 and 1/5 seconds. Leitone at the rail. And on the outside, it's Autostrada. The two of them remain together. A little more than 2 lengths to Creative Style in third. Hoffenheim up on the outside in fourth. American Lincoln has dropped back. Then Holiday Bonus and Shadow Rider. 3/4 went in 109 and 1. It's Leitone with a narrow lead over Autostrada. Creative Style is all out in third. Then Hoffenheim. The field passes the 3/16 pole. It is Leitone who digs down at the rail, but Creative Style is moving up and right alongside. Leitone and Creative Style. Creative Style has the momentum and now goes on by Leitone. And it will be Creative Style. The pace scenario set up for Creative Style. He took advantage, 1 by 3. Leitone was second, then Hoffenheim and American Lincoln.
Creative Style second off the layoff, gets the job done today as your favorite Leitone hooked up in a bit of a pace duel with Autostrada there.
And it took Leitone a little bit of time to kind of fight his way to the lead with Autostrada. They were, kind of duking it out. And, I mean, my horse, Creative Style, got the absolute perfect trip. And, just coming off that 6.5, being able to lay up closer, not have as much to do. Leitone looked like he was always struggling, though. He never was going as fluid as you would like to see a horse go. And, again, short price, you try to beat those kind of horses.
And I think it's a a comfort level, too. You like to see horses comfortable in their stride, comfortable in their rhythm, as we'll check in once again with Maggie.
Yeah, the pace scenario got the best of your favorite Laytone, in which creative style he was right in that sweet spot. So good job there, Eddie Barker, Meg picking up on this horse, and somebody did pick up your favorite Laytone, the only one claimed out of here. As I was saying, there are a lot of people looking over the fence at Laytone, and he's going home to a new barn, Acacia.
Not surprising, Maggie, thank you. $32,000 claim for Laytone. Looks like with some of his back class could potentially be a useful horse for a barn.
Well, absolutely. In particular, the way he ran today. He had a fight the whole way. He won the battle. He lost the war. Creative style, the beneficiary of just a perfect setup in front of him. A good ride from Luis Saez.
5-3-6-4 unofficially in the fourth at Belmont Park. We have some Fox Sports regional networks joining us momentarily. But coming up, we do still have a lot more to bring you at Belmont Park, including the Sir Cat Stakes, more at Churchill as well on America's Day at the races. Welcome to America's Day at the races. So glad to have you with us. Of course, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. We have a great lineup of Friday races for you, but it is also the eve of the 152nd Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets. I'm your host, Acacia Courtney, joined by former champion jockey Richard Migliori. Looking forward to what is now the first leg of the Triple Crown.
Just glad we have a Triple Crown this year in a Belmont Stakes, and I know it's not your traditional Belmont Stakes at a 1.5 miles, and it is the first leg of the Triple Crown for the first time since the Triple Crown was started, but we're just lucky we have racing. I feel blessed to be here with you covering some incredible racing, and we've got a great Belmont Stakes card, not just the Belmont, but a really strong undercard.
Lots of graded stakes to bring you as well. A lot of spotlight on the 3-year-olds, but today on the turf, our feature at Belmont Park in race 9 is the Sir Cat Stakes. Multiple graded stakes winner was Sir Cat, and nice to have a race named after him as well. We'll see a rematch of a couple of horses coming out of the 10th race at Churchill Downs back at the end of May, which was won by Chimney Rock, with Jack and Noah setting the pace.
Yeah, Jack and Noah down on the inside of Chimney Rock, and they battled it out, neither one of them wanting to give an inch. I'm going to flip-flop. I think Jack and Noah is going to turn the tables on him today. Horse that finished third here with a late rally is Guildsman. Guildsman's been his own worst enemy, not breaking from the gate with the rest of the field. If he can leave the gate with the rest of the field and not give them a head start, he certainly could be a lot closer.
Field of 7, Guildsman, French bred, now making his 3rd U.S. start for trainer Brendan Walsh, as we'll give you a look at what to expect for today's races presented by Claiborne Farm. We still have races 5 through 10 to come at Belmont featuring the Sir Cat. We're fast and firm in Elmont, New York. Races 5 through 9 still to come at Churchill Downs, fast and firm in Louisville, Kentucky as well. Looking forward to that. But remember, now is the perfect time to sign up for a Naira Bets account with a special offer leading up to the Belmont Stakes. New members get a $25 free play right after sign up. Plus, you can take advantage of up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit with promo code Belmont25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at NairaBets.com to get your account ready for the Belmont Stakes with promo code Belmont25. Just about 24 hours, a little bit more than 24 hours away. Looking forward to that for sure. We're wrapping up race 4 at Belmont Park, where your heavy favorite, the 3 Laytone, making his first start for Rob Atras, checks in second with Creative Style, the gray, closing to get the money today.
Sat in the perfect spot. I actually commented to you off camera that he was putting himself in the game, was really doing it well under Luis Saez. A really good job by Eddie Barker to have his horse ready to fire. And I think that 6.5 might have sharpened them just a little bit. Got the perfect setup, but got it done.
Second off the layoff, a $10 winner over your favorite Laytone, who was claimed today. We'll see him out for new connections next time out. That's the 4th at Belmont. We have Churchill Downs coming up next. Race number 5 is on the menu. We are in a maiden claiming here, going a mile on the main track for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. Corey Lannery aboard freshman class, your current favorite for Tom Proctor. We talked earlier about how well Corey is riding at Churchill right now.
And you can see his confidence level is very high. Corey is a rider that has come to Saratoga, tried it, gotten off to kind of slow starts, and you can see his confidence level struggle a little bit. He's a terrific rider when he gets the right opportunities.
Here's our post parade, starting with the number 2 for Mike Tomlinson, Cold Hearted Wench.
Ran well last fall at the mile distance at Churchill, where she gets today. Gets a tough inside draw.
The number 4, Carefree Highway, is next. Pretty significant drop in class as far as the dirt form goes.
Yeah, gets off the turf. Her dirt races leave something to be desired as far as I'm concerned. I'm kind of surprised she's that short a price.
9-2 right now for Dale Romans as we check out the 5, Light Up the Night, second-time starter.
I think this horse can improve a great deal. She stretches out and drops in class for a trainer who excels with horses that stretch out.
Here's that favorite, freshman class, faced $30,000 company for the first time last out.
Corey Lannery with his Darth Vader mask on. Freshman class certainly fits very well in this spot.
Number 7, In to Win, is dropping in class as well. Second time Jack Sisterson.
Yeah, a little muddied up because of that turf race. The drop in class, I think, fits very, very well in here. Dirt races are good enough to win.
Calumet Farm Homebred blinkers on today as we look at the 8, Complete Surprise for Kelsey Danner.
Horse is okay. I like her stretching out another furlong. Might have got a little bit shuffled around. Going 7 furlongs. Ran well at 1 mile and 40 yards at Tampa on the dirt.
We wrap up the post parade with the number 10, Malibu Anthem. Jockey Tyler Gaffleone picks up the mount on this one as Ricardo Santana is on his way to New York.
Yeah, Ricardo Santana off the remainder of the card to get here to New York to ride that Belmont Stakes card. The Woody Stevens being the second event of the day tomorrow. Good outside draw. Tough to go a mile first time out. Kind of a demanding distance. Horse is taking some money for a very capable trainer.
Well, Twin Spires has a new player bonus for you that can get you $25 in bonus bets. Sign up with the code GET25 at twinspires.com or with the Twin Spires app and play $25 to get your $25 of bonus bets right now. Now, while we have this 5th race coming up here at Churchill Downs, we'll bring in for the first time today from his home in Texas, our Jonathan Kinchin. Jonathan, good to have you on the show as always. Maidens coming up at Churchill. What do you got today?
It's Belmont Stakes Eve. It's kind of like Christmas, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Look, I'm looking forward to it. Excited about today. This is an interesting race. I mean, I think that the scratch, obviously, the 1 horse down on the inside was going to be a very likely winner of this race. My eyes went to the 6 and the 7. The 6 freshman class for the famed Glen Hill Farm. This is a horse that I felt like fits on numbers, but is a horse that comes from off the pace, and I just don't like horses that are trying to do something kind of new, and it just when they don't like to be forward on dirt races. When I'm tied between a couple horses, I'll typically defer to a horse that has a little bit more speed. And I thought the 7, In to Win, was the one that I wanted. The turf race last time didn't go that well, but if you look at the maiden special weight attempts and even the maiden 50 attempt back when he was up in New York, this horse has a little bit of pace, is adding blinkers, is drawn to the outside of his main competition, and he feels like a horse that's a much, much better price than the 6 is at 2-1. So for me, it was In to Win. I just think he's going to get a better trip, and he's got some tactical speed that should help him around there.
Jonathan, thank you. Blinkers on for In to Win, Richie. As Jonathan mentioned, Philly drawn outside of many other potential speeds towards the inside. You can let the race play out to your inside as well.
And like Jonathan said, too, she's fast enough where she can put herself in a good position, won't have to overcome traffic. That's something always to consider. Freshman class a little bit slower earlier, could be victimized by if not enough pace shows up, and also just being able to negotiate that traffic without having to go too wide.
And sometimes those horses that are just so far off the pace, they're fun to watch, but sometimes they're just left with a little too much to do.
Well, exactly. And again, having to overcome stuff. They're going to have to overcome some sort of adversity. It's very rare you just get that clean trip where everybody gets out of your way. There's very few easy passes on the racetrack.
Not exactly like riding in the express lane, I would say.
No, and especially if you're a contender on a closer,
yeah.
Because everybody's aware that you're one of the horses to
Right.
beat. And they're going to try to inhibit your trip within the boundaries of the rules, but that's part of being a jockey and to be a successful jockey. You've got to know how far you can go and get in people's way as much as possible.
We'll see what Corey Lanery does in the closing freshman class. There on the screen is the 10 Malibu Anthem, first-time starter. Was originally purchased at the 2-year-old sale last year for $180,000. Took her about a full year plus to get to the racetrack, and now she's in for $30,000.
Yeah, which, you know, is a head-scratcher. You pay $180. She's got a nice pedigree on her, being by Malibu Moon. Lovely filly, elegant looking, carries herself nicely on the track, very professional. Brendan Walsh reached out to Ricardo Santana, a guy he reached out to when he thinks his horses are alive. All right, Ricardo had to catch a plane, was excused from the remainder of his mounts after the last race. Tyler Gaffleone, the leading rider, picks her up. So I do think they're pointing out that she's a contender. She's taking money like she's live. But you purchased her for $180 and she's in for $30 plus training expenses. There's questions.
There certainly are. She was training down at Palmetto. She did not debut in Florida. Shipped up to Kentucky. Been training at Keeneland since May. Now makes her start in mid-June. We'll see what we get from her. And Tyler and Brendan Walsh teaming up quite a bit for wins as well. And you mentioned the leading rider right now in a good groove. And do you look, when you're in the jocks room, at what other jocks land where? Is that something you pay attention to as well?
Well, usually you know it's more about relationships.
Right.
You know, and riders have go-to trainers. Trainers have go-to riders. Now, obviously, when a guy is so wanted, let's say Jerry Bailey in his prime, yes, he was going to give preference, if you will, to Bill Mott, one of his main guys, or Bobby Frankel, one of his main guys. But he was also very much the hired gun. People were looking for him for their better horses. So sometimes you can't put too much stock into it, but most of the time it's about relationships.
Couple of horses dueling for favoritism right now between the 6 freshman class and the 7 in the win. You mentioned the number 8 Complete Surprise for Kelsey Danner, who does a good job. Has horses at Churchill Downs now. Had a solid race at Tampa. Behind him, Boss, who came back to win again. It's always a positive, too.
Yeah, and I thought that race was good. I thought the 7/8 maybe just a little too quick for her last time. That 22:45 kind of swept her off her feet. Wasn't, you know, badly beaten, but I think she'll appreciate just a little bit of more moderated pace.
We'll see how she does at the mile today. So we have a couple more to load. Fox Sports is the home of Churchill Downs and Belmont Park. We have the 5th at Churchill coming up next. Here's track announcer Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Malibu Anthem, bit awkward coming out of there, veered out soon after the start as well. Light Up Night from mid-pack is there. Into Win is racing up. Complete Surprise is flashing speed. And Malibu Anthem, after that slow beginning, comes on to be third outside. Into Win and Complete Surprise, though. They're going to share the lead as they cross onto the main track. They're 2 lengths ahead of Malibu Anthem, who's now settling nicely third at outside. Light Up Night over to the inside to be 4th, followed by Carefree Highway 5th, freshman class 6th. Cold Hearted Wench, the last of them all. About 6 lengths from top to bottom, the opening quarter in 23-2. 4.5 furlongs to go. Into Win on the inside with a narrow lead. Complete Surprise, Mild Pressure racing second. Malibu Anthem continues on in the clear third, halfway home, followed by Light Up Night, who's down inside 4th. Carefree Highway's asked to pick it up just a bit out of 5th. Freshman class is starting to muster up a late rally from 6th, but is wide. Cold Hearted Wench is at the back. Round the far turn, Into Win still in front. Into Win coming for the top of the stretch. Malibu Anthem saunters up alongside. Wide trip and all, nonetheless challenging for the lead. Light Up Night cut the corner nicely down inside and made up a lot of ground as well. They're off the turn. They're in the stretch. Malibu Anthem's in front, but Light Up Night saving every step of ground as Rally boldly down inside to the front. It's Light Up Night now the leader. Opening up on Malibu Anthem, who's battling on, but is second nonetheless to rail skimming Light Up Night, the winner by a length and a half. Malibu Anthem was second. Into Win was third. Is tight for 4th, freshman classer Carefree Highway.
Well, Rusty Arnold and G. Watts Humphrey did not get the win with Morticia, but they did get the win with Light Up the Night, who was very resolute down inside to win here.
Got the rail skimming ride under James Graham. Another win for him today. Rusty Arnold stretching out in distance, dropping class, and they get all the money.
Worked out today, his first-time starter, Malibu Anthem. Ran well to be second without breaking the sharpest. Bit hesitant to change leads in the stretch as well, as something you'd always like to see. But there's a lot more coming up in this show. I'm stepping aside. Greg Wolf will be joining Richie on the desk. Stay with us for more racing from Belmont Park and Churchill Downs.
As the world faces unprecedented challenges, our faith and resolve have been challenged like never before. But tough times never last, tough people do. Thanks to all the fans, the backstretch workers, trainers, owners, breeders, veterinarians, and countless others behind the scenes. We are inspired daily by your commitment, and we applaud your passion for this great sport. Together we'll rise above this, and soon we will all run happy again.
Adrenaline pumping, hearts racing, the thrill of winning. And it all happens right here. Twin Spires, from the team behind the Kentucky Derby and the destination for horse racing wagering from around the globe. From beginner to expert, Twin Spires is betting made fun and easy. And for new players, once you place your first $25 worth of bets, we'll match that in bonus bets. Twin Spires, racing into your home. Download the app now. See site for details. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
Welcome to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 of the Fox family of networks. Our program brought to you in part by the champion sprinter, Run Happy. Never lost in his career while sprinting, did it all while racing medication-free, and his 2-year-old's continuing to hit the racetrack all spring and summer long. Back at Churchill Downs, by the way, Greg Wolf stepping in for Acacia Courtney along with Richard Migliore here. Light up the night, Mig, for Rusty Arnold. Takes the 5th at Churchill.
Dropped down in class, stretched out in distance, gets that rail skimming ride from jockey James Graham, who's riding lights out at Churchill Downs. And if you like light up the night, well, she lit up the tote board at 44.60.
Unreal, huge price, $3,000 pick 5 that results ending in that race. So a big number there. James Graham with a couple of wins today. Had a win for Tom Amos to kick off the card as well. First leg of the Triple Crown. It happens here tomorrow. We're so excited about it. Obviously, 'tis the law. He is the horse to beat. The New York bred, some unfinished business for Barclay Tagg in Sakatoga Stable, trying to get that Belmont Stakes that eluded them back with Funnyside back in 2003. Our feature today, too, of course, very good one. Top 3 finishers from a turf sprint back in mid-May at Churchill Downs line up again.
Yeah, and absolutely. And I think Jack and Noah, the horse that was runner-up in that last race, is the horse to beat. I just think he can flip-flop it with the outside, going from the rail. This time he's not drawn down on top of the fence. And Gildsman, if he can ever leave with the field, maybe he can be a lot closer.
We're going to see a lot of different opinions in that race coming up. Of course, the horse to beat in that race, who won that race, Chimney Rock. He was the runner-up at the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. We shift gears. We head back here to Belmont Park. Jonathan Kinchin joining us now. Jonathan, time for your Spendthrift bet of the day coming up. Where are you going to lead us?
Well, I'm a little bit nervous that Richie's got a camera or something in my house. It's exactly my opinion in the Sir Cat. I'm going to give you a daily double here. I think Jack and Noah is going to flip the tables here. He's fast. He's run at 6 furlongs before. He's won twice at 6 furlongs. He did it at Belmont prior, and his last race was really, really good. He ran too good to get beat, and I like him in this spot. And I also like Guildsman. Remember, we were concerned with Max Player. She's not Max Player. Max Field getting out of the gate for Brendan Walsh. That was resolved. If he can get this horse Guildsman to pop from the gate, he's going to appreciate the added distance, and I think he could run down Jack and Noah. I'm against Chimney Rock in here, not because he's not good, because I think he's going to be a little bit over bet. And we're going to play a double into the 10. Topaz Bride is a horse for Mike Maker, dropping in for attack. Has a really nice figure for this level as a 2-year-old. If you get that normal progression from 2 to 3, I think there's a possibility this horse could get it done. We saw Mike Maker win 2 races on the show yesterday, and I always respect Maker when he shows up. So that's the play of the day. 2-4 with 10. 2-4 with 10.
JK, thanks. Right now, we kick off our Empire 6. This race, 6 furlongs on the inner turf, 40 maiden claimer. Long shot Sassy Secret starts things off.
Tries turf for the first time and would have to vastly improve from her dirt form.
Mariposa Doro for Mike Stidham, trying the turf for the first time.
And Lourdes Johnny Velasquez, Hall of Famer for Mike Stidham. I like that.
Rob Atras taking over the training duties of this daughter of Fast Anna from Jason Service.
Another one trying the turf for the first time. 5-1 on the board. Rob's horses look great. That horse looks great on the racetrack.
Yellen at 7-2 with Jose Ortiz.
Now, Wesley Ward's had 6 tries. Usually Wesley's horses show early what their capabilities are.
First timer by a Belmont Stakes winner, daughter of Tonalist here, translate.
It's Tonalist, Belmont Stakes winner, 1.5 miles. His filly debuts going 6 on the turf. Maybe it's a starting point for trainer Tom Morley.
7, our favorite, Miss You Blues by Big Drama, who's a Breeders' Cup Sprint winner.
Has some good turf sprints, takes a drop in class. Joel Rosario, turf sprinting, maybe the best rider in the country.
79-1 on this horse here, Musical Thunder.
Another horse, turf first time, would have to improve dramatically.
Shani Gonani, another debuting on the grass, daughter of Street Sense.
Saw Carlos Martin win with a horse, first-time starter, just a few days ago, so we know he's capable of getting one ready.
Dan was actually second in the P.G. Johnson. Queen Dave, Stay Thirsty filly, second time out.
Would have to improve a lot off her debut. Dan Laxmaner got a winner earlier, his first since 2000 at Philadelphia Park.
Kendra Carmouche, she winds up on Chic Bella, first-time starter, daughter of Verrazano.
Not taking a tremendous amount of money on the board. Verrazano, turf influence sire.
And always all right on the outside, Luis Saez for Jorge Duarte.
Who's batting at a high percentage. Seems like he's shipping in with intention when he comes to Belmont.
That's your field. We kick off the Empire 6 here in this 5th from Belmont as we head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
And want to take a look at, well, some first-time turfers here and taking a lot of early money, as Mig was saying, probably because maybe of the team-up between Mike Stidham and Hall of Famer John Velasquez in the irons, number 2, Mariposa D'Oro. Looking at this daughter of Shackelford, yes, when you look at the stats on Shackelford, he might not be the one that pops to your mind as far as a turf influence is concerned, but I've seen my fair share of Shackelford's run A-OK on it, and she better hope that she likes the turf, because I don't see as a physical the dirt being a viable option for her, because she's a little bit of a weaker top line, weaker hindquarter type of filly, and so therefore the turf's a lot more of a forgiving surface if you're a little weak in those areas, because it's actually a lot easier to push off of. And 2, because she's so angular in her frame and she has a big old turf hoof to her, so I would not be surprised if she takes very kindly to this surface switch. Same thing goes for number 3, Lucky Lindsay. You heard Meg say how good she looked, and she's looked fantastic throughout her time in the paddock, out here on the racetrack. She's fairly sharp as well. So She had a little bit of early foot in that 6 furlong sprint first time out. I would not be surprised if she is close this time around, although it is on the turf, which sometimes you have to be a little bit quicker. But I think she's another one that should take to the turf as well. She doesn't have much as far as pedigree on the bottom side. Excuse my ignorance for not knowing who Lightning and Thunder is. But Fast Anna has actually produced some of a sample size, some decent turf sprinters. So she lands in the right kind of spot, and I think she should be okay on the surface, as well as number 11, Chic Bella. She's one of 3 first-time starters. She's a daughter of Verrazano for Danny Gargan. Not much turf in the first generation, although the second dam was a multiple graded stakes winner on the synthetic, though. Now, I don't know. Danny is debuting this filly with blinkers on. She also got a very aggressive warm-up. She doesn't look like one in her physical frame that would have speed, but there's indicators flashing that in her debut, she might be forwardly placed here because she's super, super fit. Of the first-time starters, she is by far the most fit in here. She's very well-defined, not an ounce of extra weight on her whatsoever, whereas number 12 on the outside, always all right. She's a big girl. She is a little on the heftier side. She looks as though a start will be beneficial, but she does have the most intriguing pedigree of any of these, being by Pioneer of the Nile. I remember her dam running around here in paddleboard. She went 3 for 5 on the turf. So needless to say, she looks like a turf runner. She's just going to need a start, Greg. Work off those pounds.
15-1 on that first-time starter on the outside. We're going to go to Jonathan right now. JK, the Empire 6, it begins here. Our favorite, Miss You Blues. Last time Joelle Rosario was on this filly, she probably ran the best effort of her career.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting because she's the type that her races that she's already run compared to the other ones that have already run are just much better than everyone else. So the unknowns obviously are the first-time starters, but when you look up on the tote board, you notice that none of the firsters are taking money. The 5 is 17-1, the 9, 10, 11, 12, all double digits. So if one of those horses was taking money, I would think there's a possibility that this 7 Miss You Blues could be vulnerable to short price. But since that's not happening, for me, it's a 7 Miss You Blues. I think it's the most interesting one. You get Joelle Rosario, who's riding lights out, and who else do you really want coming from off the pace in a turf sprint the way he's been riding as of late? I think the 4 Yellen is a little bit interesting. These connections, CJ Thoroughbreds and Wesley Ward, ran a horse earlier today at Royal Ascot in a grade 3 race over there. And I know that Wesley and his turf sprint prowess is well known. And Yellen is a horse that's taking money from time to time, and I think that she's a possibility. I'm sure when they woke up today, they were probably hoping that they were going to win a race at Royal Ascot and probably not the 5th at Belmont, but I'm sure it will do.
Yeah, maybe no top hats here. Of course, there's no owners quite yet allowed on the grounds, but a win is a win wherever you are.
I think you'd look good in the top hat.
One day, I need to get there.
You know, my only problem with the 4, and everything what Jonathan said makes sense, is Wesley's horses tend to run their best as soon as they start. They're not horses that continually get better. You know, we see trainers have their certain niche. And the fact that this horse hasn't broken his maiden in 6 tries, you know, albeit some of them on the synthetic, I don't know that we haven't seen the best of this horse, is taking a slight drop in class, though.
Yeah, they are usually ready for Wesley Ward to fire right out of the gate, first time out. So we'll see. 7-2 right now on Yellen. Jose Ortiz gets the call. Return to turf for this daughter of Fed Biz, but still favored. Miss You Blues, solid 2-1 choices. Really, but 2 and the 7 have been the top 2 on the board throughout.
Yeah, and I think the 7 makes a great deal of sense. And again, you got to upgrade her because of the presence of Joelle Rosario. I wound up on the 3, Lucky Lindsay, and it's purely on physical appearance. Earlier in the card, jumped off of one, Our Honor. Loved the way the horse looked. Said, man, this horse standout, warming up. And then looked at his form, and it kind of talked me off it. And sometimes when you just see something, you got to go with your gut. That's something Maggie and I discussed earlier. So I'm going with my gut.
How often would you be in a post parade warming up and you spotted a horse that you thought, this is the horse I got to watch out for?
Oh, many times. You know, that was something I was always kind of a student of horses and riders, the game in general, and constantly looking, studying, seeing who, most of the time, like who you were going to follow if you were on a closer, and you'd look up and see, man, if that thing's in front of me, I'm going to follow her the long way. That's live cover. And, you know, and you don't
but
have
a lot of that, too, would have nothing to do with their past performances, just what you're seeing.
Just how they warmed up, what I was seeing purely from a visual perspective.
There is the 3, Lucky Lindsay. Rob Atras just got beat at a short price on a horse that he had taken over from Jason Service, Laytone.
Yeah, same situation here, but this is a younger horse, lighter raced horse. I'm going to discount it a little bit because of that. And again, I'm just going purely on what I see with my eyes on track, less so what I see on paper.
Well, Mariposa Doro, the 2 for Stidham. First time on turf. Dam did produce a 7-time winner on the grass, Glass Art. We'll see how this one takes to the turf, but still the favorite. It is Miss You Blues. Joel Rosario back aboard for Charlie Baker, who got in the win column here at the meet just a few days ago. Daughter of Big Drama. Now the 9-5 favorite as we set it upstairs for the call. Race 5 from Belmont Park. Here's John Imbrial.
Waiting now for Translate, Chic Bella, and Always All Right. They're in the gate. And they're off. It's Lucky Lindsay who is going out for the early lead. Yellen is there down at the rail. Sassy Secret is running in 3rd. Then Translate next in 4th, followed by Mariposa Doro in 5th. Miss You Blues is 6th at this juncture. Then a break of 3. Back to Shani Go Nanny, who's in 7th. On the outside, Chic Bella now moves up a spot from 8th. Musical Thunder is next in 9th, followed by Always All Right in 10th, and Queen Davi trails the field in 11th. The quarter was 21 and 4/5 seconds as they race midway around the turn. Translate on the outside, pokes ahead in front. Lucky Lindsay is down at the rail. Yellen is in between horses. And just in behind the front 3, it is Miss You Blues on the extreme outside. And Mariposa Doro will need some racing room. The half went in 45 seconds. It is Firster Translate who has come away with the lead. But here's Miss You Blues, the favorite on the outside, now up to challenge. Translate and Miss You Blues, nothing between them with a 16th to the finish. Miss You Blues on the outside, Translate on the inside. Miss You Blues will prevail. Translate was second. Farther back, a photo for 3rd between Yellen and Mariposa Doro.
Favorite with a win to kick off the Empire 6, Miss You Blues, Charlie Baker, Joel Rosario getting by that first-time starter.
Tough to get by that first-time starter. Translate from Tom Morley. Had this toneless filly ready to run big, going 6 furlongs first time on the turf. Turn for home, you see Joel Rosario, and I love the way he builds a horse into a drive. He doesn't go from sitting on them to all in. It's incremental. It's pick it up, and he doesn't ask for more than he needs. And this filly gets it done. Meaningful drop in class to 40,000 from a maiden allowance.
Want to welcome in the other regional networks across the country who've just joined us. Greg Wolf, Richard Migliori, who's actually saying goodbye for now. Andy Serling's going to step in with me here on the set the rest of the way. You're watching America's Day at the Races. It is Miss You Blues, the favorite to take the 5th here at Belmont. Much more coming up right after a short timeout. Stay with us.
It only takes 20 cents to take down an Empire. The Empire 6 is the jackpot 20-cent pick 6 bet that's offered every day at Belmont Park. One unique winning ticket earns the entire net pool, plus the jackpot carryover. Without a unique ticket, 75% is distributed to winners with 25% added to the jackpot. Win big with the Empire 6. Next mandatory payout date Sunday, June 21st.
Visit nyra.com/Empire6 for complete details.
Whether you have Derby dreams or midsummer Derby dreams, this is Tom Durkin to tell you a registered New York bred can take you there.
Diversify!
That New York bred Exact and the Whitney by multimillionaires Diversify and Mind Your Biscuits shows the kind of quality that allowed New York breds to earn more than $93 million on the world stage last year. On-track successes have spurred New York bred sales result. At the March OBS sale, Chestertown sold for $2 million. And this New York bred 2018 yearling brought $1 million at Saratoga. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Setting the mood as she draws off to win by as much as she wants. Gibberish for E5 Racing Thoroughbred. She won by 5 in the end.
With juveniles selling over $400,000 and yearlings bringing up to $650,000. The sky's the limit for this promising young stallion. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
Sign up now for a $25 free play and up to a $200 deposit match with promo code Belmont25.
Welcome to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 and the Fox family of networks. Great to have you with us. It is brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, Greg Wolf joined by New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Tomorrow is the big day. For the first time in the history of this sport, the Belmont Stakes will kick off the Triple Crown Series. We'll see if Tiz the Law's rule will continue. We'll talk about all the contenders he's lining up against. And we don't have a lot of huge rivalries in this game. We're starting to get a little bit of a rivalry in this feature we have later today in this turf sprint, at least a rematch of the top 3 finishers that we saw back at Churchill in May.
No, I agree. And the third-place finisher had a good trip, but did have a little bit of trouble early in the race. I'm with you. I think Chimney Rock is the horse to beat in this race. I just think his form is terrific. I picked him second behind Turned Aside. Linda Rice not great off of layoffs of their turf sprinters, but I do like that horse. But I think Chimney Rock's a very talented runner for Mike Maker. And it feels like maybe he took a little step forward, frankly, from 2 to 3. He won last time overcoming a slow pace and Jack and Noah having an advantage. Why at 6 furlongs should it not be just as likely, if not more likely, wins today?
I think he proved, too, on a main track that he could handle a 6 furlongs. It wasn't an issue for him. We will see. The Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint runner-up from last year. Yeah, it was a big effort from him last out. Can he back it up here today in the rematch? Top 3 finishers all come back. That is in the Sir Cat in race 9. Time now for Andy's Spendthrift best bet of the day. Where are you going to wind up?
We're just in time, actually, for my best bet. And I really do like the 7 excess capacity in this race. Looking at some doubles right now. She appears to be around the 4th choice, which is fine for me. Excess capacity got, to me, the perfect prep last time. It's hard to believe their trainer, John Toscano, thought a mile and a 16th in the turf was the appropriate spot for her to be competitive off a layoff. And I just believe that race came up and he thought, this is the perfect tightener for her. She showed speed, so she really got something out of the race. And you go back, she's got figures fast enough to win. I think there's some questions about some of the shorter prices in this race. And to me, excess capacity should have set a great trip in here. And I like her chances quite a bit with the apprentice Louis Cardenas, who I'm a big fan of. I'm betting excess capacity to win. And I'm going to make a 5-7 exacta box as well. But I like the 7 excess capacity, Greg.
You like her at all?
I do. I thought that was a deep race. Yeah. If you could find a separator in there, it's a great race to narrow things down. Part of the late pick 5, of course, that begins coming up next in the 6th. But yeah, definitely I thought a major player in that race. Back at Churchill Downs. We'll get to in a moment.
That looks
Actually,
like Belmont.
That
right?
looks very much like Belmont, New York. In fact, I'm staring at the winner's circle right below me.
Well, you know, it's overrated.
Miss You Blues, the favorite, kicks off the Empire 6, $6.30 for the win. Rosario for Charlie Baker.
I got to tell you something. This is a nice effort, and I'm surprised this horse paid 2-1. This horse on paper could have been even money. That was a terrific effort for Tom Morley's first-time starter, the tonalist filly, Translate. She did all the dirty work in this race. Miss You Blues got a perfect trip, but that was a tough loss for Translate. An excellent job by Tom having
your
it ready.
Eyes on that debuter next time out. Big effort from the Morley barn for the debut. Churchill Downs, their 6th race, kicks off their late pick 4. It's a 1 1/8 on the turf. Their rail's out 22 feet. And here's our post parade. This is a look at the remaining half of the entry. Morocco, an outside post for Mike Maker.
I like Morocco. The favorite may be tough here, but this horse, and we'll expand on it, had quite the trip last time out.
Here's Botswana. Sean Bridgmahan aboard for Bentley Combs.
Yeah, listen, the last 2 or 3 turf races are okay, not impossible.
16-1 on a horse that was 5-1 morning line. Here's the 4 Easy Shot, Keith DeSormo.
Feels like she'd have to improve in her second turf start. She didn't run badly in her last turf start, but this is a tough spot.
Split the Wickets, another big price at 15-1 for Thomas Van Berg.
You wonder if this horse is better with a little more distance.
Voting Control, Chad Brown, a lot of gaps in the running lines.
Well, this horse had an injury after his last start, and he's back. Now, they're betting him like he's ready. I don't know. I knew last year he was supposed to be ready. I don't know this year if he's good. He's good.
If he's the same horse, deserves to be the price he is on the board at even money. Hierarchy, Joe Sharp sends this one out.
But I think this horse shows how deep the race is. Was compromised by a slow pace last time. He got a good trip sort of behind, but didn't run badly.
You gotta wanna double-digit odds. Adam Beschizza for Phil D'Amato.
The California form is fast enough. The California turf form doesn't always translate on shipping.
Graded stakes placed in his career on the grass, and 10-1 right now, and you gotta wanna. 6-year-old by Proud Citizen. Here's the 9, Bundy Boonin for Nacho Correas.
Another horse who's got figures that are okay and put the horse in the mix at a price. I mean, there's a lot of horses here that can run.
Perfectly Spidey. Joe Talamo's been off since June of last summer, and he moves to the Dallas Stewart barn.
This one would have to get some improvement for Dallas.
And drawing into the race from the also eligible list at 15-1 with Eddie Keneally, new gelding, mark it off.
No excuse last time out. And frankly, Eddie Keneally, a very good trainer, but getting horses that Mike Maker had really improved in the turf, it's not an easy task.
All right, we're a minute to post here. Time for our Twin Spires market mover to identify the horse attracting the most support late in the wagering. We go to Jonathan.
The 6 Voting Control, obviously, is the one taking all the money here down to even money. It's got all that back class. He's trained by the greatest turf trainer in the country. It makes a ton of sense why the money's coming in for him. But like Andy mentioned, there's a lot of horses in here that are nice. And if Voting Control does not show up and run, I'd say a B+ race, he can definitely get beat in here. I think the 5 and the 7 are both interesting. The 5 Split the Wickets, has been closing into slow paces in like his last 5 tries. Now, I'm concerned the pace isn't going to be absolutely fast in here, but it's 17-1. I don't have a problem paying to figure out if the pace is going to be quick. And the 7 Hierarchy, I think Andy will remember, because I think we were both confused about Ramsey's Solution getting loose last time and winning against a really good group. This horse was closing into that loose winner. I think the 7 Hierarchy is entirely too high of a price at 12-1. Voting Control can win, but I think there's value in the 5 and 7.
Yeah, no question. Voting Control being overbet. You'd expect that with these connections. And that is the case. If you want to bet the market mover or anyone else coming up in this race, Twin Spires offering you $25 in bonus bets. Sign up with the code GET25 at twinspires.com or use the Twin Spires app. Play $25. That's how you get your $25 of bonus bets right away. Sean Bridgman, he's on Botswana. Botswana, 2 starts back, was beat by Factor This, who is the morning line favorite in the Wise Dan tomorrow at Churchill. And, of course, Sean Bridgman will be aboard Factor This, who comes in having won back-to-back graded stakes.
But I think it's a little deceptive because it was a very tepid pace that day, and a lot of other horses were compromised by the pace. So I think he was flattered by the dynamics of the race. Or I shouldn't say it. He had a very good trip behind the pace. So I don't really think he did that much running. I think he's one of these turf horses that's kind of overrated by his finish in there. I tell you something. Voting Control may win. I like Morocco. This horse had a dreadful trip last time, and I'm going to look for Florent Giroux to be aggressive from the outside and get better position today, and I really believe he can upset the favorite.
Morocco, the one horse, but an outside post. Yet Florent Giroux aboard. 4-time winner on the turf, 4-1. The 4-5 favorite. Wow, that is a lot of money on Voting Control.
Yeah.
Obviously showed his talent first time out. Group or grade 1 placed, I should say, in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. That was back in 2017. He's only raced once since then, in May of last year. Tyler Gaffleone gets the call. Is he close to what he was, the 5-year-old son of Kitten's Joy? The 6-horse, Voting Control, very short price, returning off the bench for Chad Brown and Klarovich Stables. We send it out to Travis Stone for the call. You're watching the home racing from Churchill Downs here on Fox Sports.
In the gate. And they're off. Perfect Spidey and Mark It Off at outside posts. Split the wicket showing speed. Voting Control's up close as well. Botswana comes through toward the rail. Bias for the first time. Perfect Spidey's out to set the pace. Angles over inside and shows the way. Mark It Off with mild pressure second on the outside. Botswana comes on to be third. Split the Wickets is racing fourth. Then it's a gap of 4 back to Voting Control, who comes away fifth and is now 8 lengths off the lead as the top 4 go on with it. Another 3 from there back to Yagadawana. Yagadawana is racing about 9 lengths off the lead to the backstretch run. Farther back in the field, Hierarchy comes away in 7th. Buni Bunan is 8th. Morocco, an easy shot at the back. To the back stretch they go, the opening quarter, 23-3. Long shot, Perfect Spidey showing the way. Shows the way by half a length with 4.5 furlongs to go. Mark It Off is tracking intently while second. Botswana's moved outside and is coming on 3 wide from third. Split the Wickets over to the inside to save ground, racing fourth by 5. Voting Control still about 8 lengths off the lead, back in fifth. Yet to be asked for his best run. Farther back in the field, starting to make some progress, is Morocco outside of Hierarchy. In between, Yagadawana is in a full-out drive. Then it's Bundi Bunan, an easy shot. Coming for the top of the stretch. Perfect Spidey still in front at the quarter pole. Mark It Off is right there. They're head and head off the turn. Voting Control pops outside, putting in a bid. Botswana's there. Hierarchy splits rivals toward the inside. 1 furlong to go. Here's Hierarchy. Hierarchy comes through toward the rail. Voting Control finishing fast as well. Bundi Bunan down the center of the course, but Hierarchy worked out the trip, kicked clear, and won. Hierarchy by 2.5. Voting Control was second. Bundi Bunan was third. It's tight for fourth.
Hierarchy with the win. Joe Sharp, Corey Lannery, and even in defeat, that's a nice comeback effort for Voting Control.
Yeah, I guess. You're being a little kinder than me. You know, we got a pace to run into. Listen, for a horse off a layoff and an injury, it's good. He's not the same Voting Control. The same Voting Control would have won this race. But you know what? A big difference in trips today. The number 7 Hierarchy was compromised by a pace that never fell apart last time. Today, he got a pace that collapsed and got the job done. A nice ride by Corey.
Meanwhile, Bundi Bunan, the 9 there, winded up third in this race, but it's Hierarchy. Third win on the turf. Good for Joe Sharp. And Carl Moore Management sent a point of entry with the victory, winning at double-digit odds here, 11-1. 4-5 favorite comes in second in that race. We have the late pick 5 coming up next here at Belmont Park. We'll set the stage when we return. Sprinting 6 furlongs on the main track. And it's favorite.
It's America.
America's original sport. And no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Win, you win. Has taken command close to home. Win, you win.
They come down to the wire, and Minute to Stardom upsets them at 20-1.
Back on America's Day at the Races. On Fox Sports 2 and the Fox family of networks, you can earn a $10 bonus today with the 50-50. Bet $50 on Belmont, $50 on Churchill on the Naira Bets app. You earn a $10 bonus. Win or lose, you must place your bets on the Naira Bets app to earn that bonus.
I've already earned it.
And did you collect some money along the way?
No.
Well, that's why the bonus helps out.
But I'm hopeful.
Race 6. Kicks off the late pick 5, 3/4 of a mile, $25,000 claiming event as we head downstairs to Acacia Courtney.
And Greg, we'll start with Excess Capacity, who does have quite a bit of speed and seems like will appreciate getting back on the main track today, not to mention that drop in class. Had a lot of energy today, really showing me here in the paddock that she's going to be on the engine early, which is good, especially at this level. Taking that drop, I want her to show that speed. I think it's her best weapon that she has. She looks sharp today. I think that she benefited from that race last time out, going 1 1/16 on the turf. I have no problems with her here in the paddock for trainer John Toscano. Now, the number 6, Miss Jack, she was one that I was intrigued by on paper, thinking that the slight turn back to 6 furlongs, maybe second off the claim, second off that off of a bit of a freshening, she might improve. I was a bit underwhelmed here in the paddock, though, I have to say. She's a smaller type. She's a bit lighter than I'd like to see. She looks fine. She just looks a bit quiet. I'd like to see her get on her toes a bit more, showing me a little bit more energy, so hoping for some more from her. That's not the case, though, with the 3 Queen Cahen. Now, she's a smaller type. She, too, ran on the turf last time out, and that was a salty field that she faced. She looks like a dirt sprinter, which is what she gets to do today. So that's a positive for her. She also has some natural speed. She looks quick. She looks just like ready to roll this afternoon here in the paddock. So it could make the pace a little bit interesting, but more than anything, Greg, I think she's happy to just be back doing what she wants to do. One horse that
I think might outrun her odds would be the 5 Jump for Joy. She's a 7-year-old mare, and we've talked about this quite a bit. Horses that are older, have muscle memory, have benefited from some time off. She's dappled out today. She was just really touting herself. She just looked really, really good here. Maybe a bit of a long shot to look at, Greg.
Acacia, thanks. We're approaching the 5-minute mark to post. Jonathan, late pick 5. It begins here. Talk to us.
Yeah, it's a fun little sequence here. I'm going to start using the 2, 3, 5, and 7. I agree with Andy. I like excess capacity in this first race as well. I'm going to use 5, 7, 8, and 12 in the second leg. I like the 8 first appeal the most. I am getting a little bit brave there, not using Lovely Lala, who's taking some money already in the doubles. But if Chad Brown couldn't win, I'm not nothing against Michelle Nevin, but I'm going to look to try to beat this horse who's taking money. I'm going to use the 6, 8, and 9. I feel like Steam Engine is going to set up the pace a little bit in that race in the third leg. I'm going to use the 6, Summer Bourbon, the 8, Casmania, and the 9, the Caretaker. On to the Sir Cat. I'm going to use the 2, 4, and 7, Jack and Noah, Guildsman, and Chimney Rock. I like Jack and Noah and Guildsman better than Chimney Rock. I think Chimney Rock is going to be a little bit overbet. And then I'm ice cold single in the last to the 10, Topaz Bride. 2, 3, 5, 7 with 5, 7, 8, 12 with 6, 8, 9 with 2, 4, 7 with 10.
Here's our post break. Jonathan, thanks. Here's Kimura. Could be the speed of the speed inside.
Agreed. She looks overmatched.
We'll get to the 2 in a moment. We have a little story
She
on the
ran
2.
off.
Did run, reared up and ran off.
I think she's at Aqueduct by now.
Queen Cahan for Eddie Barker showed speed on the turf last start. Big drop.
You know, you said it to me, and I agree. A bad negative drop down off that terrible return race, but obviously she's good enough to win.
Luis Saez and Archum, My Baby for Orlando Noda.
You know, Archum, My Baby is a really tough horse, but she seems to have lost her form, but she's had a terrific career.
Jump for Joy, Mercan Cantermasi with Robert Amendola.
Yeah, she's my second choice. She's got some go-back races that are pretty good, and I think she just might need a freshening, and I like the switch to Irad Ortiz.
Here's Miss Jack, Rob Atras, Manny Franco.
This is my top choice, as you might have heard a little bit earlier, getting back to the dirt after a prep on the turf the other day.
Excess Capacity. She actually opened up as the favorite from a 6-1 morning line for John Toscano.
Excuse me, she's my pick in here, Excess Capacity. I got confused. I do not like Miss Jax, who was entered cheaper earlier, but Excess Capacity I think is in a good spot here to stalk. Should go up in odds.
And then big long shot on the outside, who is stakes placed at Finger Lakes and a stakes winner at Suffolk, Tropical Joy.
She'd be a big upsetter, though. Her rider is looking for his second upset today.
All right, so let's look at the one you do like in here, next door to this one. That's Excess Capacity, who did put together back-to-back wins at Aqueduct the end of last year and early this year.
Yeah, I thought she was against it a little bit 2 races back in the dirt at Aqueduct when she chased outside to a wire-to-wire winner. Time before that, thought she ran fine in a sloppy track. She'd lose to Mo Flash, but I thought she ran fine in there. I think that race you were looking at, I'm probably the second to Mo Flash. She's got fast figs on dirt and I mean long and short. I just think she's a very logical horse, and I also have some knocks on the others. This is the wet track 3 back when she lost to Mo Flash. Mo Flash, we saw run off in the post parade. Thought Mo Flash might have been helped a little bit by the wet track last time out, and I think that Excess Capacity just has more good races, and I really like the prep that Excess Capacity had because they're going along on the turf. She showed speed and tired, so it's not like she got a lot out of that race.
So I want to ask you, and totally different surface. It was a wet track that day, but Excess Capacity, she got to the front that day. What excuse did she have?
No, she had no real excuse. I think the other horse may have been helped a little bit by the wet track, and I'm just hoping that she's the one moving forward in this race more than Mo Flash. But I'm not making a big excuse.
Yeah. No, it does seem like Mo Flash is the better on the off track, the conditions they got that day. There is Queen Cahan. She was the morning line favorite. She is the one taking the big drop down in here, and she is the favorite right now.
Yeah, I mean, I understand her being the favorite, and I'll understand if she wins this race. When she won this race 3 back, it was a very unusual race because there was a huge speed in there that didn't get off at all, and it changed the whole complexion of the race, and it enabled her to get into that comfortable stalking spot. And the horse in the rail is a deep closer and was compromised by the lack of pace and got jammed down the inside, which wasn't the best place to be. So she got very fortunate to win, but those were pretty good horses. And I think if she runs an 80 buyer in here, good trip or not, she'll probably win. The problem I have is the drop to 25,000 off the terrible return race. This is a horse, she wasn't winning last time. She's 45-1, but she stopped to an absolute crawl in there, and then she drops down precipitously, so I see some negatives. Not that she can't win.
All right, Queen Cahen. We'll see. Probably was hoping it would rain today. Very good. 3 of her 5 career wins have come on an off track. 2-1 favorite. Jonathan, your thoughts here on the 6th at Belmont?
Yeah, I share the enthusiasm that Andy has for the 7 excess capacity, but I also, just to not repeat what he said, I like the 5 Jump for Joy a little bit as well. A nice price on the board at 10-1. I felt like when you look at the bottom of this horse's past performances and just kind of work your way up, every time the horse doesn't exactly show up, I feel like you can kind of build in an excuse, and that's how you can find 10-1 shots. So what I'll do here is I felt like the race at Parks, maybe that was a little bit too short, then caught the wet track at Parks, and then the last race in a sloppy racetrack was wide all the way around there, didn't break all that well, and ran for 32,000, and now, just a small little drop to 25,000. So I just feel like this horse is interesting at a price at 10-1, and like I said, the 7 excess capacity makes a lot of sense as well. I'd be surprised if the favorite wins, but it can happen. Acacia?
It certainly could, Jonathan, and I too am taking a shot. Jump for Joy, my top pick at a price, but wanted to mention the 4 Archie My Baby. As Andy mentioned, she's a tricky horse that seems to have kind of lost her way. She looks, I have to say, which surprised me, she looks a bit better today than I saw her last time out at Gulfstream, and she came from a very high percentage barn, and a barn whose horses always do well with Saffie Joseph Jr. and look well too, but I don't know, she's was dappled today. She had good energy. She was just a bit flat last time when I saw her. And to be fair, I didn't think at the time it was the strongest field that she was running against, and this could be a wide open race. If she improves a little bit today, maybe she could take a step forward because she does look the part for Orlando Noda, whose horses have been running, but it is a test for her, and she does need to take a step forward, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Look at our analyst selections here. So JK, Acacia, both going with Jump for Joy. Andy, excess capacity, your best bet as we get set to kick off this late pick 5. There's a lot of, obviously the feature is going to be a lot of fun, but that last race, I think, makes this pick 5 very, almost a must play.
I agree that, listen, Jonathan's horse can win Topaz Bride, and probably of the horses that have run, she's the one to beat in there, but I got to tell you, that's a tough race to land in a single for me. I understand he wanted to spread earlier, and it's not easy to put that ticket in. And I respect that Jonathan puts these tickets in because you're going to play in more case for more money than you're going to put the ticket up for. So it's a little tricky to put it together. But I agree. I like Turned Aside in the feature today, but I would use just the 5 Turned Aside and the 7 Chimney Rock. I'd go short in there. The 7th race is not easy. Also, the race that kicks off that 2-day $1 minimum pick 5, Greg.
Great sequence.
Yeah.
Get involved. Still time here to get involved in this late pick 5. Making their way to the gate here. And, we talked about the last couple of days on the show, Mercan Cantermasi and Robert Amendola. He was the first owner to really give this barn a chance. He trains Mercan with his father and brother, kind of a three-person all-family team, and then Amendola came in, who's very sharp, and gave him a shot.
Well, Robert Amendola has been a very successful owner in this circuit going back many, many years. He used to have Cedar Valley Stable that Butch Lenzini trained for. It's a Lebanon's horse back in the 80s. Left the game for a while, got back in a few years ago, and he's a sharp claiming owner. And Mercan Cantermasi, as you suggested, he and his team, they do a terrific job. It's a big win price in this horse. 5-7's my box, so I'm rooting for both of them.
Since they claimed the 5 Jump for Joy, already has become a 4-time winner for Robert Amendola, the owner here in the Cantermasi barn. We shall see what happens. The favorite still Queen Cahen as we kick off the late pick 5. We send it upstairs. John Imbrial with the call, race 6 from Belmont.
The gate. And they're off. Kamara broke well from that inside post. Archie My Baby is there, and Jump for Joy. As they move up the backstretch, it is Kamara with the lead here by 2. Archie My Baby, Jump for Joy, heads apart. Then it's Excess Capacity now gaining ground from 4th. Tropical Joy on the outside runs in 5th. Then it's Miss Jack in 6th. Mo Flash is down at the rail, and in between horses is Queen Cahen. The quarter went in 22 seconds. It is Kamara with the lead here by 3/4 of a length. Archie My Baby, Jump for Joy. They are heads apart, 2nd and 3rd, and getting closer now to Kamara, so it's 3 of them across the track for the lead. Miss Jack advances in between horses now to take 4th. Excess Capacity. The gray is under the whip on the outside. Then Queen Cahen, the half mile in 45 seconds. There in the stretch, it is Kamora on the outside, Jump for Joy. Queen Cahan looks to rally down at the rail. Arch You My Baby not giving up as they come down for the 16th pole. It is Jump for Joy, Arch You My Baby, Queen Cahan down at the rail. They come for the finish. Jump for Joy and Arch You My Baby, and it's a head bob. A head bob between Jump for Joy and Arch You My Baby. Queen Cahan was third.
Head bobber at the wire here between Arch You My Baby and the 5 here, Jump for Joy.
Yeah, I think the 4 may have gotten the bob here. I don't know who won. The 4 won. The horse on the inside appears to have won the bob. I don't think the guys who were screaming louder than anybody, perhaps in the Capital District, realized they may have lost the bob, because it does feel like Arch You My Baby came back and just got the absolute best bob there as it was a battle down to the wire. Yeah, the 4 got the bob.
Looks like a 12-time winner. This would be number 13 for this 6-year-old mare. Went off, well, both of them did here at 7-1.
You know, maybe that was money showing for Arch You My Baby, and the Noda crew is tough. Again, the horse from Safi Joseph. This horse had just completely lost her form, and she had kept that form for a long time. But she found it today for a barn that's improved a lot of horses, to be honest, in their real first-year training. And it does appear she got a very, very fortunate bob. Jump for Joy and Jose Ortiz looked like they were going to draw off and get the win. They just don't think they got the best of the bob. We haven't seen the final yet, but it did seem like the inside. And this is not a good angle we're looking at here for predicting it, but it feels like the 4 Arch You My Baby did get the bob. Nice effort by both of them. You know, they held together.
There it is. Yeah, it is Arch You My Baby, the 4 unofficially put up as your winner, just edging out Jump for Joy, who most of the stretch in this stretch duel was in front.
I agree. My pick, the 7, excess capacity, was absolutely dreadful. She was in a good spot for Louis Cardenas, and you could just see it. The 3 ace pole, frankly, she was completely and totally empty. Nobody really showed up besides the first
Flash,
2.
Queen Cahan, this excess capacity, none of them showed
They
up.
just didn't show. I mean, Queen Cahan was 3rd, but don't you almost feel like she was 3rd by default?
Yeah, it felt like it. Not really involved in terms anywhere near the win photo here. 7-1 to kick off the late pick 5. Orlando Noda, Luis Saez, Mad Dog Racing Stable. Get the job done here in race number 6. Prices from this one will set the stage for the late pick 4 when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Ironicus. This graded stakes winning millionaire defeated over 20 Grade 1 winners, including Canadian champion and Horse of the Year Up With the Birds. A Grade 2 winner and course record setter at Saratoga, he won 3 graded stakes and was runner-up in multiple Grade 1 events. His first yearlings have sold for over 7 times his stud fee. The leading money earner at stud for emerging Sire of Sires Distorted Humor. Ironicus, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Adrenaline pumping, hearts racing, the thrill of winning. And it all happens right here. Twin Spires, from the team behind the Kentucky Derby and the destination for horse racing wagering from around the globe. From beginner to expert, Twin Spires is betting made fun and easy. And for new players, once you place your first $25 worth of bets, we'll match that in bonus bets. Twin Spires, racing into your home. Download the app now. See site for details. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
Celebrate Belmont Stakes Day with America's Day at the Races. Watch a stellar undercard of heart-pounding racing action. The 3 of them hit the wire together. Our team of experts give out their picks and report on up-to-the-minute information as the day builds for the 152nd running of the Belmont Stakes. Don't miss Belmont Stakes Day on America's Day at the Races Saturday. Check your local listing.
If your run-happy 2-year-old wins a maiden special weight at Belmont, Summer Meet, Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs, you shall receive a $100,000 bonus. Remember, win an extra $100,000 in 2020 when your run-happy 2-year-old wins a maiden special weight at Belmont, Summer Meet, Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs. Be happy and run happy.
Back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Good to have you with us on the eve of the first leg of the Triple Crown this year. That is the Belmont Stakes for the first time in history. Our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. today. Run happy photo finish, opening leg of the late pick 5. It literally came down to a photo between Archie My Baby and Jump for Joy. Ran big in defeat there, that 5 horse on the outside, but it goes to the 4 horse.
It may be the run happy photo finish, but for me, it was the unhappy photo finish.
For both of us.
Yes, a lot of unhappy people here. We're running unhappily.
$16.80.
By the way, did you notice that run happy that was scratched at Churchill yesterday is back in here on Sunday? So they scratched in Churchill yesterday with a 2-year-old first-time starter, and they're going to run here where they can get the bonus.
Smart move, because that means they have a chance now for a $100,000 bonus should they win a maiden special weight with a run happy 2-year-old. 7th back at Churchill. 6 furlongs, non-winners of 2 lifetime claiming race coming up, and we're looking at Between the Hedges for LSU alum Tom Amos.
Ends up being a speed on the big drop down for Tom, but is there anything left in the tank?
Yeah, drops down James Graham. Of course, that duo teamed up to win the opener. Carondelet, Michelle Lavelle.
Was there ever enough left in the tank for this horse, even from the start? Has never really run that quick.
This horse claimed off of Brad Cox last time out, the 3-1 step. That was a maiden score at Oaklawn.
Now, the trainer, Steve Hobby, has good numbers off the claim, but claiming from Brad Cox, but is claimed out of her best race in her career.
7-2 on 1 step. Yes, Steve Hobby, 4 for 5. First off the claim. Whoville, Brian Williamson, double-digit odds, just broke his maiden at Churchill.
I don't even think Horton would bet her today.
What was that?
I don't think Horton would bet her. Wasn't it Horton Here's a Who? Was Horton in Whoville, or was that the Grinch?
Ooh, I can't help you here.
You got to get up on your Dr. Seuss, Greg. Come on, man.
When I was 5, I could have helped you.
Just a couple years ago.
You still read them, huh?
Read them.
I'm the cat's meow. Michael Tomlinson explains a lot.
You are the cat's meow. Looks a little on the slow side.
Yeah, what a Tampa, the maiden breaker.
Yeah.
Fed Policy, 42-1. Adam Beschizza.
That's an awfully bit. I'm not in love with this horse, but this horse doesn't look like a 40-1 shot in the paper relative to some of these. Why is this horse that much worse than the 5? It was 1/8 the price.
Nice warm-up here as well. We'll see. This will be the 3-year-old debut, daughter of Fed Biz. The 9, Classy Justice for Barry King.
You know, she's second off a layoff. She lost the rider, and her figs before that were fast enough. I know she's 1 for 14 with 4 seconds, but she's got a chance.
Here's the 10. Makes a nice appearance here for Joe Sharp. Just Fly.
Yeah, I scratch into this one with the 7, the speed coming out, and Joe Sharp's looking to win back-to-back races, second off a layoff.
Favorite on the board, though, is the one we'll see next, and there's Heart River. Rider change. It's Joe Talamo for James Chapman.
Here's the question, Greg. Do you trust her off her last race? Her last race is far and away the best race she's ever run. But is it to be believed? Because her other races aren't that good.
Twin Spires, their new player bonus is underway. You could get $25 in bonuses. Sign up with the code GET25 at twinspires.com or on the Twin Spires app. Play $25 to get your $25 in bonuses right away. So 6-1 on the horse on the rail. That is Between the Hedges. Tom Amos, James Graham. They won the opener with Irritator, who was aggressive out of the gate.
And I think with the 7 scratching, any of the 1, 3, and 10 are potential speeds here. So you imagine Tom will go from the inside. Now listen, you go 3 back when Tom had her, and she ran a race and finishing second that would probably be fast enough to win here, and she'd be the favorite off that race. Better company or not in her next 2 starts, my gosh, Greg, she's been absolutely dreadful. I know she's 6-1. I just can't bet a horse off form like that.
Does get easier, although the only win, even though it was a big one, by 9 lengths, it came on a muddy racetrack, the only time she's crossed the wire first. Of course, Tom Amos is going to be sending out the very speedy and talented No Parole tomorrow in the Grade 1 Woody Stevens, presented by Claiborne Farm. That is race 2 on tomorrow's card.
Be cool to see a Louisiana bred win the Grade 1 Woody Stevens in this horse. And this is the one Tom decides to send a long weekend. I think he'd entered in California. I saw he tweeted, will not be going to California. I thought long weekend was actually the better of the 2, but No Parole comes in with much more rest. This horse is the speed of the speed. I prefer others in there, but, you know, he's a talented runner, and you got to take a stand. And this is a good spot to see if perhaps he can win a Grade 1 with this horse. Be an incredible achievement.
1 at a mile. Of course, that was against Louisiana bred company. What do you think about the 7 ace here stretching out for No Parole?
I think he's in very, very tough. I think the 7-ace is a question against this kind of competition. I respect and agree with Tom for taking the chance with him in this spot. It's a grade 1. 5 showed up. I don't understand. I don't understand why the Connections of Art Collector stayed in Kentucky last week, and he ran a race that could probably win this race, and he missed a chance to grade 1. They don't grow on trees, grade 1s.
Mischievous Alex, he's still thinking Kentucky Derby.
Why not?
He comes in off back-to-back graded stakes. What do you think of his chances?
You know, David Aragona is the best morning line maker, in my opinion, in the country. This one, I disagree with him. I'd be happy to bet him a lunch that Mischievous Alex is favored here. I like Maru, but I think Mischievous Alex is the horse to beat.
Yeah, I'm with you. He's going to be tough in that race. Of course, Steve Asmus and Barnes sending out 2 in their Echo Town, shoplifted. You look at this loaded lineup, 4 grade 1s on the card. The Woody Stevens, the first of them in race 2, a grade 1 on the Belmont undercard.
And I love that Claiborne is sponsoring the Woody Stevens because, of course, Woody trained so many good horses for them, including Swale, who won the Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes.
So Tom Amoss trying to win with no parole. The Woody Stevens, he's trying to win here with the 1 horse between the hedges. Let's go to Jonathan Kinchin.
Thanks, Wolfie. Andy mentioned something. He glazed over it really quickly that the 7 scratched out of this race. That horse was the main speed in here, and that horse was going to make it much more difficult for the 10 Just Fly. But with him out, I think Just Fly now has a nice, comfortable advantage, being drawn to the outside, having the most speed. His last race wasn't great from a speed figure standpoint, but I felt like he had an excuse that day. It was a level a little bit above this, facing better. He didn't break all that well, and so I'm hoping that, second off of the layoff, facing a little bit easier with a little bit less pace pressure, I'm hoping that the 10 Just Fly can turn the tables in this and get the win here. I thought the 11 was interesting, Heart River, but I just couldn't get over the fact that Just Fly has a little bit of an advantage over that one and is comparable prices. So I'll take the 3-1 on the 10 Just Fly.
JK, thanks. She's 3-1. I thought she made a great appearance on the racetrack, too, from what we could tell here on the screen. Obviously, we're not on site at Churchill Downs. Co-favorite right now, along with the 3 filly here, 1 step.
Yeah, listen, bad news for you, Jonathan. I agree with you. I think this is a very, very logical horse, the 10 Just Fly. The potential speed, she has the benefit of being outside of them. So if either between the hedges or 1 step, and I think more between the hedges, gets a very aggressive ride, she can stalk outside of them. If they don't want to be aggressive, then she can go to the front. And it does seem like Joe Sharp's horses are running. She takes a needed drop. She was simply over her head. I think she's a very logical horse for Joe Sharp, who's looking to win back-to-back races.
He is indeed. Also, you have Heart River to the outside. Comes off that second for 20.
What do you do as a horse player when you have a horse that, she was off the claim, but it's not as though it's a trainer that has a high percentage off the claim. She really jumped up, right? Her last race, a huge improvement off the claim. Then she comes back. Last time she was almost 14-1. Now she's a fraction of that price. I never bet these horses back because I want to see it to believe it.
You can make at least there was something tangible there. You could say maybe that's why she ran better. She added blinkers.
Okay. Oh, no, that's fine. Listen, and it's not as though she didn't have a couple of back races that were okay, but it was such a big improvement for her. I have trouble, it's the last time was the time concept, right? You got the big price last time and a fraction today. It doesn't work for me. I'd much rather bet the 10 at a comparable price, but now the 10 has dropped down to 2-1 Just Fly, and that's a little short for me. 9-5.
Yeah, how about 9-5? The 10 Just Fly.
Boy, the power of Jonathan.
Filly to beat here in race 7 from Churchill Downs. Travis Stone with the call.
Restive behind the gate. Riders now off Heart River. Goes in the gate. And they're off. On the Cat's Meow, wins the break and is racing for the lead. Carondelet comes through toward the inside. And here comes Whoville up to be third. So down the back stretch they go. On the Cat's Meow, Carondelet and Whoville between the hedges, not the best of starts, is trying to squeeze through down toward the inside, but was stopped there. Classy Justice takes over fourth. Just Fly on the far outside is racing fifth. One step right in the thick of it. Sixth and only 2 lengths off the lead. Between the hedges is back into seventh. Heart River's running in eighth by 4. Fed Policy the last of them all. Whoville's in front, far turn run. Classy Justice coming on 3 wide. 4 wide for Just Fly, and on the Cat's Meow holds her spot down to the rail. 4 of them across the track racing for the quarter pole. Heart River's not far behind and coming with a wide run. One step's going to try and cut the corner. Between the hedges under pressure. Top of the stretch now. On the Cat's Meow, fending them off so far. Opens back up by 2. Whoville repelled in second. So too Just Fly. Heart River trying to come on late. Then it's one step in between the hedges. On the Cat's Meow, still going strong. Leads by 2.5. Heart River trying hard. Still second. Second to on the Cat's Meow. The 1-length winner. Heart River was second. Between the hedges was third. And Whoville finished fourth.
I'm the Cat's Meow, Michael Tomlinson. Joe Rocco Jr. with the win here in the 7th at Churchill.
She sure was today, and she really showed her hand with that break, right? I mean, it looked like a funny break. A lot of them were sort of scattered. The one took a bad break, but she broke ahead of the field. And a lot of horses, they'll tip their hand and show their sharpness when they break really well from the gate. And she did it, and I like the fact that Joe Rocco didn't take that away from her because she's not really a speed type. But Joe realized he had an advantage breaking like that. He didn't take her out of the race. He let her roll along, and she was best today.
At 7-1 as well, Daughter of Discreet Cat stays strong through the stretch. The 11 here winding up second, 5-11-1 finish.
I think the one running third, by the way, is an achievement because she totally blew the break, and then she got caught in tight. The 11 came back and duplicated her last. She just lost a horse that outran her.
He's the heavy favorite heading into the first leg of horse racing's Triple Crown of the Belmont Stakes. Can Tiz the Law get it done in the Belmont? We'll talk about it when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
As the world faces unprecedented challenges, our faith and resolve have been challenged like never before. But tough times never last, tough people do. Thanks to all the fans, the backstretch workers, trainers, owners, breeders, veterinarians, and countless others behind the scenes. We are inspired daily by your commitment, and we applaud your passion for this great sport. Together we'll rise above this, and soon we will all run happy again.
Don't miss Saturday's Belmont Stakes Day. Swale and Gotham Stakes winner Mischievous Alex has been toying with the competition.
Mischievous Alex has a 3-length lead, and he's going to win the Grade 3 Gotham.
Can Mischievous Alex win a 4th straight? The Woody Stevens kicks off an all-star card, the first of 6 stakes races on the program. Watch the 36th running of the Woody Stevens, presented by Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Just in time for the Belmont Stakes. Naira Bets. Brand new offers for members. Take advantage. Of course, the showdown has been supersized for Saturday's Belmont Stakes. Free to enter a handicapping contest. $5,000 in prizes. Top 3 finishers with the highest mythical bankroll earn a prize with top place earning $2,500, and it is free to enter. Place your picks now. Watch your name climb that leaderboard on Saturday. Go to naira.com/showdown to get involved as we go to Jonathan Kinchin.
Look, there's an awesome pick 5 coming up. I love these 2-day wagers. It starts right here in race 7. You got race 9 today, and then you've got 3 grade 1s on Saturday. I talked about the early part of this pick already. I'm going to use the 5, 7, 8, and 12 in this first leg. 2, 4, and 7 in the second leg. I think that there's a possibility that you can beat Chimney Rock a little bit here. Don't get me wrong, I'm using him, but there's a possibility to beat him to create some value. On to the grade 1 Acorn. I think Gamine is a layover when you're looking at this field. I think she's going to be very, very hard to beat. Bob Baffert, when he ships them out east and runs them on the dirt, they're very tough. I'm going to use the 3, 4, and 8. Texas Wedge, Pure Sensation, and Hidden Scroll. Pure Sensation doesn't have the greatest record going 6 on the turf, but he's still such a classy horse. I can't toss him. Hidden Scroll is unexposed on the turf. We just haven't seen what's going to happen with him yet. And then I'm ice cold to Tis the Law to wrap this thing up. Maggie?
I like that ticket, JK, but back here as a present. Can't wait to get to tomorrow, though. We'll take a look at the field here. Out of Trouble is your favorite. I can't disagree with that. I think she looks great here for Brad Cox. But taking some nibbles on the board is a first-time turf horse in number 4, Collegeville Girl. Now, she is the daughter of Central Banker, which is a pretty good influence, especially in these turf sprints. But I have to say, I don't really see it with her physically. She looks good from the overall sense, but we'll see what she does out there, as some horses that have some layoffs to contend with include number 8, First Appeal. Now, she is a 6-time winner here for Brad Cox on the turf. She looks pretty fit. You know, she kind of got a little cheaper on us towards last year, but she's back in the allowance race for the 40. Like I said, she might need that tightener, whereas her stablemate, she does have a more recent effort, as Lovely Lala comes back from Michelle Nevin. I like the fact she comes back going 7, but a lot of times with Michelle's horses, sometimes they just need to start coming off the bench, Greg.
Here coming up. This race kicks off the late pick 4, and the 2-day pick 5 is Jonathan, of course, win over 5-2 right now on Out of Trouble, one of a couple in this race for Brad Cox.
Yeah, I think Out of Trouble is the horse to beat, but this is a tricky race. This is a hard one.
Well, we'll start off with Fetching, who is making her 4-year-old debut for Mike Cassie.
I thought this horse was a player. I know the race wasn't fast, but winning her debut at 7 furlongs and improved since then. I think the distance works for her.
No idea if she can run on the turf, but her last start on dirt would destroy this field.
Yeah, but this is a different surface, and her pedigree is not screaming turf. Not for me.
VIP Nation, turn back in distance, Kendra Carmotion speed.
The problem with her is the speed of the 4 and 6. It's hard to see her controlling, and I think she's best controlling, but still a win candidate.
A Will Away for Bob Caceres.
Eric Cancel is just supposed to put this filly in front and hope that she's a turf horse.
Out of Trouble, Brad Cox the favorite.
If she runs back to her good races, she's going to win. But her form at Fairgrounds wasn't quite as good as her New York form, but she's back with New York breds.
Well, here's the stablemate, and she just ran 2nd at this level in her last start. This will be her 6-year-old debut.
She's just a horse that doesn't seem to win much anymore. She used to, and that bothers me. But she's a horse that's good enough to win.
Lovely Lala. You would think she was good enough to win. She was with Chad Brown, but now she's with Michelle Nevin.
Couldn't win for Chad. Now, I don't really care about the trainer change. She's just had one good trip after another, and she just never wins.
Yeah, horse who beat her last time, too, was 2 for 13 on the grass.
I bet her.
Elegant Zip.
Score.
You
My
did.
last big score. Yeah, for ages time. Ned Allard.
David Donk on Elegant Zip, who went by. Here's the 12 on the outside. Short Pour, I thought, had some interesting races.
She can be forwardly placed in this race as well, and I agree for Mark Hennig. She's got races to give her a chance. This is a tricky race because, I mean, I picked the 7. 5-2 is no bargain on anybody in this race, Greg.
Luis Saez on that outside runner. He's already got 2 wins on the afternoon. You get signed up, started. Play along with Naira Bets just in time for the Belmont Stakes. Brand new offer for new members, $25 free play, and also can take advantage of a $200 deposit match after your first deposit with the promo code BELMONT25. Get signed up and started. NYRABets.com. We'll be back with the 7th for Belmont next.
Tom Durkin letting you know New York Reds start with an advantage. At the sales, buyers pay up to 7 figures. And there's over $2 million in stakes money limited to New York sired horses in the New York Stallion Stakes Series, like the Park Avenue for 3-year-old fillies.
Newly minted wins it for fun.
For fun and money. The winner's share generates an additional $55,000 from the New York Breeding Fund.
Funny Guy's gonna do it.
Funny Guys winning the Times Square division generates the same money. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A graded stakes winner at 2, 3, and 4, from coast to coast, from 7.5 furlongs to 1.25 miles. In 2018, the fastest 3-year-old in the country over 10 furlongs by internationally successful sire More Than Ready. Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
A live bid of $775,000 was not high enough to buy this uber-fast son of Run Happy at the OBS 2-year-old sale June 10th. I can't wait to write the owner a check for $100,000 when he graduates with a maiden special weight win at Belmont, Saratoga, Delmar, or Kentucky Downs Summer Meet. Run Happy, standing in legendary Stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the races on Fox Sports 2 of the Fox family of networks. Getting set for the late pick 4 here at Belmont. We're 3 minutes to post, 7 furlongs on the turf here coming up as we look at the current favorite. Brad Cox is out of trouble. Joel Rosario on board.
Yeah, when she was running sort of last summer into the fall, she was running races that are faster than most of these horses, and I think she is the horse to beat off of them. She did have trouble in that race in October where VIP Nation made a second because there was a spill in there, and it cost her any chance to be much closer. Her form wasn't as great at Fairgrounds. I'm hoping these one-turn courses are better for her, and the Brad Cox barn is firing. 2-1 to me is way too low on her. I didn't think she'd be this short in this race. It's a competitive race. I ended up on her, but I could see this race being won by any number of horses.
Part of it, Brad Cox, the win percentage at the meet is insane.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. That's one of the reasons I went with it. If you can't beat them, join them. VIP Nation is best when she's in front. And with the presence of both Collegeville Girl and a Willaway, I have to think that she's going to have a tough time getting the lead. Now, if the other two don't get the right rides, you know Kendrick's going to go, and she gets in front, she can wire this field. Can she be as good against these kind of horses rating? That's the million-dollar question.
A 2-day dollar pick 5. It starts here. Pool close to $300,000 and growing. Last few chances here to get involved on a pick 5 that comprises some races here, and then big day, stakes-filled program on Belmont Stakes Day.
There's some great opportunities tomorrow, and I know the stakes, the field size isn't that strong in them, but the other races are very strong throughout the day. I think there's some good races on the card, and the race after the Belmont might be the best race of the entire day. It's a wide-open allowance race in the turf. As far as the 9, Lovely Lala, she just fails to get it done. She lost for Chad Brown at 1-2, even money twice, 4-5. It's like she's lost over and over again. This is a tougher field, too.
Didn't it seem like she had pretty fast fractions to close into that start, didn't she?
Well, last time was a complete and utter meltdown. The winner came from last in there, but the race was dumped in her lap, and she just finds somebody and says, come on, go on by, and she always does that. And listen, 4-1's a fair price on her, but I just can't bet this horse.
Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
I want to check in with the rail runner. That's number 1, Fetching in here. As you guys were talking about the pace, well, I'm hoping it heats up in front for this girl here. She comes back for Mark Cassey, and she's changed a lot in her 4-year-old season. You know, she was one that I really couldn't wait to see running longer as she debuted and won going the 7 furlongs because she's just so big and rangy. But she's like developed a lot behind the saddle and has kind of gotten more built downhill, more indicative of a sprinter / miler type. So I'm not opposed to her coming back going the 7 furlongs. She is well defined. She is fit. Of any of the horses coming back off of layoffs, she is by far the most fit. And I'm going to hope that things set up in her favor. She's going to be my pick as I'll get it over to JK.
Thanks, Maggie. I like the 8 First Appeal. If you look at start at the bottom of this past performances, every turf sprint this horse runs in the last 5 or 6 have all been good. If she runs that race here, she's got a great chance. Outside post is always good in these sprint races. It just gives them more options. So you don't have much time, but throw one of those dollar pick 5s in. It's a great opportunity because the higher minimum is going to it doesn't allow people to spread as much. It's going to help all the payoffs in the long run get involved in this great wager. Wolfie, back to you.
Jonathan, thanks. 319,000 and growing in that 2-day dollar pick 5. Last chance here to get involved as we begin to load up here again. Brad Cox, what a start to this meet. Just unreal. 6 for 12 so far here at the Belmont meet. He has the 7 out of trouble. He has the 8 First Appeal. The 7, of course, the 2-1 favorite.
Yeah, I mean, and they haven't just been a boatload of short-priced horses. There have been some, but he won with like a 9-1 the last race here on Sunday. So, yeah, he gets it done. I mean, he's winning everywhere. He's an incredible operation.
Beginning to load up. Fetching will move in first for Mark Cassey. Of course, we'll send out Tap It to Win in the Belmont Stakes on Saturday. We'll be talking more about a little bit later on in the show.
Which, you know what, horse, my best bet in the stakes tomorrow is Highland Glory in the Wonder Again. I really like that horse for Barclay Tag.
All right, well, some time to talk about that one a little bit
forward
later.
to it.
And tomorrow as well. Late pick 4 starts here. Good luck, everyone. It is the 7 out of trouble. Favored here. Joel Rosario looking for number 3 on the afternoon as we send it upstairs to John Imbrial for the call.
They're all in line. And they're off. Awkward start there for number 5, VIP Nation, and she trails the field. From the outside, Short Pour is out for the lead with Elegant Zip racing in second. Then it's Fetching down at the rail. Lovely La La on the outside, and a First Appeal in 5th. A break of 3 now. VIP Nation, after that awkward start, has advanced into 6th. Then we have Out of Trouble in 7th. Passed there on the outside by A Will Away, and Collegeville Girl trails the field in 9th, the opening quarter 22 and 4/5 seconds. Short Pour has opened up by 2.5 lengths. Elegant Zip is running in 2nd, then Fetching down at the rail. Lovely La La on the outside. A break of 3 to First Appeal in 5th. VIP Nation is in 6th. It's another 3 to Collegeville Girl. Then farther back, A Will Away and Out of Trouble. The half in 45 and 3/5 seconds. Short Pour is still there. Fetching looks to come on through. On the outside is Elegant Zip. Then Lovely La La, VIP Nation, and First Appeal. They're moving for the 8th pole. Short Pour challenged here now by Fetching. Fetching now takes the lead. Short Pour continues to battle on towards the rail, but it is Fetching who is clear now, and Fetching is on to victory by 2 lengths. Short Pour was 2nd. First Appeal finished 3rd.
Mark Cassey, Junior Alvarado, and a donor of a Fleet Alex goes off at 7-1 here in the 7th at Belmont. Fetching.
Horse won her debut sprinting at 7 furlongs, and then she comes back and runs well fresh. And I'm going to credit Junior Alvarado. First of all, it was a very good ride in the number 12 horse by Luis Saez. There were abundant speeds. Now, VIP Nation got completely left. She lost all chance. But both the 4 and 6 are supposed to be forward, and I don't know what was going on with them. But Luis Saez went. But Junior Alvarado realized that they weren't moving that fast up front. And he could have been much, much farther back with fetching. If you look at pace figures, she could have been in the back of the pack. But Junior got that good position. Now, partly because Mark Cassie's-Barn did a great job having her ready off the layoff. But Junior got that perfect position. So when she was able to make that move, she just got the absolute perfect trip. And she's a big horse, too, compared to the others, by the way. But I really credit Junior for realizing the pace did not develop the way it was supposed to.
Oh, VIP Nation, the 5 figured to be part of the pace. Let's take a look at the 5 out of the gate.
I just thought she just was completely ranked. My question as we watch that, and I'd love to see the 4 and 6 as well, because I'd like to ask their riders what they were doing. Because why would you try the turf with those 2 first time and not use at least the speed they have? Now, perhaps one of them was affected by the break with the 5, and we focus on that. If we could go back to that head-on and not focus on the 5 and just show the whole thing, because I wonder if either or both the 4 and 6 were affected, because how could they be as far back early as they were? I mean, right? It just makes no sense.
1:12.85 finish. Tough situation there for Kendrick Carmouche. His 5-year-old mare there hits the gate. Let's get a better look at what happened to the others.
Right. The whole thing, because no, the 4 came in a little bit. Actually, I don't know. I don't understand how neither of those horses were forward in this race. Willoway's pretty quick, in the dirt at least.
Junior Alvarado, give him the win. Fetching.
How about VIP Nation, by the way, running 4th?
To 1, yeah, after that start, somehow.
She might have won if she had
winds up
left.
4th in a mare that does all her running, it seems like, on the front end. Prices from this one when we come back, and we'll talk about the super duo. Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen and his main man Ricardo Santana Jr. They, of course, will team up with Echo Town and the Woody Stevens here at Belmont on Saturday, and Pneumatic in the Belmont Stakes. Stay with us.
Since 1913, the Petaluma Creamery has believed that the best dairy products come from happy cows. It's why owner Larry Peter insists that every cow we milk is born and raised naturally to produce the finest non-GMO 100% organic cheese and butter for your family. Shop our delicious line of Spring Hill cheeses. Pick your favorites, and we'll ship them right to your front door. Visit SpringHillCheese.com today and start serving your family the highest quality cheeses available. Petaluma Creamery, the best dairy comes from the happiest cows.
Adrenaline pumping, hearts racing, the thrill of winning. And it all happens right here. Twin Spires, from the team behind the Kentucky Derby and the destination for horse racing wagering from around the globe. From beginner to expert, Twin Spires is betting made fun and easy. And for new players, once you place your first $25 worth of bets, we'll match that in bonus bets. Twin Spires, racing into your home. Download the app now. See site for details. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
Back in Elmont, New York on the eve of the first leg of the Triple Crown. For the first time ever, the Belmont Stakes. Our program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual. unusually well. Fetching into the winner's circle at Belmont in race 7, Junior Alvarado Mark Cassie, who was looking to win a 3rd straight race in the Triple Crown coming up tomorrow.
A fascinating horse in that race. Tap It to Win's a good horse. Respect Mark for running her back. I see the Got Stormy pointing for the Just a Game next week as well. Great job by Junior Alvarado getting that position. Had the inside position, but he kept her forward, and few other horses got early position. It made all the difference.
Hey, quickly, those prices from back of the 7th at Churchill Downs. I'm the Cat's Meow, $16. 20 cents for the win. Michael Tomlinson, Joe Rocco Jr., Irv Woolsey, and Ralph Kinder, your winning connections on that down are discreet cat. As we get into the 8th here, huge scratch of the One Ocean Breeze in here, who was the morning line favorite. Looks like a really talented 3-year-old Curlin filly for Wayne Catalano. 7 furlongs here, entry-level allowance. Here's the 2, Ellen's Birthday, was 1 for 28 lifetime.
Does cut back in distance and get back to dirt, but seems like a massive long shot.
Club Car, she's a 4-year-old filly for Ben Colebrook. Her only win came in the slop.
Yeah, but is she really that much slower than the favorites in here? I don't think she's impossible.
No, I agree with you. Corey Lannery will be aboard. Letters to Bell, big price, 17 to 1.
Yeah, she looks a little slow, and she's 1 for 14.
Meanwhile, the 5 Crown Jewel rider change, Tyler Gaffleone, and she could be talented for Steve Asmussen. She won by 6+ lengths to break her main at Oaklawn.
And the money really showed for her because she should never have been that short off the layoff in her debut, and she ran last time. Can she repeat it?
3 next out winners behind her, including the 2nd place finisher who come back to win at Churchill by 4+ lengths for Dallas Stewart. 4 Grands, Dale Romans still the leading trainer at Churchill Downs, sends this one out.
Yeah, she would really have to improve off her last effort.
And Golden Curl on the outside, 3 to 1. Brian Lynch.
It's my top choice. I really like this filly today. You know, if you throw out her sloppy track and her synthetic race, she was running fast enough to win this race early in her 3-year-old year, and obviously something went wrong. Got a good prep on synthetic, and if she can build on her form from last year, I think she can absolutely upset the favorite in here. I like her chances.
Time for our Twin Spires Market Mover to identify the horse attracting the most support late in the betting. We go to Jonathan Kinchin.
Yeah, Wolfie, the Twin Spires Market Mover is the 5 Crown Jewel, taking a lot of money here, obviously 4 to 5 for Steve Asmussen. A very impressive win last time. And I like this horse. I think this horse is the most likely winner. But just like Andy said, I don't see the big differential between the 5 Crown Jewel and the 3 Club Car. And in fact, Club Car even kind of has like a reason to run better this time, considering the fact that it was off of a layoff and didn't have the best of trips. I mean, look, I really wish I could differentiate them. I think Crown Jewel will win, but I think Club Car is a much, much better price and a horse that looks very similar on paper.
Yeah, and you know, a 4-year-old filly as well, tackling a 3-year-old filly. The dam of Crown Jewel, she did produce a 9-time winner by the name of Multiple Choice, who was a multiple graded stakes winner, sprinting on dirt. Also won the Jaipur.
That's actually funny, too, that Multiple Choice. You're saying that Club Car or the 5?
The 5.
Right, because that family, those Multiple Choice, those are all those Peter Blum horses. And I think Academy Award is in that family. Also won the Manhattan here, and there are a lot of good runners ran her for years, but win the Jaipur as well. Probably 7 furlongs when he won the Jaipur.
Well, if you want to bet this big favorite, Crown Jewel, or anybody else in this race coming up, Twin Spires offering you $25 in bonus bets. Sign up with the code GET25 at twinspires.com, or, of course, you can use the Twin Spires app. Play $25 to get that $25 worth of bonus bets in your account right away. So huge favorite in here, Crown Jewel, for the Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen. Looks like a very talented 3-year-old filly. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets Advanced Odds. 'Tis the Law, the 6 to 5 favorite. Pneumatic, 28 to 1 for Steve Asmussen. Are you kidding me?
That's pretty ridiculous. You know, what's funny about these odds, I always say, well, there's no money in the pool. They'll change a lot. They never seem to change that much, you know? I think that Jungle Runner will go up from this 24 to 1. How would you like to bet at even money that Pneumatic beats Jungle Runner?
Yes, I would take that.
Yeah, I might bet my apartment on that. I don't know who I would find to take the other side.
Tap it to win. We expected to get a lot of attention.
Yeah.
That's the case right now in this advanced wagering.
Listen, I can understand the argument that he's the second likeliest winner, but I also understand the argument that you might want to try to beat him for second if you like the favorite. Because let's be honest, his last race happened to win. That was electrifying. And he didn't beat a bunch of bums. He beat some very promising horses from some very big barns.
And he kept on rolling past the mile and a 16th, too. It did not look like he was going to slow down at any point if he went a mile and an eighth. And that's why John Velasquez told Mark Casse, I think we need to enter this horse 16 days from now in the Belmont Stakes.
Why not? There's only one Belmont Stakes.
And it happens tomorrow right here in Elmont, New York. Meanwhile, loading up here for the 8th at Churchill Downs. Crown Jewel, 4-year-old filly, coming off that big effort at Oaklawn for Steve Asmussen, but tackling some more experienced fillies here in this spot. Can she back up that big effort in Hot Springs, Arkansas on her first try against winners? We will find out. Again, Tyler Gaffalione aboard. We go to Travis Stone for the 8th from Churchill Downs.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Golden Curl with a good start toward the outside. Crown Jewel, slight bobble coming out of there. Letters to Bell is showing speed toward the rail, too. Up the chute and onto the main track they go, and it's going to be Golden Curl and Letters to Bell head-to-head early on. Crown Jewel's back racing third, chasing about 4 lengths off the lead. Then it's Club Car down inside fourth, just ahead of 4 Grands, and 6 or 7 back to long shot Ellen's Birthday in a strung out field. Opening quarters on the board, 22 and 3/5 seconds. Letters to Bell over to the inside to set the pace. Golden Curl keyed up on the outside, racing second. The round of the far turn going 1-2. Crown Jewel 2.5 lengths back and getting closer is she. Then it's Club Car, saving ground fourth and down inside. 4 Grands is fifth, and Ellen's Birthday's at the back. The half-mile time, 45 and 3. Golden Curl has come on to put a nose in front. But here comes Crown Jewel, and here comes Club Car, 3 and 4 wide. Club Car trying to muscle up on through. Comes right in between horses and grabs the lead off the turn. Club Car, bold move by Corey Lannery to the front. Crown Jewel, no response by the 8th pole. Back into second. Letters to Bell's down inside of Golden Curl with a 16th to go. Club Car has put away Crown Jewel and everybody else and ambles home to win it by 3. Crown Jewel was second, Golden Curl and Letters to Bell.
That was a dominant performance from Club Car.
She blew by the favorite, Crown Jewel, like that one was standing still. Corey Lannery sort of forced his way between horses, but this was a no doubt about it winner. Boy, my horse, Golden Curl, she looked like she was on cruise control. Now, Julian Leperoy goes to a drive a little late, but it didn't really matter with her. She was a distant third. And I got to tell you, Crown Jewel had no excuse. Club Car, an hour the best.
Even if she did interfere, and I'm not saying she did at all.
No,
she won by so many lengths, I don't think it would have mattered.
I agree. I don't know. There may have been a little bit of a bump, but she did. I mean, when you first saw it, it's like she blew her way through. But I agree. This did. Whatever she may have done, and I agree with you. I don't know if she did anything. She won quite convincingly.
Dominant effort here by Club Car, daughter of Malibu Moon, wins for the second time in her career. She went off second choice at 2-1, and yet she just blew by Crown Jewel and Golden Curl. It was close for third, but Club Car your winner. Meanwhile, back at Belmont. We'll get into the 8th when we return. Stick with us. 6.5 furlongs on the main track here. Coming up, plenty more ahead on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
We're still up at the break of dawn, committed more than ever to the health and safety of all our athletes. And with many of our other favorite sports on hold, we're still offering the most thrilling, heart-pounding action in all the land. And that, America, is something you can bet on.
Celebrate Belmont Stakes Day with America's Day at the Races. Watch a stellar undercard of heart-pounding racing action. The 3 of them hit the wire together. Our team of experts give out their picks and report on up-to-the-minute information as the day builds for the 152nd running of the Belmont Stakes. Don't miss Belmont Stakes Day on America's Day at the Races Saturday. Check your local listing.
If your run-happy 2-year-old wins a maiden special weight at Belmont Summer Meet, Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs, you shall receive a $100,000 bonus. Remember, win an extra $100,000 in 2020 when your run-happy 2-year-old wins a maiden special weight at Belmont Summer Meet, Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs. Be happy and run happy.
Back on America's Day of the Races on Fox Sports 2, Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, Maggie Wolfendale with you as we get set for the 8th from Belmont Park coming up, approaching the 10-minute mark to post. Meanwhile, back at Churchill Downs Club Car, this was maybe the performance of the day to this point.
this horse paid $680 and looked like should have paid about $280. I mean, he blew by that favorite like he was the one that was 4-5.
Corey Lannery, Ben Colebrook, Michael and Catherine Ball, 4-year-old filly by Malibu Moon, picks up the second win of her career and beat one that appears to have a ton of upside in Crown Jewel for Steve Asmussen, but she's going to have to wait for the second win of her career. That was a big-time effort from Club Car. Back at Belmont, approaching the 10-minute mark to post. 8th race coming up next. 6.5 furlongs, New York breds, allowance optional claiming field as we head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
And look, guys, Summer Bourbon, he looked to be the favorite on paper, and he is on the board, and he looks fine here for Rudy Rodriguez. He looks good. I'm not going to be surprised when we find him in the winner's circle, but there does appear to be at least some pace still left in this race with I Love Lulu scratching earlier. That does leave the two other horses, including Steam Engine and Leaky Cup. I want to talk about Leaky Cup, as he's one that I feel as though the sharper he is in the preliminaries, the better he runs, and he's been on his toes. Yeah, his job isn't going to be easy with the presence of Steam Engine to his outside, but at least he's making a good showing for himself. Judging him upon, his individual physicality, I like what I'm seeing from him. He's strong, he's fit, and he has run on his mind. As we'll move on to number 7, that's Castle Casanova, and he met several of these horses in his last start, and he really had no answer coming in off of that extended layoff. But he is a bit of a bigger, heavier horse. Now, again, he's going to have to deal with the layoff. He looks pretty fit, but he has filled out in the same breath. Going from 3 to 4, he's grown. So that's all things you want to see. Furthermore, mentally, he's matured a lot. He was always a horse that was badly behaved, saddling, and he's really kind of chilled out quite a bit. So I like that about him. The front wraps do stay on here. It's just the fact that he has to overcome, again, another layoff, and I feel like he's a horse that kind of needs to race into fitness a bit here. But Greg, it looks as though your favorite Summer Bourbon, he looks ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, 7-year-old son of Ghost Sapper, 9-time winner. He put together back-to-back wins at Aqueduct before returning at Belmont. And in an open 40 race, struggled.
Yeah, it felt like he really needed his last watching the race. And, it's not, they didn't give him a race. He just felt like the horse was a little rusty off the layoff. Thought he was very logical. I think he's not favored, actually, in doubles. It's possible the Caretaker will be favored. I don't like that horse.
What is going through that young man's mind right there? Manny Franco, he will be aboard the favorite. 'Tis the law in the Belmont Stakes on Saturday, the biggest moment of his career.
It really is. And I was thinking earlier, I wonder if he'll be able to get any sleep tonight. He's got to be awfully excited, and he should be. He's ridden that horse extremely well in his races, and I really love the fact that Barkley Taggs stuck by him, because everybody was trying to get that mount. And he stuck with Manny, who is one of the best up-and-coming riders. He's not even an up-and-coming rider. He's just one of the better riders there is in the game.
But he's not on that elite level as these big-name guys. This is still his biggest opportunity for him that he's ever had, and everyone has that moment.
Right. I mean,
can he cash in tomorrow?
Yeah, well, that's really the question, and there's a lot of pressure on him. But man, he's been cool under pressure. He's been pressure all along with this horse, and the horse has been helping him, but he's done nothing wrong and a lot of things right.
Great to see him get the opportunity, and 'Tis the Law has been absolutely sensational from the moment he stepped foot on a racetrack. Back as the 2-year-old, ran the biggest speed figure for a 2-year-old at Saratoga last summer. He has not stopped progressing since.
I know somebody who really liked him, actually, in his debut, despite the fact that he wasn't favored that day. And a lot of us were extremely impressed by that race and felt that he was the best 2-year-old coming out of Saratoga, and he's proven it. I mean, he beat Dream Bigger, who was heavily favored. Then he wins the Champagne. He had trouble in the slop at Churchill as part of his education. An easy winner, I guess, the Holy Bull, and then it was just the dominant winner of the Florida Derby. What's not to like about this horse? He's got tactical speed, so he's not going to be compromised by Tapit to Win. I mean, maybe Tapit to Win runs really great, and he beats him, but he's going to have to beat him because Tis the Law can sit close enough. He's not going to be compromised.
He's incredibly athletic. We've seen him have to steady, shift outside, and not miss a beat. He did that in the Holy Bull, and certainly his job got a little bit easier in terms of trying to run down Tapit to Win with 4 left being put into this race by Doug O'Neill.
Yeah, I mean, are we sure that 4 left is really fast enough to run with him early? I'm dubious. I think Pneumatic could be in front of him early. I mean, that depends. They may not be as aggressive with Pneumatic, but we'll see.
Well, if Tapit to Win does get out by himself, then there's a lot on this young man's mind. When does he tackle that horse?
Well, I think that if you're Manny, you're not supposed to be more. I mean, depending how fast they go, obviously, but there's no reason it's supposed to be more than 3 lengths or so out of it, and 3-4 lengths out of it, and be in a good spot. Maybe Tapit to Win just beats him because he's better, but I don't see Tapit to Win getting the right trip to beat him. He may get a good trip and just be a better horse, but 'Tis the Law makes his own trips with his tactical speed.
Post-parade coming up here for this 8th at Belmont. Again, 6.5 furlong trip coming up. 9-5 favorite. The Caretaker, who ran lights out last start. That was for Rudy Rodriguez. He was claimed by Tom Morley. He was favored in that start. 7-wide trip when Summer Bourbon finished in front of him.
We always want to see Maggie's husband do well. I would not have claimed this horse from Rudy Rodriguez. He improved dramatically for Rudy. It is going to be tough to keep that going, at least in my opinion.
Ran huge at Aqueduct as well. 3 starts back, a 97 buyer on that day. Here's the 2, of course, the one to scratch. Leaky Cup's one of the speedsters.
Yeah, you got to think he's going to come out winging, and Junior hoping that he can win back-to-back, but his steam engine going to bother him. And does he prefer a little moisture in the track?
Yeah, steam engine, the other speed, and he's right next door, and he's a 2-time winner on the surface.
Yeah, new gelding. First time for a gelding for this New York bred. He's got to deal with Leaky Cup and then hold off any potential closers. Not easy.
For the hottest trainer on the grounds, as we talked about, Brad Cox, 6 for 13 now. Nueva York, Kendrick Carmouche, David Canizzo.
Nice win off over a 9-month layoff last time out, but this is even tougher. He's going to have to improve.
Summer Bourbon, he's won 3 of his last 5. He's won over $300,000.
Yeah, he's a very logical horse. Tactically should be sitting in a good stalking spot, and if he needed his last, he's very logical.
Here's Castle Casanova for Jeremiah Engelhardt.
This horse had a lot of attention before he debuted. He's never really lived up to it, but at one time he was very highly touted.
Casmania, he faced a few starts back. I Love Jackson, who had been on a roll. He'd won 5 of 6. We saw him run Thursday, not all that well.
He's got some fast figs, and he's my backup. He's a crazy price at 16-1.
Yeah,
why is this horse this big a price?
And the Caretaker outside, who is your favorite right now at 9-5. His recent form, he's run huge races, but he moves barns now.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if he runs as well as he ran those races for Rudy, he's probably going to win here. But it's tough in the claiming game, and also, he didn't get protected off the claim, off the layoff. They could have had the waiver in here. Instead, they're running him for 40. I don't see that as a big positive.
Getting set for the 8th. Jonathan Kinchin, your thoughts here on the 8th?
Yeah, I think I kind of like the 9 Caretaker a little bit. I understand what Andy's saying. It's, Rudy's such a high percentage trainer. Sometimes claiming off a high percentage trainer, you have to be a little dubious about what's going to happen. But the thing about it is that this horse had pretty big performances for other trainers as well. He ran fine for Rob Atras. He ran fine for Ray Handel. He ran fine for Kieran. So I felt like it just might be the horse is talented enough, and I like the outside draw. It's just I've learned over time that having those outside draws are really big advantages in here, and I just felt like the 9, the Caretaker, could get the job done. I'm not crazy about the price, but if we're talking about the horse I think that can win, I like him. And then I thought the 8, Casmania, was interesting. Putting the blinkers on, he's got some back numbers that make sense. He was a part of a pace collapse a couple back and kind of took advantage of that. But he's a horse, I think, at a big price that could get a piece of it in here.
Jonathan, thanks. Andy's in agreement with you. That believes way too big a price on this horse right here, 15-1 on Casmania.
Well, I just don't understand why he's 15-1. Why is he the same price as the 4? He's just a faster horse than the 4. Why is he twice the price of the number 7 horse? He looks to me like a faster horse than the number 7. I think he's just an overlay in this race. And also, if you think there's going to be pace in here, he's supposed to get a good trip. And also, like the 6, he's not that slow. So if the pace doesn't get super hot, he can be in a good position.
You know, we talked about a couple of speeds in this race, the 2 Leaky Cup, the 3-steam engine. If they did battle up front, you don't see the Caretaker being in great position to win this race?
I have a basic disagreement with Jonathan here. He ran okay for some other trainers. He really dramatically improved for Rudy Rodriguez with 2 ridiculously fast races. And then, frankly, he started tailing off. And even for Rudy, he couldn't beat Summer Bourbon. Now, maybe Summer Bourbon, the 6, won't run back to his good races. I think this is a very risky claim. He's been in some high-percentage barns, this horse, and I wish Tom all the best. I always want to see the horses for Tom and Maggie do well. I just don't like this horse.
Well, the public believing he's the one to beat right now. 9-5 favorite on the board. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, I don't know why they're betting him either. To be honest, I mean, he looks great. But my husband's horses, they do look good. It's honestly a fitness factor with him. He's been away from the races for a while, and yeah, a lot of times a freshening will do him well, but he just looks maybe a little too healthy. He warmed up nicely with Louis aboard, but at a shortish price, yeah, I try to tell my husband claiming off Rudy is very, very difficult. And he doesn't often listen. But the horse that you guys were talking about as far as a long shot is concerned, number 8, Casmania, I did not like him at all in the paddock. I generally don't like him in the paddock. He's often bad to saddle. He doesn't carry that much conditioning. But out on the track, he's really moving well with Trevor McCarthy aboard. Adds kind of just a big cheater cut blinker. Seems really focused today. As you guys were saying, he is a big price that should come down. We'll see if he does, but definitely, as Andy likes to say, an overlay, guys.
Maggie pulling no punches down there. Love it.
Well, and you said under Rudy this horse was starting to run, and he did. He got this horse to run better than he ever has in his life. We're talking about the 9, the Caretaker. That last start from him I thought was very good. It was up there with, it wasn't his best. It was one of the best he's run.
Yeah, I feel like the good Caretaker probably would have won that race. I don't think he ran badly. And I think that effort would make him tough in here. I wouldn't claim horses from Rudy Rodriguez if I was a claiming trainer or owner in this game in general, especially ones that really move forward for him. I would be scared that I couldn't get the same kind of results. And Tom brings him back. And don't forget, sometimes we say you run a horse back quickly off another trainer, so you're sort of running him on that trainer's training.
That's not really
that was
the
4
case
months
here.
ago.
Yeah.
He's going to beat me. He probably will. Or somebody else will. I'm alive with the 6 and 8 in the pick 4.
Can he get it done here? First off the claim in the Tom Morley barn, the Caretaker is the 9-5 favorite. Has the speed you would think to set it up for him with the 2 Leaky Cup, the 3-steam engine. There's the Caretaker. 2-time winner here at Belmont. He's won over $400,000 in his career. Luis Saez, of course, he came back last weekend, started this meet serving a suspension, and he's having a big day already with a couple of victories. Going to get number 3 here this afternoon on our current favorite. Here's the 8th from Belmont. We send it upstairs. John Imbrial with the call. Well, that's a look at the 4 here, Nueva York. That is not where you're supposed to be to start this race.
No, you're supposed to be behind the gate or in the gate. Did he bust through or? I can't even tell what's going on around here. Nothing new.
I have a couple of horses who are on the wrong side of the gate, so they will get that sorted out. They'll get looked at, of course.
Nobody went very far.
And meanwhile, the 8 getting some help from the starting gate crew. Moving into the starting gate there, Casmania. So Leaky Cup, Junior Alvarado. This is the 2, one of the 2 speedsters. Just missed last time out. He tried to go gate to wire for trainer John Kimmel. That was on February 14th. He's had some time off as well. Faced a good one in Ceratolto before that.
It'll be interesting to see how the pace develops in this race, or if, in fact, it does develop the way it looks on paper. Because, as we often say, they don't run them on paper, and these paces don't always develop. But the 2 and 3 are both supposed to be forward.
John Imbrial, race 8 from Belmont.
And they're off. Steam Engine is going out for the lead. Leaky Cup is down at the rail, running in second. The Caretaker's up on the outside in third. Then it's Nueva York next in fourth, followed by Summer Bourbon in fifth. Casmania is sixth, and Casanova trails the field in seventh. Steam Engine by 3/4 of a length over Leaky Cup, and on the outside it is the Caretaker as they head into the far turn after a quarter in 22 1/5 seconds. Steam Engine on top here, 3/4 of a length. On the outside is Leaky Cup in second by almost 2. The Caretaker is in third. Then on the extreme outside, Summer Bourbon now gains some ground into fourth. In between horses, Casanova. Nueva York is down at the rail. Casmania is the trailer. The half was 44-4, and now they're at the top of the stretch. Steam Engine on the inside and Leaky Cup on the outside, and the Caretaker is all out in third as they move for the 8th pole. Steam Engine, the Caretaker, Leaky Cup, 3 of them across the track, and now the Caretaker has taken over. The Caretaker drawing away here. Late move from Casmania. The Caretaker in front. Casmania driving on the outside. The Caretaker holds by a head over the late charging Casmania.
The Caretaker wins for Tom Morley here off the claimed 7th win of his career. Big day today for Luis Saez continues.
And well, hopefully for him, he got the win, and hopefully he got claimed. He got a great trip and put him in a great spot, Luis Saez. And when the 6th Summer Bourbon obviously can't run at all anymore, he was bearing out in the turn and was a non-factor. He just got the right trip. It wasn't that fast a pace for this quality of horse, and the Caretaker put himself in the game, and Luis did everything right. Unfortunately for me, Casmania came just about a head short at his still very, very good 10-1 odds. He just was a little too far back.
The Caretaker, though, son of Speightstown, keeps that sharp form. Did he stay with Tom Morley? We'll try and find that out for you as well. Yeah, Casmania making up a ton of ground late at 10-1, comes up just short. Emerald Green Silks of Robert Murray in the winner's circle. Luis Saez, his 3rd this afternoon for the Morley Barn here. And there's Tom, picture time. And this should be a tough interview. And does wind up going off co-favored in here. Yeah, 2-1. Well, he's in good position early in this race, and that speed duel up front didn't really develop.
Well, yeah, I mean, once the 2 sort of outran the 3 even a little bit, the 3 outran the 2, the rider of the 2 just sort of let him go. I mean, those paces looks pretty fast, but keep in mind how quick the final time was. It was an honest pace. I wouldn't call them blazing up front.
Caretaker with the win at 2-1. Prices from this one when we come back. Our feature race still to come. The Sir Cat and the rematch with Jack and Noah and Chimney Rock. We'll also tell you all about the Belmont Stakes in a year that's been unlike any other. Some of the top sports writers and horse racing writers weigh in on what it would mean to win.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic 2-year-olds in training sale, producing the most Grade 1 winners of any 2-year-old sale in the USA. Recent graduates include Grade 1 winners Abscond, Bowie's Hero, Concrete Rose, Gut Stormy, Hunter O'Reilly, Mucho Gusto, Secret Spice, and Spawn to Run. Now with online bidding available. The Mid-Atlantic 2-year-olds in training sale, June 29th and 30th in Timonium, Maryland. It's happening.
Adrenaline pumping, hearts racing, the thrill of winning. And it all happens right here. Twin Spires, from the team behind the Kentucky Derby and the destination for horse racing wagering from around the globe. From beginner to expert, Twin Spires is betting made fun and easy. And for new players, once you place your first $25 worth of bets, we'll match that in bonus bets. Twin Spires, racing into your home. Download the app now. See site for details. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
Back on America's Day at the Races, program brought to you in part by the champion sprinter, Run Happy, now at his new home at Claiborne Farm, where he stands for $25,000. Back in the 8th, it was the caretaker. That form holds moving to a new barn, and he is going to stay in the Tom Morley barn. No one claims the caretaker.
Well, he can try to condition again, right? He's an optional claimer, 40,000. Got a nice ride, a perfect trip with Louis Sias. Congrats to Tom and Maggie, of course, for getting the win. Just came up. My 8, a little too short, left with a little too much to do. The pace never developed for him, so he just couldn't quite get there.
I've been seeing some sharp times today, and that continues here, 1:15 and 4 for the 6.5 furlongs.
But you know, not a track that's favoring speed. A lot of people see these quick times and they think, oh, it's a big speed track. That has not been the case at all. I think this Belmont Park, looking at the races, and I do the track trends, Greg, I thought it's been a very fair track every single day, and you like to see that.
$6.50 on the caretaker. Casmania winds up second. Leaky Cup third. Our feature next, the Sir Cat. 6 furlongs on the inner turf and a rematch between the top 3 finishers of that allowance race. May 17th at Churchill, where your Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint winner, Chimney Rock, got by Jack and Noah, who had the lead all to himself that day.
Yeah, I thought Jack and Noah really got away with a very slow pace. Keep in mind the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint, that's a mouthful, winner 4-wheel drive got badly left, and it allowed Jack and Noah to control, as he did at Aqueduct when he rode a gold rail on the turf to victory 3 starts back. Chimney Rock beat him anyway last time at 5.5. I think he beats him again today.
All right, we'll get back to our feature from Belmont in a bit. Right now to Churchill Downs, their 9th race. Mile on the turf. First level allowance race. And Ballon Rose, Chad Brown, $1.6 million filly out of the Keeneland September yearling sale 2017. Second time in against winners.
And only $1,511,210 to go before they get even. I've never liked this horse. I just think that she's a mediocrity who can win this race, but she has been a big disappointment on the racetrack.
They did put her into a stakes race off that maiden win. It took her 5 starts to break her maiden. Here's the 2 Unchained.
Yeah, we'll see what we get with this horse with Ben Colebrook. She's not out of it in her figs.
Mission from Al, she's at 9-1. Julian Leperoux.
Looks a little slow for Brennan Walsh. Never improved in her debut.
Devious Charm, Marcassi sends out this Into Mischief filly, just 1 for 15 lifetime.
That's the problem with the 4 seconds. But why is she almost 10-1 in here, Greg? She's fast enough to compete.
Laurent Giroux in the irons. The 5 confessing. We have a rider change. Tyler Bays for Steve Asmussen.
As she comes off a little bit of a freshening. She's got a couple races going back that give her an outside chance.
Chad Brownie is another one in here as well. Smooth with a kick at 4-1. Has only been on the turf once.
Zabava, who she just beat and did have a better trip, would not be a short price in this race. I guess she's not impossible. With the Chad Brown factor, you never get value.
6-1, Lido Key. Joe Talamo, Kenny McPeak.
I'm betting this one. I don't think she gets the pace to run at, which will hurt her, but she was in a paceless race last time out, and I think this one is an interesting play at a decent price.
Couple of big prices here next door. The 8, Awesome One, Rafael Bejarano for Buff Bradley.
Yeah, I'm getting all confused. Oh, yeah, she looks like a horse will be forwardly placed. We'll see if it helps her.
Data Damsel. She's a 2-time winner on the turf.
I like that name. I wonder where the name comes from, Greg. She looks a little slow.
Yeah, going to be coming from way out of it, it would appear. And here's Summer in Saratoga. Joe Sharp got DQ'd out of a win last time out at the fairgrounds, but has been very competitive on the turf.
I think Corey Lannery's got to get position with this horse in this race that lacks some pace. I'd like to see her be forward in here. We'll see if she can be. I'm betting.
All right, that is your field. Want to remind everyone, Twin Spires, the new player bonus, letting you get involved with $25 in bonus bets. Sign up with the code GET25 at twinspires.com or with the Twin Spires app. Play $25 to get you $25 worth of bonus bets right away. Let's go to Jonathan.
Yeah, Wolfie, the 1 Ballon Rose obviously taking a lot of money here. I'm not crazy about this one, but I think this is probably the most likely winner. Drawn down to the inside, is going to end up probably getting a good trip unless she gets stopped. She's going to save ground all the way around there. She gets Tyler Gaffalione in here, who's been riding kind of first call for Chad at Churchill. And I also think it's important to note that I'm not falling for Smooth with a kick. Chad's ridden David Cohen once in the last year, and they didn't win. Chad pays way too much attention to make a mistake and not put the better rider, or the rider that he's got the better relationship with, on the one who's got the best shot. I wouldn't use Smooth with a kick anywhere. I think Ballon Rose is the one that I want. And like Andy mentioned, the 10 Summer in Saratoga, if this horse can work out a trip, she can win. But she's from the far outside. She has Corey Lannery, who has a great relationship with the rail. He's going to try to find a way to get there. Now, like Richie always says, is he going to do that getting forward with his position? If he takes back, Andy's right, the pace is slow. He's going to be closing into something too far. Look, I know it's not cute and it's not that original, but I'm going to go with the 1 Ballon Rose.
When in doubt, Chad Brown. $1.6 million filly. There she is. So it took her 5 starts to finally break through and break her maiden. She faced some good ones, though, in some defeats.
Yeah, she did. She's just been a master swimmer. She can obviously win. She draws well on the inside, but she rode the bias to victory with a slow pace when she broke her maiden. I mean, Shelter Island's just okay that beat her. I got to tell you, she's just been a massive underachiever for Chad Brown. Doesn't mean she can't win here. I just don't want her.
Well, she finally broke through. She got that first win. She's going to be on the rail, by the way. They put her in a stakes race at Gulfstream, so she is dropping down in class in this spot. She's the 9-5 favorite. Tyler Gaffalione gets the call on the big favorite here in the 9th from Churchill. We send it to Travis Stone for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Bit of an awkward start for Smooth with a kick. Off slow as well, Data Damsel. Good beginning for Devious Charm and Awesome One. Awesome One comes on to take over the lead. Devious Charm backs off to be second. And then it's Mission from L down inside, running along in third. Unchained is fourth, Confessing is fifth. Ballon Rose from the inside post is going to save ground down inside sixth. And then it's Smooth with the kick right in the thick of it, advancing up from seventh. Lido Key on the outside is eighth, heading for the backstretch run. Then it's Summer in Saratoga and Data Damsel at the back, but it's a tight pack. And the pace is pokey. 25-2 was that opening quarter. Awesome One is the leader. No pressure yet from Devious Charms, just tracking the pace on the outside in second. Mission from L's covered up inside while third. Unchained is in the clear fourth, Confessing farther out than that fifth. Smooth with a kick is mid-pack racing in sixth. Ballon Rose buried at the inside seventh. Lido Key is eighth. Then it's Summer in Saratoga ninth and Data Damsel's at the back. So they're on the far turn now. Awesome One steps on it just a bit, trying to hold on for another 2.5 furlongs. Devious Charm is poised. Mission from L bottled up. And then it's Unchained. Confessing is wide. Ballon Rose saved every step of ground the entire way and cut the corner nicely. They're off the turn. They're into the stretch. Here's Devious Charm. Ballon Rose trying to come through down inside. Awesome One is there. Confessing. Far outside. Lido Key trying to get on track late. Weaving through the pack is Summer in Saratoga. Summer in Saratoga dives down inside and takes off for the wire. Summer in Saratoga. Nifty ride from Corey Lannery to weave through the pack and win. Devious Charm was second. Mission from L was third. It's tight for fourth.
Joe Sharp, he had a winner of the hierarchy earlier on in the card. Gets another victory here. Summer in Saratoga. Down on the fence with Corey Lannery.
This is a great ride by Corey Lannery and Joe Sharp with 2 wins, both in the turf today. Field bunched up, and this horse got no pace to run at, but still got the right ride after that. Ballon Rose a little lucky. She was lucky to get to a good spot, but she did get kind of in traffic trouble in the stretch, but she's just a massive underachiever, but she did have some trouble.
6-1 on Summer in Saratoga. 10-4-3 finish.
Contrary to popular belief, you actually can beat Chad Brown. I know
once
that's
in a while it does actually happen.
But
beat him twice in this race.
He actually does lose more than 2 times for every time he wins. You wouldn't think it from what you hear.
Doesn't seem that way, does it?
It does to me.
Especially when the stage gets even bigger, it seems like. But this time he does. Summer in Saratoga with a win for Joe Sharp. Highlander Training Center, Corey Lannery, our feature. Belmont still to come. That's the Sir Cat. And Chimney Rock, Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint runner-up, was impressive in the second start of his 3-year-old campaign. Can he back it up and do it to Jack and Noah again?
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires, with Grade 1 winners on dirt and turf, and star performers both at home and abroad. Warfront's success as an international super sire is unmatched. Recent Grade 1 winners include Omaha Beach and Preakness Stakes hero War of Will. In the auction ring, Warfront was the #1 sire by highest average at Keeneland September, with yearlings commanding prices up to $2.9 million. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It only takes 20 cents to take down an Empire. The Empire 6 is the jackpot 20-cent pick 6 bet that's offered every day at Belmont Park. One unique winning ticket earns the entire net pool, plus the jackpot carryover. Without a unique ticket, 75% is distributed to winners with 25% added to the jackpot. Win big with the Empire 6. Next mandatory payout date Sunday, June 21st. Visit nyra.com/Empire6 for complete details.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America's Best Racing is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
As the world faces unprecedented challenges, our faith and resolve have been challenged like never before. But tough times never last, tough people do. Thanks to all the fans, the backstretch workers, trainers, owners, breeders, veterinarians, and countless others behind the scenes. We are inspired daily by your commitment, and we applaud your passion for this great sport. Together we'll rise above this, and soon we will all run happy again.
There's only 6 lengths from front to back as the field turns for home. Hero Man, Sir Cat. Hero Man and Sir Cat going at it now. Optic Nerve on the outside is charging hard. Fortitude closing stoutly down the center of the course. Sir Cat by a head. Optic Nerve right at his throat. Fortitude on the outside. Third and Value Investor. And Sir Cat will do it. Sir Cat the winner by a length.
That was Sir Cat, the 1996 National Museum of Racing in a Hall of Fame, a race that Bill Mott has owned in his career. He's actually won it 7 times in the course of his career, including last year with Costa Creed.
It feels like it had to be Jerry Bailey coming up the rail, right?
Jerry
with that
Bailey.
win. And he beat a very good horse in this race named Optic Nerve for trainer Howie Tesher. one of my favorite horses. Sir Cat, he didn't have a long career, but he was a very, very nice horse.
Pretty incredible resume there. Yeah, 7 for 14 lifetime, won over $400,000 in his career. It almost seems like the race named in his honor should be a race that comes off the turf. So he closed his career. 3 races that came off the turf, 3 graded stakes victories.
You know, I didn't remember that. I really didn't. And
Knickerbocker, Tropical Turf, and the Appleton.
Wow.
All washed off the grass, all victories to close out his career for Belmont. The Sir Cat, it is next. 6 furlongs on the inner turf at Chimney Rock. Jack and Noah and Guildsman all in a rematch as we go to Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, I love when these turf sprinters meet up consistently like this. It always makes for fun outcomes because let's face facts. Wow, can't talk suddenly. That they all take turns beating each other, and it's who gets the better trip. But I'm actually going to look at none of those and take a peek at number 3 in here. That is Old Chestnut, the other horse for trainer Mark Casse, and he's finding his way back to turf sprints after 2 efforts, 1 going along on the turf and 1 7/8 on the main track. He's a turf sprinter through and through. Look at him physically. I mean, he just screams turf sprinter. When you look at him, he's got those big hindquarters. He's small. He's shorter coupled. He's got a big turf hoof to him. I like this horse getting back to this spot. And 2, he is very fit and strong coming back off the bench. Now, Guildsman. Watching the replays with this horse, I thought he was a bit of a bigger horse than what he actually is. He's quite small and somewhat handy looking. His biggest problem... There goes Old Chestnut just cutting through the paddock. Anyway, so therefore I like the fact that he stays sprinting, but he has a problem getting out of the gate. And it is a smaller field this time. He does draw a little bit further out than what he has been. So hopefully he doesn't have to stand in the gate as long, especially if they do a split load here. He might be one of the last ones to go in. We'll see if that has any bearing on how he breaks today, but hopefully he does break cleaner. As we'll move on to number 5, Turned Aside. Well, he comes in with a very strong work pattern coming into this race for Linda Rice. And with that being said, Linda usually is a person with her first-time starters, a trainer, I should say, that and horses off the layoff that they need a race. Well, this guy does not look as though he needs a race. He is fine-tuned heading in here. He's sharp as well. He's really fit. He's really well muscled too. I like what I'm seeing from Turned Aside. I think he could fire really well off the bench here, Greg.
Well, he's 5-1. Thanks, Maggie. I know someone else who likes this horse as well for Linda Rice. You have seen improvement with this horse, haven't you?
I do like this horse, Nan. I'm very happy to hear what Maggie had to say about Turned Aside. I'm worried, though. Linda Rice does not have great numbers coming off layoffs with her turf sprinters. That's a concern. However, I don't mind. This horse is a big price in here, and I think he's a very dangerous player. He just buried this field, cutting back in distance, and he's running speed figures as a 2-year-old that are just good enough to be competitive with these. It's not like there's anybody in here that's so fast, and you're getting a square price on him. So if he's ready to roll, I think he's a big-time player in this race. But I'm worried about the layoff. I really am. I think you have to be, Greg.
Well, he's had a couple of meetings already with Jack and Noah. He has not been able to get by him. We'll see if the 3rd time is the charm today.
Yeah, but he was also chasing outside against that super strong rail with Jack and Noah. So the bias really hurt him 2 races back.
Call to post, our feature race coming up. The Sir Cat, 6 furlongs here on the inner turf. We kick things off with Maxwell Esquire, Christophe Clement.
I like the cut back to 6 furlongs. Something Christophe Clement is very good with, but he was no match for Turned Aside in their one meeting.
New York bred by the owner, Patricia Generazio here, son of Discreet Cat. 7-1, Joel Rosario looking again for number 3 this afternoon. Here's Jack and Noah. He is awfully quick. He tried to go gate to wire against Chimney Rock. He got caught last start.
John Velasquez, just go to the front and hope that nobody presses you. Maybe So Street does. But he got away with a slow pace last time, and he couldn't beat Chimney Rock.
Here's his stablemate, who's been very quick on the turf, but connections say they think he's a come-from-behind sprinter.
Well, they're definitely not going to be sending him against Jack and Noah. You know, can he get even 6 furlongs? I'm not sure. He seemed better at 5.
Guildsman, 2nd start of his career. It looked like he was going to win the Coventry Stakes. That's the most prestigious 2-year-old race at Royal Ascot.
And he ran okay last time. He did break a little slow, and he had a little trouble, but he also got a great ride by Joe Rosario, saving all the ground. We'll see if he can run better with a little more distance today.
Turned aside, who we were just talking about for Linda Rice, comes in off a win, has won 2 of his last 3.
It's the layoff that's the concern. His talent does not concern me. I think this horse going to have a good year sprinting on the turf.
The horse to beat, runner-up in last year's Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint, Chimney Rock. He just beat Jack and Noah and Gildsman.
And shouldn't be any real problem getting the 6 furlongs. He has a narrow loss at 6.5. I just think he's way the horse to beat.
Jose Ortiz, the return Ryan, he was on board for that win at Churchill. And here's So Street on the outside for Jamie Ness.
Yeah, his turf races aren't fast enough. He's supposed to be forward.
So Chimney Rock sprinting on the turf. All he's done, 2 victories, 3 seconds. He has never been worse than second. And actually one of those defeats against a Wesley Ward filly I thought was maybe the most impressive start he ever had.
Listen, he's been a model of consistency when he's sprinting, as you said. And Jack and Noah had every chance to beat him last time. He got away with a very slow pace when four-wheel drive didn't break. And you know what? It didn't matter. Chimney Rock still ran him down. Can he come back and run back to that effort? That's really the question. But I don't see why he shouldn't. He ran terrific. That race was, what, 33 days ago? It's almost 5 weeks. It's a nice matchup, but he was the best that day, and he didn't have the better trip of the 2. I'm not saying the 2 was gifted the race and he had a bad trip, but the 2 had the run of the race in there, and that's Jack
They go
and
an
Noah.
extra half furlong today. Who do you think that benefits?
You know, I don't think it matters, really. I think they both can handle it. I just think maybe him because he was coming and getting him. I just think he's the better horse. I'm not Jack and Noah's biggest fan. I may be wrong.
Well, Mark Cassie, connections of Jack and Noah, they've been high on this horse for a long time. They were trying to get him to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint last year. They didn't get there in time, so instead they won a little stake at Aqueduct, sprinting on the turf.
They did, but that was the first week of racing at Aqueduct. And on that period, the rail on the 2 turf courses was so strong that it was just carrying horses, and he really benefited from it.
So John Velasquez will be in the irons with more on Jack and Noah. Let's go to Jonathan.
Yeah, Wolfie, I really like the Jack and Noah and Gildsman in here. I feel like they both have a lot of things going for them. For one, Jack and Noah has won at 6 furlongs before, which is a positive for me. He's fast. I love horses that can get to the front end in turf sprints. The other thing I like about Jack and Noah is that, Andy had mentioned this earlier, is the question is if he couldn't wire them going 5.5, how is he going to wire them going 6? And that's a great point. I think that my hope is that he won't have to travel as quickly early going 6. He doesn't seem to have a lot of other pace in here to deal with, anything blazing. So maybe he'll be able to reserve a little bit of energy for the way home. And just sometimes that extra distance can only help. With the 4 Gildsman, he hasn't broke particularly well. He was really bad in his first start. Then he was not great last time. Still isn't popping out of there the way that he needs to, but I'm hopeful that Brendan Walsh can get him going in the right direction. A couple weeks ago on this show, we were concerned about Maxfield's ability to get out of the gate. Brendan Walsh got that rectified. And Andy's right. Gildsman did save a lot of ground down on the inside, but he also had a little trouble in that race as well, kind of getting steadied at certain points of the race. I think they probably cancel each other out. The fact that he got steadied, the fact that he got a good trip, will kind of cut those 2 out and just call it a neutral run. He was finishing late, and I think he'll appreciate the added distance.
So top 3 finishers, they go at it one more time in here, and the horse who won that showdown is the 8-5 favorite again. But yeah, people making excuses for Gildsman, the 4. He's got out of the gate poorly his first 2 starts here in the States. Obviously, third time, hopefully the charm here, he needs that to happen to have a better performance.
Yeah, but last time was also a very big field that kind of got strung out, and a slightly smaller field of 7 here. I don't think that, even if he breaks a step slow, I don't think it'll compromise him quite as much. But I do think that, and John's right, he had one, I thought it was one incident where he steadied very briefly. But Joel Rosario, one of the reasons he's so good in these type of closers, he doesn't panic when he steadies. You never see Joel steady sharply and pull up out of a race. He's very controlled. So I don't think it really affected him. And so many things went well. I really think the 4th horse for Mark Cassie is actually the one who had the much worse trip. And I might have been interested in him if he came back. I'm sticking with the number 5 in here, turned aside, and just hoping that he can run well off the layoff for Linda.
Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
This is such a fun, fascinating race, this Sir Cat. And we do have those horses who make sense, Chimney Rock, Jack and Noah, and Guildsman coming back with recency. But another one who has some recency, doesn't have to overcome the layoff, is number 1 in here, Maxwell Esquire. Maybe he's just not as good as these. But I find it interesting that Christoph gets that race into him for fitness, going a mile. Then he turns him back here, and I actually like him turning back. And 2, he's emerged out of that race back here 2 weeks ago, looking stronger. He's put on the muscle mass, put on the conditioning, always something you want to see with horses coming back on somewhat short rest or just even coming back second off of a layoff. So I think he's quite intriguing. I love the warm-up, too, from him, from under who is arguably the best turf sprint rider in the country, and Joel Rosario. Greg.
All right, Rosario looking for number 3 here this afternoon on the rail runner. Maxwell Esquire, Jack and Noah the 2. Looks to be the speed of the speed. Can he finish and carry that speed 6 furlongs today? He'll have to try and turn the tables on Chimney Rock the 7, the runner-up in last year's Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint, as he looks for back-to-back wins for Mike Maker. It's the Sir Cat as we send it upstairs to John Imbrial for the call.
There in the gate. And they're off. Jack and Noah is going out for the early lead. And right alongside is Turned Aside, but it is Jack and Noah in front. Turned Aside runs in second, So Street on the outside in third. Guildsman down at the rail, now advancing from fourth. Chimney Rock is in between horses in fifth. It's almost 5 lengths back to Old Chestnut, and Maxwell Esquire trails the field in seventh. Jack and Noah ran the opening quarter mile in 21 2/5 seconds. Turned Aside runs in second. Guildsman is down at the rail in third. So Street on the outside in fourth. Chimney Rock is fifth, about a half dozen lengths from the lead. Farther back, it's Old Chestnut and Maxwell Esquire. Jack and Noah leads as they come for the top of the stretch. Guildsman is down towards the rail, and the outside is Turned Aside. And then So Street, the half was 43 4/5 seconds. Jack and Noah still in front. Turned Aside, driving up on the outside. And then it's Guildsman in third as they move for the 16th pole. It's Jack and Noah holding on to the lead. Turned Aside in second. Late run from Old Chestnut, but it is Jack and Noah to win wire to wire in the Sir Cat Stakes. And the final time was 1 minute, 7 seconds.
Wow, just a couple of takes off the track record for 6 furlongs here for Jack and Noah, using that speed to his advantage.
He did, and Turned Aside, was able to stalk him and just could never get by him. He ran very well off the layoff, but Jack and Noah, he controlled. Chimney Rock did absolutely no running and finished last. The number 4 got in position, but, you know, turf sprints are tricky, and I know the fractional times, they're so exciting, they're so fast, and they are relative to dirt races. They also just went 107 flat. So while it was on his pace, how fast was that pace that he was still able to come home in 23 1/5? So you have to keep it, I think, in perspective. An excellent performance by the winner, but it was a race with a pace completely and totally held together.
Connections, they said they've loved this horse from day one. Again, they wanted to get him to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. That did not work out. Today, they beat the runner-up from that race, and that was the big surprise in this race. Chimney Rock has always shown up every single time he sprinted on the turf. He did not today.
It was virtually eased. I mean, he was dead last. Old Maxwell Esquire got left and run that badly, but geez, Chimney Rock was just dreadful. But Jack and Noah, he's better than I thought he was.
Wins at 2-1. John Velasquez hopping aboard him for the first time into the winner's circle on the son of bated breath from Mark Cassidy, who could have a big weekend ahead. Just getting started here as he takes the Friday feature on the eve of the Belmont Stakes that will kick off this year's Triple Crown. We'll be back to wrap up the Sir Cat next.
Reach the starting gate. It's post time. Home front, the favorite comes forward. And they're into the stretch. Cold Front put to the test. Old Cash on the outside trying to go with him, but Cold Front kicks away. Cold Front 2.5. Cold Front does it again, wiring the field in the Amsterdam.
This is Edgar.
Hey.
Edgar loves betting on sports, but horse racing? That's a no. But these days, Edgar's found himself looking for a few more ways to win.
I do like more.
So he downloaded FanDuel Racing, the only app built specifically for fans who are new to betting horses. And with FanDuel Racing, Edgar can stream every race right from the comfort of his couch. And with a race starting every few minutes, it sure beats. Bet and watch the Belmont Stakes on FanDuel Racing. New users get 20-to-1 odds on any horse to win.
Back on America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2 in our feature in the books in the Sir Cat as Jack and Noah turns the tables on Chimney Rock, who did not show up or run his race today, but a big effort from this horse. Jack and Noah from Mark Casse and owner Gary Barber.
I agree. I mean, Johnny put him on front. He broke sharply, and he just ran terrifically. The race held together, but an excellent performance. And you'll have some nice, I think it's the, there's the Quick Call, I believe, is the sprint stake for the 3-year-olds at Saratoga, 5.5. So certainly worked for him.
Let's head down to the winner's circle with Maggie. We could hear Maggie. Unfortunately, I don't think anyone else could. We'll try and get that resolved here in a moment. She's standing by there with Mark Casse's sharp assistant, Jamie Begg. So we'll try and get back to that in a moment. But Jack and Noah, so impressive here in this Sir Cat. And yeah, as you mentioned, and by the way, the stakes schedule for Saratoga came out today. So going to have some options coming up this summer upstate.
I agree. I'm looking forward to reading it after the weekend, and we have some time.
Let's try again with Maggie.
Fingers crossed down here. Okay, I think you can hear me. I'm here with this. Jamie Begg will try this take 2 to Mark Casse. And Jamie, Jack and Noah returning to the scene here at Belmont Park where he broke his maiden first time out. And, I mean, it looked as though he just doled out those fractions and Johnny had the rest of the field measured the entire way.
Yeah, that was kind of the plan going into it. You know, Mark had talked to Johnny yesterday, and he just kind of told him, "Don't mess with him." You know what I mean? Let him do his thing. He can get the. If he's right, he can get the 3/4, and he did that, and he, you know what I mean? He was pretty relaxed up front. I think he was happy. No one really pressed him, so it worked out well for us. You know what I mean? And he galloped out huge, so it wasn't like, you know what I mean, they weren't even to the bottom of him. So it was a pretty nice performance.
Yeah, he seems like a horse that can be a little light-mouthed. The more quiet your hands are, the better he responds.
Yeah, for sure. He's, you know what I mean, we do everything, you know what I mean, he just has natural, he's just has God-given speed, you know what I mean, so everything we do with him is just to try and make him relax as much as possible, because you don't really need to train too much speed into him, so just let him do his thing, and he's a nice horse.
Well, wishing you the best of luck as well tomorrow with Tap It to Win. He's taken a lot of money into the Belmont Stakes. Congrats and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, Tappan to win, he seems like the big X-Factor horse. On opening day at Belmont, he put in an incredible performance. It was just a couple of ticks off the track record for a mile and a 16th. He did it on the front end every step of the way, and he galloped out. John Velasquez told Connections he's going to have no problem one-turn mile and an eighth.
No, I mean, listen, he ran terrific. I have no argument with somebody that wants to say that he's the second likeliest winner of the race, and I don't care whether you like him or not, and I don't particularly love his chances tomorrow. But that effort right there is good enough to make him an absolute player. Can he run back to it? Can he do it against tougher company? But he didn't do it against slouches last time. He buried a bunch of good horses.
And you just heard from Jamie Begg there. Jamie Begg has said he is training better coming out of that win than he was going into it. Is he progressing potentially even more? The people talking about the quick turnaround. That was June 4th, 16 days away. Obviously, this barns all across the country all the time have won with short comebacks. But how do you feel about it? Not a concern?
You know, Conquistador Cielo won the Met Mile on a Monday, and he came back and he won the Belmont on a Saturday when it was a mile and a half. Mark Casse, how can you question his decision-making? He did those 2 races last year. I thought he was kind of crazy for when he got stormy against the boys in the first start. Dave, she blew the field out. Right, she blew the field out. So I'm not going to question him. And, you know, in a time when horses run so infrequently and often need a lot of time after starts, I respect that Mark takes his shot. Mark runs his horses.
And he's running this one when he's all of a sudden become really good. We know that. He's in sharp form. Apparently he's training even better. Tap it to win. What about the rail for him?
I don't listen, he needs to break wherever he is. Now, I guess the slight concern about the rail is that concept of horses sort of ducking in with the inside in the chute, and you will see that happen. So that's a mild concern. But I really think overall people get overly They think about the rail too much. In general, he's the right horse. He's supposed to break sharp, and he's just supposed to go to the lead. The question is whether or not he can duplicate that performance, and if he does, is it still going to be good enough to beat the likes, especially of Tisdale and some others? He's a fascinating entrant, and I applaud Mark Casse for running him.
No question. Going to be great to see him and provide a lot more intrigue here in what, for the first time in history, will lead off our Triple Crown, the Belmont Stakes, on Saturday afternoon. Well, of course, the Triple Crown, it is among the most impressive achievements in all of sports. When a sweep happens to be on the line, it grips the entire country. But what about in a topsy-turvy year like 2020 has been? When the last leg is going to be run first, and usually winning 3 races in 5 weeks is now spread out over 15 weeks. Sports Illustrated's Pat Forty and Steve Haskin of the Blood Horse weigh in on what winning a Triple Crown would mean in the midst of a pandemic. American sports fans love their traditions. None are richer than the Triple Crown. But the havoc coronavirus has placed on everyday life turned the sports world upside down, creating a new normal for much of the 2020 sports calendar. The Masters will be played in November. The NBA will crown a champion in the autumn, and in its 152nd running, the Belmont Stakes will lead off the Triple Crown for the first time in history.
Well, my first thought was, it's really weird. My second thought was, hey, this kind of works. You know, I like it. First of all, at least we're still going to have all 3 races.
Well, I would call it the best of a bad situation. I'm not sure yet if you would call it a Triple Crown season or if this year's Classic season, because it seems so disjointed. So it all depends on how each person perceives it. But it is crazy for sure.
The Triple Crown hasn't always been locked into the schedule we know today. In 1930, Gallant Fox won the Triple Crown. His path started at Pimlico before Churchill and Belmont. In 1917 and 1922, the Derby and Preakness were run on the same day. The 2020 Triple Crown will run over a 75-day span compared to the usual 35-day grind.
I like the spacing between the races, where now you've got plenty of time for horses to theoretically be rested and ready to run in all 3 of the Triple Crown races?
You can't start a Triple Crown at a mile and a half. That's not the way it works. It's hard to start it at a mile and an eighth too, especially when you're running around one turn. And at Belmont Park around one turn, it certainly puts the come from behind horses at a disadvantage. It's not easy for these trainers because of the fact that they haven't been able to train their horses and they haven't been able to race their horses the way they normally would.
What if a horse were to pull off the Triple Crown in all the craziness of 2020? How would history remember it?
I mean, it's still, you got to win all three. You can certainly note that they're different timetable, different schedule, different order, different distances. But if you win all three of those races, to me, you're still Triple Crown winner.
I don't believe that a horse who wins all three races should be included with the list of past Triple Crown winners because it's apples and oranges.
Given what's happened in our country that is not traditional and not normal this year, I'm fine with any horse that can win all three of those races being recognized as a Triple Crown winner.
Hey, with what has gone on in this topsy-turvy year, we're lucky to be having a Triple Crown. Some sports are, as we know, most of them not even playing right now. We look at the last time the Belmont Stakes was run at a mile and an eighth. It was all the way back in 1894. You can make the argument accomplishing a Triple Crown under these conditions in some ways could be tougher than the traditional route.
I'm not sure how you can make an argument that it isn't, to be honest with you. In the last 2 weeks, Nadal, Charlatan, Maxfield have all gone off the Triple Crown trail due to injuries. Just keeping a horse sound for 3.5 months is quite an achievement. And how about new shooters that could develop? How about a horse like Arrogate a few years ago that pretty much nobody had heard of after they ran the Triple Crown races? Well, he'd have been eligible at least for the Preakness, Greg, right? So
was he 11-1 in the Travers?
Yeah, I mean, there are so many things that can change. These horses have more time to develop, right? More time for things to go wrong. So I think the notion that this Triple, I mean, it has an asterisk because it's a different Triple Crown than we're used to. That doesn't mean it's easier.
Yeah, I am in agreement. Nevertheless, it has never been done before. For the first time ever, the Belmont Stakes will kick off the Triple Crown tomorrow right here in Elmont, New York. 'Tis the law. We expect to be a very heavy favorite. In the end, where do you think you see him?
I think we're going to see him winning. Where do I see him in the race?
I mean, in terms of what he goes off at.
Probably in the even money to 6-5. Think he should be. I mean, he feels like the fastest horse in the race. Maybe Tapping to Win will be the second choice in this race, but I think 'Tis the Law is going to be in this round the morning line of 6-5, and I think he should be.
Usually it's the third and final leg. We call it the test of the champion, and the grueling mile and a half. This year, one turn, mile and an eighth. That is usually where it begins. This year, Richard Migliore standing by at the new starting point for the race here in 2020.
You are looking at the mile and an eighth pole here at beautiful Belmont Park. We are standing way up in the chute on the far side of the track. And one of the unique features of Belmont Park is we're able to run a one-turn mile and an eighth. This is the starting point for this year's Belmont Stakes. And if you look behind me, take a look at how far a run to the far turn. They have over a half a mile before the riders really have to start making decisions and jockeying for position. It gives these 3-year-olds a time to get into a good rhythm, a good stride before the real racing begins. This year's Belmont, a little bit different because of the pandemic, short in distance, but it's still going to be an exciting, unique event.
Well, it's usually that stretch after you've gone so far of a distance, it looks so daunting at the Belmont. Now it looks like that straightaway into that first turn is the daunting part of this race.
Well, you could argue that a mile and a half Belmont is kinder to speed horses than a mile and an eighth Belmont, right? Because the paces heat up as they go down the long backstretch here, and you rate to see a faster pace. So maybe it's more helpful to closers.
Right now, we're taking a look at the current wagering for tomorrow's Belmont Stakes. Who's the most overlooked horse on that board right now to you?
Pneumatic at 28-1. I mean, how is he possibly the biggest price on the board? He might be the third or fourth likeliest winner of the race.
It almost seems like he's not showing up on people's totes. I don't
28 to 1,
understand
I'm
it.
betting him, but I didn't pick him in my top 4 or 5.
He was a horse that a lot of people felt could spring the upset against Maxfield in that Matt win.
And he didn't run that badly. Maxfield's a better horse. But when you consider that Maxfield would absolutely have been the second choice, and deservingly so in this race, how can this horse be that big a price? Crazy.
And he's still developing. I mean, that was the 3rd start of his career.
Yeah, no,
28 to 1. That has to come down.
I don't love him in there, but if he's over 20 to 1, I'm betting a few bucks.
Well, Bob Baffert, he's had a lot of success in New York, and he has a superstar filly in the making, Gamine. Back in action in the Acorn. We'll talk about her chances when we return.
If your run-happy 2-year-old wins a maiden special weight at Belmont Summer Meet, Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs, you shall receive a $100,000 bonus. Remember, win an extra $100,000 in 2020 when your run-happy 2-year-old wins a maiden special weight at Belmont Summer Meet, Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs. Be happy and run happy.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
Sign up now for a $25 free play and up to a $200 deposit match with promo code BELMONT25.
Whether you like it hearty, hot and spicy, smooth and creamy, or loaded with veggie flavor, the Petaluma Creamery offers the highest quality 100% organic, non-GMO cheese money can buy. Made with the utmost respect for our happy cows and the land they roam free. Visit SpringHillCheese.com and shop our extensive line of delicious cheeses and dairy products. Pick your favorites and we'll ship them right to your front door. Petaluma Creamery, the best dairy products come from the happiest cows.
I was born inside this delta.
Win, you win. Has taken command close to home. Win, you win.
They come down to the wire, and Minute to Stardom upsets them at 20 to 1.
Back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 and the Fox family of networks. Not just the Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets, a loaded undercard as well that includes the Longines Grade 1 Acorn in a race that Bob Baffert has had a lot of success in. He has sent out an emerging superstar, potentially superstar 3-year-old filly in Gamine, who's 2 for 2. She won in her debut at 6.5 furlongs, stretched her out to a mile and a 16th in her second start. She handled that one as well.
And, you see a lot of these, you'll see a big price. I'm going to say a lot of these big priced purchases. She was sold for $1.8 million as a 2-year-old, but she's living up to the purchase price. This was a fast race, and this race camped crazy fast, and it looked like Speech was going to go by her in here, and she managed to hold her off. I think cutting back to 1 turn only works better for her, and she's supposed to come blasting off out of the inside and is way the horse to beat.
Won it with Abel Tasman back in 2017, looking for the 5th win in his career in the Acorn. Of course, Casual going to get a lot of support as well. Curlin filly for Steve Asmussen out of the Lady Tack. Well, we send it downstairs. We get set for the nightcap here from Belmont to Maggie.
And, well, I think in a kind of open type of maiden turf event, people just say, oh, there's Mike Maker, let's take that one. And that's what they're doing with Topaz Bride. And look, her 1 turf race as a 2-year-old, if she just has a little bit of routine improvement, it makes her a serious player here. But she has been really nervous here in the paddock. Not something I observed in either of her 2 races as a 2-year-old. They really had a lot of difficulty getting the tack on her. And while she looks fit, she looks ready to go, she really hasn't grown or filled out or anything from 2 to 3. So I'd be willing to look elsewhere. And there's some big prices on the board, including 2 that are trying the turf for the first time that have turf pedigree, including number 3, Pay Night, for Dave Donk. Dave trained the dam of this one, Chrysolite. She won at least 2 of her turf races out of 13 tries, and she's by Data Link. She does have a turf hoof to her, and she's feeling good. She's happy to be here. The main problem I have with her is the distance. This mile and a 16th might be stretching her a little bit, just based on her physical presence. She's closer coupled, she's really built downhill, and she feels as though she's pretty sharp in here. So we'll see. She might be forwardly placed, at least based upon what I'm seeing from her displaying in the paddock. Another one is a big price in here, and that's number 7, Gen Z. She does have some recency. She just ran here last week, but she's by Tonalist. We've seen the progeny of Tonalist actually pick up their feet a bit on the turf, and this gal actually a half to Hothersall, I can never say that name right, but 3 for 19 on the turf, 2 other turf-winning siblings. She looks turf mint. I mean, she has a massive hoof, very slack pasterns, very angular body. She looks fit, having that race under her belt and a maiden special weight nonetheless. And I think she might be one that will definitely or possibly outrun her odds, I should say. Never say definitely in horse racing. As we'll take a look at the first-time starter for Christophe Clement, that's Lucky Latkes. And she's the daughter of Looking at Lucky, out of a mare who has thrown nothing but turf sprinters. But this one debuting in a mile and a 16th, actually, Greg, she looks as though she should handle it, and she is fit. She's ready to go. Never throw out a Christophe Clement first-time starter.
Maggie, thanks. Right now, it is 5-1 on a first-timer by Christophe Clement. The dam did produce Miss Matzebal, was a 4-time winner on the turf. All of those were sprinting.
Yeah, the turf horses are sprinters, and I don't like that this horse is going long first time. Doesn't it say to you that she has no speed?
Here's Brovia, who debuted on a race that was meant for the grass, was taken off.
I think this horse is a player at a big price in here. Her dam produced a couple of turf winners. There's plenty of turf pedigree there.
Walleye, Amira Shishakli, and Raylu Gutierrez.
Not sure why this one's getting bet, but I guess it doesn't take much in this field to get bet.
Drops in class, second and third place finishers at least came back to win. Here's a 3 for David Donk.
She's my top choice at 28-1. She's got plenty of turf pedigree on the top and bottom side, and felt like a good race. Take a shot. I'm fooling around with her with the 3-1.
Yeah, Donk trained the dam as well. Here's courted Jorge Abreu.
A lot of money for a horse that did no running first time out on the turf. Last time out, first time on the turf.
62-1 Larubia. She's had 3 starts on turf, hasn't done much.
Yeah, she feels like a big long shot.
Derby Doll, 59-1 for Patrick Quick.
Not much turf pedigree and has done no running in her 2 dirt races.
Yeah, prior foals from the dam, 0 for 5 on the grass. Here's Gen Z. It was 104-1 against Better on dirt.
And as Maggie mentioned, a half to 3 turf winners, including the good I can't pronounce it either, Maggie, Hothersall. We did see that totalist from Tom Morley run so well first time on the turf earlier today.
Banque de Margaux for Bruce Levine. Debuted on turf at this level and was beat 12-plus lengths.
Yeah, I just don't see much to recommend based on that race.
Rosie's Invasion, 19-1 for Dominic Schettino.
She would have to improve a lot. She has some turf pedigree, believe it or not, on the dam side, but normally Invasion I don't think of as a turf influence.
Topaz Bride, she's the morning line favorite for Mike Maker. Debut on turf, she faced Astoria Kitten, who we saw run yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, her first race was against legitimate horses, so she's obviously a player in this race. And she didn't do much running, but she's a player.
Rosier, her turf debut, she wound up second at this level for Danny Gargan.
Yeah, it wasn't a strong race this level, but this one might not be that strong either, Greg.
Good point. Here's the first turf for Christophe Clement, Lucky Latkes.
I just don't know. I don't like this horse's running long first time. I think I could lose a lot of money if this horse was sprinting first time out for Christophe. But Christophe's a very dangerous trainer with first-time starters.
Get signed up, get started, play along just in time for the Belmont Stakes. New members get a $25 free play immediately after sign up. Plus, you can take advantage of up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Use that promo code BELMONT25 to take advantage. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime at NYRABets.com. Again, use that promo code BELMONT25 at sign up. So, wide open finale here. We had trainer Amir Shishakli get her first career win on our show just the other week. He's taken over most of the training duties for Gary Contessa's string of horses. Raylu Gutierrez in the irons here. He's going to ride his first ever horse in a Triple Crown race with Jungle Runner tomorrow.
Raylu's terrific. I mean, he's a good young rider. He's an excellent guy, well-spoken, good sense of humor. I'm as big a fan of Raylu Gutierrez as you could possibly find.
Won the first race back when we came and returned to New York, the first race of the meet. And he talked about how much it meant just to, during the downtime, to stay competitive, stay fit, and try and be part of this jockey colony.
Yeah, I think he belongs. Obviously, this is an extraordinary jockey colony. So just to have a chance to be successful in this circuit, and obviously he's going to get more business in the winter time, but he's a talented rider, and he's a thoughtful rider. He's a smart guy who he really thinks about the races, and he'll look for criticism. He's not somebody who believes he knows all the answers. I mean, he had that interview with Maggie a little bit earlier, a couple weeks ago, that was as good a positive an interview as we've seen. I can't say enough good things about him.
Well, meanwhile, the three you like in here, make the case for this 23-1 shot.
This is the kind of, listen, yesterday I had that long shot that ran second, took a tough beat, Raylu rode at 31-1. These are the kind of races that you're supposed to look for pedigrees, horses that can move up a lot, and they have a pedigree. The Dam Chrysolite was 2 for 14 in the turf. It's all turf. Data Link, the sire, was a turf horse. I don't know how good this horse is. I don't know if she can run it all anymore, but I'm going to tell you something. She's found the right field if she can run it all on the turf. And I'm happy to take these big prices first time on the grass. You know, they can move up so much. Think of that horse that Maggie gave out at Churchill that's now won 2 straight. They can be terrible on the dirt and be very good on the turf.
It's the Dam's first foal. She was 78-1 on the dirt in the debut. Here comes the turf debut. Let's go to Jonathan here. Your thoughts, JK, on this nightcap here at Belmont.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Maggie's information doesn't make me feel great about closing out this best bet with the 10 here in Topaz Bride, but I still feel comfortable to a certain extent just based on a few things. One is, you know, I think we mentioned it a lot on the show. Andy mentioned it actually in the last race. These 2-year-old figures, when they earn a number as a 2-year-old and then they turn into a 3-year-old, you have to expect a normal progression, a progression there. Sometimes it's 10 buyer speed figure points. Sometimes it's 12 or a little bit later in the 3-year-old year. So if you look at that, you add that imaginary number to Topaz Bride's last turf race, it makes it feel like this is a layup for this horse. But coming in off a layoff, there's a lot of concern there. So we'll have to see what happens with that one. The 11, Rosier, this is the one that, for me, I just didn't really trust this horse. And I see the horse is taking money at 7-2. He got a big setup last time. Still didn't get the job down. That was against Maiden 40, so there's really no difference here. Same field. And so I just felt like I wouldn't fall for that one if you're going to look for something interesting. But for me, I'm going to stick with the 10 Topaz Bride. Maggie, is she acting a little bit better now?
JK, I wish I could say yes for your sake, but no, she got pretty hot and washy out there. I totally get why she can win. It's just she did not make the favorable impression on me. As number 1 Brovia, she was actually entered MTO first time out. I had to go back and look at my notes for her, but she has turf pedigree. She looks like a turf horse, so I don't know what they were doing entering her MTO first time out. I do think she needs a race just to strengthen up, though. An interesting story with number 2 Walleye. She only has one eye, and talking to her trainer Amira Shishakli, I stumble over her last name, poor Amira. She was actually stepped on as a foal, so they just sewed up the eye or sewed up the socket. So that's why she has the name Walleye. And I like the stretch out in distance with her. Amira looks as though she has her ready for this return to the races, looking very, very fit off that long Saratoga layoff, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. Yeah, a trainer we just learned about earlier this week. She's been a long-time trainer the last 10 years, assistant for Gary Contessa. Not just that win. Her horses have been running this meet.
She spends almost as much time in the basement at Aqueduct as I do. I've been seeing her for years, and she does a terrific job.
Productive race that one's coming out of against second and third place finishers. Against Better would both come back to win. It's the nightcap. From Belmont, we send it upstairs. Here's John Imbrial.
And they're off. Brovia breaks well from the inside post. And now moving up on the outside, there goes Courted, along with Rosie's Invasion. Courted is the lead. Rosie's Invasion runs in second. Brovia is down on the inside in third. Topaz Bride now advances from fourth. And then it is Derby Doll next in fifth, followed by Pinite in sixth. Rogier is racing in seventh, followed by Walleye in eighth. Then we come back to Lucky Latkes in ninth, followed by Gen Z in 10th. Banque de Margot is running in 11th, and trailing the field is La Rubia in 12th. The quarter 22 and 3, courted by a length. Long shot Rosie's Invasion running in second. Topaz Bride on the outside in third. Brovia is down at the rail, next in front, next in fourth. Then comes Rogier, and in between horses is Derby Doll. For the back, it's Lucky Latkes, who's racing in seventh, followed on the inside by Walleye, and then Gen Z, the half in 47 seconds. Courted is still there, narrowly over Rosie's Invasion. Topaz Bride is in third. It's Rogier on the extreme outside in fourth. Brovia down towards the rail in fifth. Then Lucky Latkes and Derby Doll, 3/4 winning, 1:11 and 3. Rosie's Invasion has come away with the lead here. Courted is down towards the rail. On the outside is Rogier as they move for the eighth pole. On the inside now, Courted has come back to take the lead. Rogier on the extreme outside is Lucky Latkes, who is kicking in late. Brovia looking for racing room. They come for the finish. Rogier, Lucky Latkes. Rogier wins it. Lucky Latkes was second. Then Courted, Pinite, and Brovia.
Rogier, Danny Gargan, Kendrick Carmouche take the nightcap here at Belmont.
I'm speechless. Got the clean outside run. I think clean outside run is very important when you see how buried on the rail the one Brovia was. Just very unlucky down there, but you get that clean run and nice performance by Lucky Latkes, who made a nice run in here and did want more distance. Shockingly, Christophe Clement was right, but Danny Gargan gets the job done. I need the 3 to get third for the try. I had big tries with the 3 and 1 getting third. The 1 got completely stopped or would have been third, and I believe the 3 on the outside missed third by about a head.
11-12-4 here in the finale. Graduation for Rozier's second time on the turf. The daughter of Mission Impassable for Danny Gargan. Kendrick Carmouche aboard for the winning ride here to close out this Friday card on the eve of the Belmont Stakes that will kick off this year's Triple Crown. Back with the prices from this one when we return. And we'll talk the favorite for tomorrow's first leg of the Triple Crown. We'll go through the entire field for you. 'Tis the law, the one to beat, trying to keep a perfect 3-year-old season intact in the Belmont Stakes. Stay with us.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Sign up now for a $25 free play and up to a $200 deposit match with promo code BELMONT25.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery won impressively in his 2-year-old debut at Santa Anita. From there, he captured the Grade 3 Bob Hope Stakes and completed his juvenile campaign with a dominant performance in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Futurity. At 3, the top-rated son of Candy Ride sizzled in the San Felipe. Now, his much-anticipated first crop are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2. And our nightcap at Belmont in the books. Rozier, second time on the turf, wins at 7-2. Kendrick Carmouche, Danny Gargan.
Got the nice clean run on the outside, and that's what you want in this Widener turf course. And, you know, that's what Kendrick did. He didn't worry about saving ground. I mean, the one was unlucky, obviously, and you see him getting completely bottled up because he drew the rail. And, you know, other things happened that prevented the 3 as well from getting that clean trip on the backstretch. But getting that clean run on the outside just makes all the difference.
Your 3 just missing third by a whisker.
The Tribe paid 64 with a 5-2 running third, and my horse was 19-1. So I'm thinking that would have been 500. Had it for $1.
Late pick 5 would have been nice. $5,442 in the late pick 5. Archie My Baby, a photo to win that first leg. Fetching paid $16 for Marcassi, the caretaker, holding that for him. Staying in the Tom Morley barn. And Jack and Noah, the speed. A little too devastating for that group.
That's
we didn't get
payoff.
to see the real Chimney Rockto today.
No, he ran too badly to be true. I hope he's okay.
Well, Saturday, the showdown has been supersized for Belmont Stakes Day. Free to enter handicapping contest. We'll have $5,000 in prizes. Top 3 finishers with the highest mythical bankroll earning cash money. Place your picks now. Watch your name climb the leaderboard on Saturday afternoon. Showdown available every day of racing at Belmont. Visit NYRA.com/showdown to get involved. All right, let's take a look at the current odds for the Belmont Stakes. Even money now for Tis the Law.
Dropping fast.
Holy Bull and Florida Derby winner. We could see maybe 4 to 5 on Saturday.
And Pneumatic, they listened to us. He dropped.
Finally coming down.
Coming down 1 point. I just want the prop bet, him against Jungle Runner.
Well, let's go through the field. Tap It to Win, of course, that incredible effort we saw here on opening day. Just a couple of ticks off the track record at a 1-turn mile and a 16.
You cannot knock his last race. He was absolutely terrific last time. Can he do it again, coming back in 2 weeks against such tough company?
Meanwhile, Soleil Volante, winner of the Sam F. Davis, he came back at Gulfstream June the 10th, and he was a winner, but it was a race that set up well for him.
It did. I mean, his uncoupled stablemate, the heavy favorite, Ete Indian, cut out a quick pace. But Patrick Biancone, the old pro, he used it as a prep for this race, so he got what he wanted out of it. I like this horse. I think the race sets up well for him. There should be pace. Luca Panici's a terrific guy. I wonder if bringing him up from Florida as opposed to a more top rider might end up being an issue.
Grade 3 Withers winner. He won at 1 mile and an 1/8 at Aqueduct. Connections may have preferred this staying at 1.5 miles.
Yeah, I'm not sure because the 1-turn mile, a mile and 1/8 is going to suit him well. He's going to get a fast pace. Belmont Park with his outside style, he's not going to really bother him, and he needs to grow up, but I'll bet you he has. I think he has a real chance in here.
Well, and apparently Modernist for Hall of Famer Bill Mott is training lights out leading into the Belmont.
Well, he needs to because he really needs to improve. He's a lightly laced horse for a very good trainer, so maybe he can take that step forward. But he's got to leapfrog a lot of horses to win this race.
Well, for the very first day, Farmington Road showed up at Todd Pletcher's barn. His connections believed he was their Belmont horse from the get-go.
Well, maybe not this Belmont. I just don't think he's fast enough to win. There's just faster closers, I mean, especially in Soleil Volante.
Yeah, maybe another one who would have preferred the
For
mile
sure
and a half.
with him, yeah.
4 left could provide some more pace to the race here. He comes from Dubai for Doug O'Neill, ran of the UAE Guineas.
You know what? More trainers should have the gumption that Doug O'Neill does. This is the Belmont Stakes. Yes, Tis the Law's the horse to beat. But after that, I'm not saying there aren't good horses. More people should be taking a shot with horses in races like
We
this.
talked about young Raylu Gutierrez. He'll be the youngest rider in the race, getting an opportunity on Jungle Runner for Steve Asmussen.
Well, he will be getting a lot of attention if he pulls the upset with this one, who on paper feels a little slow, thus his 50-1 morning line.
Tis the Law, of course, he started out Saratoga last summer against New York bred. Since that time, he's become a multiple Grade 1 winner.
He's just a consistent, solid runner. And Barclay Tagg has trained him the right way, getting experience with every one of his starts.
Another runner for Todd Pletcher, Dr. Post, son of Quality Road. He comes in off back-to-back wins, lightly raced.
His maiden win was fast. He took a step back from a speed figure standpoint in the Unbridled last time, but he also had a trip in there, and he got a lot of experience out of that race. We'll see.
And Pneumatic being completely dismissed in the advanced wagering right now. He had back-to-back wins at Oaklawn. He was third in the Matt win against Maxfield.
He's the Rodney Dangerfield of this field, Greg.
Really
no
is.
respect whatsoever. He's got to come down. And listen, I like this horse. Whether or not the Belmont's the right race, I think we're going to hear from Pneumatic. This is a really interesting field of horses. And keep in mind, a lot of these horses just don't have that much experience. It's an extremely unusual race for many reasons, Greg, right? Because we're running as the first leg. It's 9 furlongs and about a mile and a half. But because of the pandemic, we don't have horses that are relatively inexperienced coming in here. And I just don't think we know who a lot of these horses are. And I think that gets the point of why it's going to be so tough to win this Triple Crown. I don't know if they'll win tomorrow, but there may be horses in this race by the time we get to the Derby or the Preakness have really come into their own and are much better horses than they are right now. And horses are really going to develop.
Loaded Saturday Stakes schedule, not just the Belmont Stakes, presented by Naira Bets. 4 Grade 1s on the card that begin right off the bat in that second race. Grade 1, Woody Stevens. Also the Longines Acorn. We talked about Gamine for Bob Baffert. And the Jaipur, another Grade 1 that precedes the Belmont Stakes.
I can't wait for tomorrow, Greg. I'm sorry. I'm just so excited. I just interrupted you.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
Wait.
That's all right. We all can't wait. We're so glad it's here that we have a Triple Crown with all that has gone on this year. Took a lot to get to this point. Celebrate the first leg of the Triple Crown wherever you are, however you want. Visit BelmontStakes.com/YourBelmontStakes to learn more about the contenders, download activities, tip sheets, and games. Make some of our favorite recipes and more. That's BelmontStakes.com/YourBelmontStakes to get your at-home Belmont Stakes kit. So another Grade 1 preceding the Belmont Stakes. And a look at the field for the Grade 1 Jaipur. 6 furlongs on the inner turf. And of course, pure sensation. 9 years old, still going strong for Christophe Clement. He's won $1.99 million in his career.
I think he won this race when I was in junior high, Greg.
Seems like it.
18-1. In fact, Christophe ran 1-2. His disco partner ran second that day. He's going to try to wire him. We'll see if Hidden Scroll can put some pressure on him. 6 furlongs. He's done it before. I love this horse, and nothing would make me happier than to see the 9-year-old win. The Generosios are such a big players in the game and great supporters in the New York Racing Association. He's a super cool horse.
He still ran one of the biggest numbers of his career.
No, I agree. I agree at 5 furlongs, and also in the Breeders' Cup, he lost all chance to start when he blew the brake. He's a really, really cool horse. We'll see.
And you bring up Hidden Scroll, by the way, who got on the turf for the first time for Belmont. Last start, that race was over out of the gate. So truly gets his first start on the turf tomorrow.
I actually picked him, Greg, because everyone's going to finally have given up on him. It's going to be a big price. I don't love him in here, but honestly, I don't love anybody in this race. And if it turns out he really is a turf horse, he can beat this field. We'll see.
You have the 6-year-old mare, Alexandra, who's beaten the boys before, lining up against this group also.
I'm a big fan of hers. She can win without, she can close from last without pace, Greg. She's a really, really neat horse.
Busy day for Christophe Clement. Of course, won the Belmont Stakes with Tonalists. He'll have Decorated Invader. Back to action off a win in the Cutler Bay in the Pennine Ridge. That is race 4 on the program. Grade 2 mile on the grass, and the horse who was highly regarded going into last year's Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf.
He's a very good horse. He didn't get a good trip in the Breeders' Cup, and you know, he made a big 5-wide move. He got a very fast pace to close into, but Get Smokin' horse in front was engaged in the pace, so either he ran an incredible race or the pace didn't completely incinerate. He's the horse to beat. I thought, and I don't, what's the name of the number 3 horse in this race?
Proven Strategies.
I thought Proven Strategies, Marcassi was the main threat because he's going to get the jump on Decorated Invader, but Decorated Invader is the horse to beat in here. I can only use those two.
Famish going to line up in that one as well for John Kimmel. He has an outside post. We thought, well, we heard a lot about him at Saratoga last summer.
One day he'll be running in a dirt sprint, and I'll be able to bet him again. 7 furlongs on the dirt.
Decorated Invader, no question, horse to beat.
He is the horse to beat.
In the Pennine Ridge.
But I respect Proven Strategies. You look like you kind of agree.
I like Decorated Invader a lot. Remember, this is Pennine Ridge. Still have painful memories from.
I'll tell you a funny story about speaking of Summer. When he won last time, she won last time. I bet her. She was 17-1, and I was watching it in my office. And I was watching it. Chad Brown happened to be in my office, and as she was blowing by the field and stretch, I yelled, "Christophe, you're the best." Chad was a little offended, but he took it in stride.
Yeah, Catholic boy, of course, in that tremendous duel with Analyze It. Happened a couple of times, but looked like he was passed, beaten, race was over, somehow re-rallied.
Yeah, absolutely. Analyze It's working again, by the way. See if he's coming back.
4 Grade 1s on the card on Saturday, but of course, the big events. First leg of the Triple Crown, the Belmont Stakes, 1-turn mile and an eighth. We cannot wait. 'Tis the law. He's the horse to beat, and it's going to be a big, big opportunity and maybe a life-changing day for Manny Franco.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great opportunity for Manny. And the thing is, he's been under a lot of pressure with this horse all along. Because I think if you're Manny Franco, you've been thinking in the last couple races, if I do something wrong and this horse loses, I'm going to lose the mount. Now, I'm not saying that was the case. But I think if you're Manny, that's somewhere in the back of your mind. And yet, in those circumstances, he's done absolutely nothing wrong and everything right with this horse. So he's handling the pressure, and that's what you have to do. Now, obviously, he hasn't been in a situation, a Triple Crown race, on a heavy favorite like this. But if you want to be at the very upper echelon of the riders, you've got to learn to do that. And this is Manny's chance, and I have absolute confidence that he will take full advantage of it.
Big opportunity for Manny Franco. Of course, Barclay Tag, Saratoga Stable. Their chance for redemption in the Belmont. They had Funny Side win the first 2 legs of the Triple Crown back in 2003. Changed tactics. And the horse was a little bit keen in the Belmont Stakes, going to the front on that day when Empire Maker would turn the tables on a track that they thought the wet weather may have cost them their chances.
Empire Maker was a better horse. I love Funny Side. He was a better horse. He lost the better horse. Didn't he work 57 and change Funny Side right before that race?
Very fast work beforehand.
I don't think we saw that work from 'Tis the Law. He was a brilliant horse, Funny Side, though.
'Tis the Law is going to be the big favorite on Saturday. We hope you tune in tomorrow. Our coverage begins at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time on FS1. Check your local listings. We hope to see you tomorrow on Belmont Stakes Day to kick off this year's Triple Crown. We'll see you all afternoon long leading up to it and after it on America's Day at the Races.
As the world faces unprecedented challenges, our faith and resolve have been challenged like never before. But tough times never last, tough people do. Thanks to all the fans, the backstretch workers, trainers, owners, breeders, veterinarians, and countless others behind the scenes. We are inspired daily by your commitment, and we applaud your passion for this great sport. Together we'll rise above this, and soon we will all run happy again.
This is Edgar.
Hey.
Edgar loves betting on sports, but horse racing? That's a no. But these days, Edgar's found himself looking for a few more ways to win.
I do like more.
So he downloaded FanDuel Racing, the only app built specifically for fans who are new to betting horses. And with FanDuel Racing, Edgar can stream every race right from the comfort of his couch. And with a race starting every few minutes, it sure beats. Bet and watch the Belmont Stakes on FanDuel Racing. New users get 20-1 odds on any horse to win.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.